there's the statistics we've been showing you weekly on utilization across departments. Let's go to the next one, Bobby. And Madam Chair, as you just talked about, and thank you for that moment of silence, just a reminder of the police reform specific to policing that we've enacted around use of force, body-worn camera, and search and seizure since August 3rd. And the next slide, you'll see that in the last 6 months, use of force has declined 15% for Salt Lake City Police Department compared to the previous 6 months. It's great direction, and of course we're grateful for this, but we're going to keep at it. And by which I mean we're going to keep working with you, listening to the community, listening to the Commission on Racial Equity and Policing as we discover, I hope consistently discover new and better ways to continue to decrease our use of force. So good data going in the right direction. That canine apprehension program, of course, has been suspended, and those the department audited cases going back 4 years through the statute of limitations, and as you know, referred 19 of those videos to the DA for investigation. And our Culture City training has already paid off in several interactions our police department have had with members of the public. Some of those reforms that weren't implemented yet in August are reflected in the budget requests we have before you, in addition to the recommendations from the Commission on Racial Equity and Policing. And you know these budget proposals well, so I'm not going to go through them. Just wanted to highlight a little of the context of where we've come in the last year. On to our shelter capacity update. Vacancy is up, so that means there are more beds available on average across the 3 resource centers. We're at about 11% vacancy this last week. And that's that bottom line that I'm looking at. Let's go to the next one. Our office, thanks to Haley Leak and her coordination, let's go to the next slide, Bobby, and the new Salt Lake City Corps, SLC Corps, is organizing a service project for the Magnolia Apartments. Maybe they don't have that.
Madam Mayor, I'm so sorry. I don't have another slide after that.
Oh, shoot. Well, I'll just tell you about it. There's a donation drive. You remember the Magnolia Apartments that the city helped to fund in the building just north of the old PSB? That is a permanent supportive housing complex that's opening in just a couple of weeks. And the first volunteer coordination effort by SLC Corps is to provide kitchen kits for each new resident so they can have everything from a coffee maker to a mug to pour that coffee in, silverware, dishes, glasses, and everything that they need. So we are coordinating, our office is trying to put together a few boxes, and we're working with the community. We would love the council to support. There's actually a very cute graphic. I'm sorry that you can't see it, but we'd love to share that with you if you don't have it yet, and appreciate you sharing it through your newsletters or community councils. And people can drop off new or gently used kitchen items to assemble a kitchen kit at the Magnolia Apartments on June 12th from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we hope that you might be able to participate.
Madam Mayor, would you mind
Yes.
telling us how many residents will be there at the Magnolia Apartments?
Yes,
Is
I
it
believe.
50?
No, I think it's 67 is the number that comes to mind. Maybe Rachel, if she knows, she can correct me. I have one other update for you that was on a slide that didn't come through. Our next resource fair is tentatively scheduled for June 16th, but the location is to be determined as they're sort of analyzing a couple of the camps. Smaller abatements were carried out last week in the Sears block along 800 South, that portion of it, the Lowe's camp at 1300 South, and 700 South State Street. And this brings me to our Madam Chair's favorite subject, the Kayak Court, which launched last week. And Allison Dupler's here to give you an update on that.
No pun intended, or did you mean to throw that pun in there, Madam Mayor?
It just comes naturally. I have poor taste that way. Allison, take it away.
Yes, thank you. And I do have a presentation to share as well. I think they're going to give me the opportunity to share that. Great, thank you so much. Yes, good afternoon. And my name is Allison Dupler. I'm the Community Engagement Coordinator with the Homeless Engagement and Response Team. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide you with a short presentation regarding Kayak Court today. Kayak Court is a collaborative outreach effort that brings court services directly to our unsheltered neighbors living along the Jordan River. The idea came from Judge Robinson of the Salt Lake City Justice Courts and Kim Russo from Utah Community Action, who kayak regularly down the Jordan River. It was through their interactions with individuals living along the river during these trips that the idea for Kayak Court was born. When Judge Robinson shared the idea with me at a resource fair, I thought it was incredible and I couldn't stop thinking about it. So when I saw her a few weeks later, I said, Judge, we really need to make this idea into a reality. Kayak Court is centered around the guiding values of public service, compassion, safety, cooperation, adaptability, and access to justice. It's an effort that would not be possible without support from a variety of partners that I'd like to thank and acknowledge here today. First, the Salt Lake City Justice Courts, the Jordan River Commission, Green Bikes, BOA, Utah Community Action, the Salt Lake Legal Defenders Association, Salt Lake City prosecutors, private attorneys, and a variety of divisions within the city. To accomplish our goal of bringing court to individuals along the river while adhering to a trauma-informed lens and keeping the needs of those along the river at the forefront, because that's why we all do what we do, we first send out a canoe with outreach staff who make the initial contact with the individuals. If an individual is interested in engaging with the courts, they radio back to a judicial assistant who checks for any open cases, and then a second boat that carries the defense attorneys who are available to assist these individuals if need be approaches. When everyone is ready, the final canoe with the judge approaches, they hear the case, and the prosecutor participates in court through WebEx on an iPad. While this is happening in the boats on the river, we also have a group traveling along the Jordan River Trail on bikes, following the same procedure in order to address the court needs of individuals living along the trail. As you know, we conducted our first court session along the river and trail last Friday. And also, as all of you know, the people of Salt Lake City are amazing, and periodic rain could not deter these incredible public servants from carrying out our plan, all with smiles on their faces. Our Kayak Court efforts continue to evolve, and we plan to make several more runs this summer, with the next one scheduled for June 23rd. As we continue to conduct Kayak Court, we will keep the administration and council informed as we gather more experience on both the trail and the river. I'm not sure, Council Chair, how much time we have and what the agenda is, but I'm happy to address any questions if there is time to do so, and if there are any questions.
Thank you, Allison. I just want to quickly say thanks for all your hard work, Allison. She's the one that got all of these teams together and made this happen. So thank you so much for your hard work, Allison. James?
Sorry, Allison, if I missed this. How many individuals were you able to meet with and help along that process?
The effort that we conducted on Friday, we intentionally did in an area of the river that we knew was not quite as populated, just to make sure we had all the kinks and things worked out. We were able to engage with 5 individuals. Some of those we had court cases we weren't able to address, but we're hoping we can catch up with them again when we do it in June.
Chris?
I want to participate in Kayak Court. How can I help?
That's a really great question. Thank you. We're working on plans for the June 23rd event, and as those develop, we'll make council staff and all you council members aware of how you may be able to help. And so hopefully we'll have that information within the next couple weeks.
I don't know how to kayak though, so I can't do that part. I'll just run alongside.
That works, or we can try to find you a green bike if you'd rather bike, but running also is an acceptable way to participate.
I think we could pull him behind a tube, and I'll pull him in the canoe.
Yeah. That's definitely my speed. I'll get any of the late comers as I drift by slowly.
I just want to say it really was an amazing experience, and the people that we did talk to, even though we did engage with one person who I know his public defender, so I was able to call her and get her on the line, and they or texted her, and so we had some communication about him and what he needed, and it was just so as much as we didn't have necessarily engagement for legal parts, it was really great to be out there and hopefully build some trust with people that tend to not trust random people come kayaking down the Jordan River saying, let us help you, let us help you. I think there needs to be some moments and some building of trust within that. And but we're on the way. And Allison, I forgot to let you know, but I have a friend who is a reporter for NBC Universal News, and she saw my Facebook post and I gave her your email address. So this may be, we may be one of the only cities in the country doing something this innovative. So it's pretty awesome. And again, Allison, thank you so much for your hard work and everything you put into it, and all of the players, the Wasatch or the Jordan River Commission, everyone that had a hand in it was pretty awesome to work with. Green Bike, and then of course all the legal peoples. But thank you so much, Allison. I can't wait to do it again.
Yeah, thank you for participating, and I really think Salt Lake is a unique place that allows something like this to happen, and yeah, I'm humbled and honored to be a part of it. So thank you all for your support of it.
Council members, do you have any other questions? Okie dokie. Mayor, was there any other update you had for us today?
That's all for today. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks again for your presentations and giving us this information. It really is helpful for us and the community, I hope, that is watching. So thank you. Sorry, I'm pulling up my agenda again, everyone. Hold, please. All right. We have Kira, hopefully, or Allison on the line for a quick update on our Commission on Racial Equity and Policing.
I am here.
Kira.
A quick update. The commission held a public listening session last week. It's available for anyone who missed it on Facebook or YouTube. You can visit slcrepcommission.com for links to both of those. They will have their subcommittee meetings this week. The training and school safety topical subcommittees will be on Wednesday. The policies and practices subcommittee will be on Thursday. And again, information to listen in on either of those is also on slcrepcommission.com. And staff will also be sharing an update with the commission on tonight's audit conversation. That's all I have, unless the council members have any questions.
Thank you, Kira. Council members? Okie doke. Then we will move on. Basically, I'm going to say to agenda items both 3 and 4, since it involves the same players for the most part. So this is our Human Resources Department budget overview and our proposed pension for city employees budget overview. And we have Ben Ludke here from council staff to give us an introduction. You can take them one at a time if that's easiest, but it is the same player. So we can start with the Human Resources Department budget overview, Ben, and Deborah Alexander, the Director of Human Resources, is with us as well. It's all on you.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The key changes for HR are on page B23 of the budget book, and the department overview is on pages E45 to E50. The total budget is proposed to be $52 million. This is a 1.9 million or 4% more than last year. The change is mostly due to increases in medical insurance and 5 new proposed FTEs. And for the audience, FTE is a full-time employee or a full-time equivalent. And that's an acronym that's used a lot, especially when talking HR and compensation. The policy questions for the council's consideration are on page 2 of the staff report. Some of the topics include creating guidance for the city to offer hybrid work models, that is from home and in the office, supporting equity initiatives across different departments, and HR's current staffing levels are below industry best practices. Now I'll turn the time over to Deb Alexander, HR Director, who has a presentation for you.
Thank you, Ben, as always. And thank you, council members, for your time this afternoon. We have a very brief presentation about HR's budget request. Thank you, Bobby, for putting that up, and we can go to the next slide. So before I start talking about what our budget request is, I wanted to just do an overview as about what we really do. What is the scope of human resources? And in laying out what that really looks like, these are some of the most relevant points. And I'm just going to walk through them. I won't read every piece of it, but this is the type of work we do on a daily basis, as I mentioned. I put the first bullet point is number 1 and number 2 are what I consider to be some of the biggest challenges facing our department and facing the city. And the first one is outreach, recruitment, and hiring solutions that promote inclusion, fair play, and diversity. And the second one is technology systems development. As you know, the city is working on the implementation of its ERP system, and HR has a big role in that. A lot of the work that will be done is related to HR data, compliance, maintenance, and that type of thing. We provide strategic compensation administration, which, as the council heard, it feels like it was just a couple of months ago, but it might have been longer, which results in pay equity for city employees and also results in market-based, data-driven decision-making. We provide care to our employees by administering exceptional benefit programs, leave management, and wellness initiatives, a new one of which you would have seen just a few days ago. We do a lot of work promoting the culture, accountability, and workplace management by coaching, employee relations, equity investigations, and policy development. And finally, we provide leadership, personal, and career development from extensive training programs. You can go to the next slide. So basically, at a fundamental level, if we want to talk about it, what is it that we really do? Human resources supports, interacts, assists, encourages, investigates, negotiates, facilitates, and provides services that touch every department and every program and every supervisor and every employee. One of the things that Ben noted in the staff report, and which was in our initial budget request, was we made a note that the service delivery provided by human resources is provided only by those in our department. Other city departments don't have internal employees who provide these services. So that kind of gives us some scope and some context. Next slide, please. So this slide outlines what professional staffing standards are. Ben mentioned that HR's staffing is considerably below industry best practices, and this is the math that shows that reality. So you'll note that the survey that's mentioned it's considered the definitive survey that's conducted by a company called Bloomberg BNA, or more recently, I think they changed their name to Bloomberg Industries. Bloomberg Industries is a large entity that provides consulting services related to human resources, legal, tax, and compliance topics. And HR comes into that a lot as a result of compliance. And so what they've done for many, many years is they'll survey about 700 employers, which represent a cross-section of organizations across the country. And over the last 7 years or so, the ratio for how many HR employees are in an organization as related to total employees has continued to grow. So at one time, maybe 8-9 years ago, that ratio was basically 1 HR employee to every 100 other employees in the organization. In the last 7 years, that has changed. And the biggest reason, one of the biggest reasons that's cited for that is the ongoing and continuing complexity of compliance. So that's where that compliance reference comes to. So basically what the ratios are for 2021 is 1.4 HR employees to every 100 city employees. If we do the math for that, you can see I broke it out for full-time employees and other employees, and then for total employees. And I did it 2 ways. I did it just basically straight across the board. And then I did a second, more conservative estimate, which adjusted for other employees. And other employees in this slide are determined or are considered to be seasonal, part-time employees, and folks who don't consume entirely HR services. So for example, if we hire seasonal, we still have to do recruiting for them, we still have to onboard them, we still have to arrange to ensure that they get paid, you know, do the piece that HR does to ensure they get paid. But we don't provide them benefits, so there's a little bit less service delivery. So that's why I was, like I say, I was being conservative. And if you can see from that second, the second ratio line, 1.4 adjusted, half for other employees, what that would indicate is that HR really ought to be staffed at about 47 employees, and currently we're staffed at 25. So the positions that we have requested this year will bring our HR staffing to 30 FTEs. And next slide. Oh, and I remember what I wanted to say on that. I think in the budget report, it talks about HR having 31 employees, or will have 31 employees with these new ones. And that includes, as many of you know, the Civilian Review Board Administrator, which isn't really in an HR position. So here's what our budget request is, and here's what's in the mayor's recommended budget. We've requested a human resources supervisor, which will be focused on benefits. What that outcome will be is we're talking about how we structure the administration of benefits with an eye towards the internal and external work. As you can imagine, with COVID, our benefits team have been the folks who have taken the bulk of the work in terms of the data that the mayor presented at the beginning of our session today is information that has been compiled by our benefits team, our leave folks. So that's largely fundamentally a workload type of outcome that we're looking for there. And we're also seeking to support our city family with some new benefits that you will have seen and will hear more about in the compensation presentation, which include some enhanced benefits for our diverse workforce. The human resources supervisor for recruitment, as I mentioned, this is one that I'm really concerned about. I'm really concerned about all of these. that I'm really concerned about recruitment, because if we can't find the right talent, if we can't do outreach that is inclusive, and if we can't be competitive in the marketplace, then all of the programs that we want to implement and the things we want to move forward will not happen. The Wasatch Front is unique in some respects from the rest of the country. As you all know, recruitment continues to be incredibly competitive along the Wasatch Front. And as you know, incredibly competitive when it comes to law enforcement. We've requested 2 human resources technicians. Those will have duties. One portion of one person's duty is going to be supporting the civilian review board that I mentioned earlier. We've had a lovely woman in our city whose name is Amy Lyons, who out of the goodness of her heart has been acting as administrative support to the CRB, but she's had a recent change in her job duties, and that isn't something that's feasible for her any longer. So we're grateful for her service, and one of these individuals will help support the CRB. They'll also help support our onboarding functionality, the leave function. And as you all know, we, by eliminating the Civil Service Commission, we put in place a hearing officer process, and that will still need to have administration, need to be administered as we go. So that's kind of a combination of those duties. And then finally, we're requesting a human resources analyst, and this is purely straight up for the implementation and maintenance of the enterprise resource planning system. As I mentioned, it was going to be brief, and hopefully it was brief. Any questions I can answer?
Thank you, Deb. That was brief, but with a lot of good information, which I appreciate. So thank you very much. Council
Thank you.
members, do you have questions for Director Alexander? James?
I just have a couple of questions, Deb. Let me pull up my little sheet here. In regards to the spreadsheet that we received an operating budget for Department of Human Resources, what is the $1.8 million increase? I see that personal services has gone up, $791,000, and charges and services. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit on that.
Councilman Rogers, I don't have the book in front of me. Ben, can you answer?
It's attachment 1 to the staff report, Ben.
So most of that increase for personal services is a result of the five new full-time employees that are being proposed. It also includes things like restoration of the 6-month hiring freeze from the current fiscal year, and several smaller increases for insurance premium increases and merit increases that were previously negotiated for employees in the department that are represented by a union.
Okay, and remind me again, for each % of increase for the union employees, is it about $1 million increase to that budget? Say, if we're looking at a 3%, would it be like a 3% raise for all union employees? That's something that just vaguely reminds me, Deb. I'm not positive.
Councilmember, a 1% across this, here's information that's not exactly what you're asking, but hopefully it's helpful. A 1% pay increase across the board for all city employees is about 1.6, 1.7 million.
Okay, that's very helpful.
Okay.
That's very helpful for me. And then my second question is, I know that you came from a different city. I want to say it was Holiday when you left, and then you came back, or was Cottonwood Heights. How does that 1.4 per 100 employees rank around the rest of the state?
So I actually, when I left the city, went to work for Davis County. And we had a similar, ironically, or perhaps not, we had a similar staffing issue when I was with Davis County, which we rectified over the course of 4 years. Yeah.
But my question is across the state, and that's I know it's a loaded question because you'd have to do the research on it. I'm just wondering how we compare to other larger cities like West Valley, or looking at the cities of the first class like Orem, if that's, just looking at that range. I know that we need the employees, but I want to see how we average across that board before I'm looking at that decision.
I understand. And you're right, that's information that we'd have to do research for. One of the reasons that we didn't request 20 employees was because we wanted to, yeah, it's exactly that, council member. The reason that I requested 5 is because we have to do the change incrementally. And at one point someone asked me, well, what's the magic number for staffing in HR? Well, I'll know when I know, but meantime, what we're doing is implementing change gradually.
And just so other council members know, Deb was with the prior, not the prior administration, but the administration before that with Ralph Becker. And I have all the faith in the world with her. That's why I'm giving her these harder questions, because I know that she'll come up with the answers, and she really is the type of person that isn't asking for things that she doesn't need. So I want to make that clear, Deb, but I'd love to know those numbers coming into it for me.
Yeah, we'll see what we can find out. For sure. We can do some research and get to that. And thank you so much for what you just said.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. Any other questions, council members? I don't see any hands up, so we will keep the same people at the table, but go to city compensation budget overview.
All right.
And I'll turn it to Ben.
On compensation, there's a high-level summary paragraph on page B4 of the budget book. As in most years, the compensation budget is almost 2/3 of the general fund budget. This is typical for a service-oriented organization like the city because it's the employees that are providing the services. The total compensation budget is nearly $216 million. This would be an increase of almost 12 million, or 6%, over fiscal year 21. It reflects increases for new FTEs, insurance increases, a 1% general pay increase, as well as the merit increases for represented employees. There are several policy questions for the council to consider on pages 3 and 4 of the staff report. Some of the topics are a mid-year review of the large medical reserve account, increasing mental health resources for employees, and conducting cultural assessments and exit interviews. As the chair mentioned, we still have with us Deb Alexander, HR Director, and we also have the Compensation Program Manager, David Salazar, and I believe we also have Carolyn Campbell, who is in charge of the benefits side.
Hey, thank you, Ben. Thank you, council members. It's always a privilege to be able to meet with you to talk about compensation in the city. As Ben's pointed out, it is certainly the largest general fund item in the budget. And so what we do in compensation with the city is certainly significant. And so in addition to some of the things that Ben has highlighted in his report for you and just in this introduction, I wanted to talk through some other highlights around compensation. And I think this is a good opportunity to kind of give a high-level overview of kind of the processes and analysis that go into coming up with the dollar figures associated with this portion of the budget. So if we can maybe get to the first slide in the presentation. Thank you, Bobby. That's not it. I think we're looking for the comp budget. While Bobby's pulling that up, what I would like to highlight for you is not just for the benefit of new council member Ferris, but really for all of you. You have already received some information that I'll just touch on earlier this calendar year, and I think it's beneficial just to kind of quickly touch on the topics including the Citizens Compensation Advisory Committee that you all received a report from earlier this year. This group, of course, is charged with evaluating total compensation levels for employees, elected officials, and others throughout the city. And we rely on this group really to provide advice and recommendation to city leaders to help assess and evaluate where we are in terms of our compensation practices. And so that is a big part of what they do. And of course, they provide many recommendations in their report. So part of what they highlight for you in that report has to do much with the city's compensation philosophy. There we go. Let's move on to the second slide. And again, this is just to highlight what I just said to you about the Citizens Compensation Advisory Committee. And part of this report, they will provide advice and recommendations on specific practices, but also a broader overview of compensation, including the city's own compensation philosophy. So we can move to the next slide. This is something that has evolved over time for the city, certainly in the 12 plus years that I've been with the city. I've joked with folks that when I started with the city back in 2008, I had a full head of hair, and now you can see what the job has done for me. But it's something that I've enjoyed. It's certainly a challenge with as many employees and diverse groups of employees that we have to try to decide, how to best approach compensation. In the past, we relied on actual average pay information to compare what we pay our employees versus what other companies who we compete with, primarily here in the local area, are paying employees to perform the same jobs. And we've shifted gears more recently upon advice of the CCAC and actually began to take a look at, rather than average, median pay information. And just to note the distinct difference between those two, averages typically can be and will be affected by extreme lows or highs. And so that's one reason to maybe look to using the median, which when we talk about the median, when we talk about the market, what we're talking about is where is the middle? Where is, when we look at what everybody who we're competing against pays for jobs for the different types of work that our employees do, where is the middle? And that represents the market. And that's been the typical the target that we aim for, is to see where we are relative to that market rate. And with the CCAC's advice and recommendation, we've actually moved to a philosophy where we're looking at our base pay for our employees, but also considering in the mix the additional economic value of our benefits. And some of you may recall a few years back, we did a comprehensive benefit study, and we're actually able to assess and evaluate an actual economic value that our benefits provide our employees compared to other employees in the local area where we compete. And when we add that additional economic value to their base salaries, what we find is that combining those two really represent what we would consider to be as close as we can get to a total compensation pay philosophy. And so that's the philosophy we've been operating off of since last year, and again this year, in evaluating where our employees sit. Looking to the future, those are questions certainly that we need to ask ourselves is that adequate for us, and continuing to compare on that basis. Do we need to begin looking at top rates that are paid? For example, when it comes to our public safety, fire and police officers. Do we want to make sure that we're top ranked in the top tier? So not necessarily the highest paying, but among the largest, the best paying when it comes to those who we can compete for resources. And then another thought might be, do we want to shift our comparison from middle of the market to something slightly above? and how we apply that, across the board for all of our employees. We can assume whatever position it is that we want to, but there's of course going to be a dollar cost associated with that. And so weighing that out and determining what those costs are and what it will take to get us there is going to be important. Okay, next slide. The good news, when we look at where we compare to other local employers, the fact of the matter is we, of the 940 plus jobs that we have in the city, there are about just under 90 of those that we have identified as benchmark jobs. And all a benchmark is a job that we know we can go to market. It's a job that's commonly found amongst other employers, engineers, secretaries, custodians, and jobs like that. And from those jobs, we make our comparison. And this is actually a table that's included in the CCA's report annually for city leaders and those of us in HR to review and assess how do we compare. We've color coded it to make it easy to spot those jobs where we are either lagging the market or where we're frankly leading the market. And the good news is Salt Lake City is a local area pay leader when it comes to 36 of those benchmarks that we measure against. And that represents 40% of the total jobs that we're looking at. So that's a good place to be for us. Next slide. Even better news, I would say, again, the council was presented with information during a recent audit that Pay Factors, who is a company that we consult with, they actually provide our compensation management tool to the city. So thank you, council, for providing the appropriation necessary for us to be able to take advantage and utilize this tool to help us assess where we are and where our employees are paid relative to everyone else. What we learned from this audit is that Salt Lake City can officially declare itself a pay equity leader. And I know that that is something that is of high importance to all of you. It's of high importance to the mayor and to all of us, frankly, to be able to say that in assessing and reviewing where our employees are paid compared one to another within the organization is equitable is a great thing. And that audit, as you might recall, was based on looking at a multiple regression analysis that took into consideration 3 predictors, including gender, age, and ethnicity. Next slide. This next slide just really highlights things that Ben has mentioned already to you that are highlighted in the staff report. One thing I wanted to just mention in addition would be the last bullet, and that is with regard to the city's living wage. Salt Lake City is unique, certainly in the fact that we have established a living wage for our employees, and we monitor and watch what happens with that rate from year to year. Fortunately, we've been able to find a tool that enables us to do that, to get down to the county level, not quite down to the city level, but to the county to determine, what is the actual costs associated with living in Salt Lake County. And the number that the CCAC has looked to is basically takes into consideration the cost for a single adult living in Salt Lake County. And what we learned in looking at that is that the living wage increased more recently to $15.11 per hour, which was more than $3 per hour compared to what we saw last year. So that was a significant increase. And one thing I'll note is that in the CCAC report that you received earlier this year, there wasn't a specific recommendation to take any particular action from the committee, only because the timing of when that new figure was released came after their report was approved. And so we wanted to highlight that and include that in the mayor's recommended budget. And of course, the proposal is to take a phased approach in increasing the city's living wage from $10.87 to $13.15 per hour. And that will have the greatest impact on our seasonal and part-time employees. All right, next slide. I'm going to turn the time over now to Carolyn, our benefits manager, to just highlight for you some of the benefits aspects of the compensation budget.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for your time today and letting me participate in this conversation. Just wanted to hit on some of the happenings in regards to our medical and retirement benefits and what we're proposing for the upcoming year. Just like all other departments, COVID has impacted our medical and dental reserves significantly. Every year we come together with PEHP to talk about our reserves. I'm sure many of you recall we've talked about this, but we don't purchase insurance from PEHP. We're self-insured. So we basically share this massive checkbook between the city and employees. The city pays 95% of premium, our employees pay 5%, and now those premiums go into that shared checkbook, and we pay for our benefits from that checkbook. And so when someone goes to pick up a prescription or gets their preventive care or goes to the hospital or has a surgery, we're paying out of that medical reserve. Like I mentioned, COVID has significantly impacted that reserve. And when we came together to review the health of that reserve and what we should be doing for the upcoming year, the actuarial team at PEHP recommended a 3.5% increase to the premiums paid for our medical plan. Currently, we're estimated at having approximately 13.1 million or 137 days of premium in that shared checkbook. And it is a higher balance than what we've seen in the past. You can see those numbers year over year in the document provided. But some of the things to keep in mind when we look at this reserve is that because of COVID, the reserve has been, the number of days you see in the reserve right now is a misleading representation. And that's because we have a significant drop in utilization, and that's not only because of the mandate that the governor had put into play in the early days of COVID to halt all elective surgeries, but it's because a lot of individuals were hesitant to seek medical care during this pandemic. And so between the drop in utilization, the fact that PEHP is seeing a large lag in claims processing, there is additional claims out there to be had, and there's pent-up demand. And unfortunately, once folks start seeking their medical care because they've been vaccinated, we're going to have additional costs come through due to this pent-up demand, as well as individuals who are going to be seeking preventive care will discover that they are in either an advanced or severe level of disease because they didn't seek care early on in the process. And so PEHP's actuarial team has recommended that even with this 3.5% increase, we keep a healthy buffer in our medical reserves so that we can address the lag in claims, the pent-up demand, and the potential not only for COVID expenses, but also for severe disease that might be coming down the road. As far as our pensions are concerned, the Utah retirement system did not require an increase for employer pension contribution rates for the fiscal year 22. So you won't see a line item on that request. If we can move on to the next slide, please. Even with the 3.5% increase, we are able to add a number of great benefits starting July 1st for our employees. So we are looking at adding a hearing aid benefit, which provides up to $1,500 in hearing aid durable medical equipment for individuals who have some form of trauma or congenital hearing aid disease. We're adding an enhanced autism benefit Currently, the city provides an autism benefit, but it has an age limit and an hour limit. We are moving to an enhanced benefit that actually allows the care to be specific to the individual. So the age limit and the hour limit is removed, and the individual can work directly with PHP on a pre-authorization system. So that is a true enhancement for our employees and their dependents. And then we are looking at adding a gender dysphoria enhancement. In the past, the city has provided mental health services as well as hormonal treatment. Effective the 1st of July, we are looking at adding gender reassignment surgery, which really rounds out our gender dysphoria benefit package. On top of that, we are looking to add more flexibility to our parental leave benefit. So right now, an employee can go ahead and take up to 6 weeks of paid leave from the date of birth or placement. We're asking to move this to allow the individual to take the leave within a 1-year period, which really aligns with with FMLA and provides flexibility for the employee as well as the department. We've moved to a more flexible short-term disability provider that allows for better return to work options. And we look to continue to provide a great benefits package to our city family. So thanks for your time.
Hey, Bobby, we can get the next slide. I just wanted to say a bit more about in the budget. There is a line item highlighted for market pay adjustments. And in the past, the council has been very supportive in appropriating monies to target pay adjustments and increases for employees in jobs where the data shows that we're lagging either slightly or significantly. This year's budget includes a request to fund those adjustments where the jobs are lagging significantly, which means by greater than 10%. And so the projected cost for those adjustments to the general fund is approximately $154,700. And just to highlight for you a few of the job titles that would be covered by that include our social workers, more specifically our licensed clinical social workers, senior planners, architects, and our airfield electricians. Okay, next slide. This next series of slides really just kind of highlight for you again. I won't spend a lot of time on them. Things that Ben mentioned early on in the introduction and in his staff report. The mayor has, of course, included a request for a proposed 1% general increase for all non-represented employees. And that includes elected officials, department heads, and non-represented employees throughout the city in all departments. Next slide. This next series of slides just highlight for you the merit step increases that are also accounted for in the budget. It's important to note at this time that we are in wage negotiations still with AFSCME in particular. Those negotiations are ongoing at this time, but you can see here on the slide information that indicate when for those employees who are eligible and will receive a merit step increase during this next fiscal year, those increases are substantial. For our 100 series, those increases will range anywhere between 13 and 17%. For 200 series, which is our clerical and administrative support employees, between 6 and 17%. And for our paraprofessionals covered by AFSCME, between 6 and 11%. Next slide. For our police union, again, we are in the midst of negotiations, not just for wages, but also for the full contract with the Salt Lake Police Association. And you can see here similarly that for those police officers who are in fact eligible for their step increase during the course of this next year, those increases again are fairly substantial, between 6 and 17.5%. And it's probably worth noting that that 1% increase the potential for that would affect those pay rates going forward. Finally, in the last slide, for firefighters, again, those who are eligible for the step increases during the next fiscal year, those increases will range anywhere between 6 and 23.5% for our firefighters. So that's all the information that we have for you. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to provide what answers I'm able to.
Sorry, I had to get my screens all figured out again. Thank you, David and Carolyn. Councilmember Mono.
Yeah, thanks for that presentation. I guess my main question has to do with the cities, with our policy, where David, you were talking about our policy of how we're whatever relative to the median, and we include all of those things. And I guess what I'm understanding is that was a recommendation from the CCAC. Is that ever something that has been discussed by the council, or is that a policy that the council needs to discuss relative to if that is the policy we want? Or I guess I've just always heard it kind of presented as here's what our policy is, and I'm wondering if I could get a little bit more information. And this might be something we revisit at a different time, but
Sure.
Thanks.
I'm not sure if Cindy wants to say something. She just popped on.
I could take a stab at it if you don't mind, David. So it is absolutely something that the council can discuss as a policy. It's and David points out that as a city we've had the solid data to do it for a year or so, but it has long been the practice to pay the employees at 95% of market. Because the benefits have been thought to be robust, but it makes it difficult when individuals in our public safety areas are comparing with other dollar amount salaries, because they are not necessarily the highest paid employees in terms of their actual salary. So sometimes there are employees who feel like their salary is what matters most to them, and the benefits are not as urgent for them. And so then they leave Salt Lake City's employee after we've spent a lot of money training them. So that working through that balance and how you want, to handle that certainly is a conversation that the council can engage in.
But Cindy, it's not a conversation the council has engaged in and taken an official position on?
Not really. There have been council members who've expressed their opinions, but there hasn't ever been a vote of the council or people have asked about it, but there hasn't ever been a full discussion that I'm aware of should we have, is there any interest on the part of the council in having this be a different policy?
And as I noted before, Councilman Mono, I mean, this really is something that has evolved over time in the, almost 13 years that I've been with the city. I mean, this is a philosophy that has really developed, I would say, certainly relative to the type of data that we're able to have access to. For example, the survey data that we pulled together. We have additional sources that we just simply didn't have, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
but the policy, David, has been the 95% for as long as I've been at the city. So now we have the data to back it up. Before we were doing it, I guess, based on intuition, but the 95% has been a standard that the city has followed policy-wise, don't you think?
Well, I heard somewhere it was leading the median by 20%. Is that a different thing? Was I conflating two different statistics, or did I just make that up completely?
I think what you might be referring to, council members, is a recommendation that's actually noted in the CCAC's annual report. And they're specific, that recommendation was specific to public safety, and where the committee would suggest that the city compare itself, and where they would recommend that we would consider ourselves being competitive. And that would include both base pay and this additional economic value of benefits, even compared to other public sector employers.
So do you tell us in the report where Salt Lake City falls currently?
Yes. So
Okay,
the breakdown in the CCAC report, you have there's a table in one of the appendices that details by job title where our actual pay compared to the actual pay of employees who do the same work in other jurisdictions or other companies that we compete with, how those two compare. And those numbers, of course, will be specific to each job. And so if you want me to give you specifics, I can give you, for example, our paramedics, since we're talking about public safety. When we look at the actual pay of our paramedics compared to the paramedics of other local jurisdictions where we compete, where they're currently situated is we lead by about 38%, and that would include the benefits portion as well as the base pay.
Dan?
Yeah, sorry. I don't know if council members have questions.
Madam, yeah, thank you. David, it's appreciate all this. And my question is more of an education for probably myself and also maybe some listeners. When you, on the compensation side, the conversation is Salt Lake City, but we have employees, but we have the non-represented and the represented employees. And 1/3 is the non-represented and the other 2/3 are the represented. And it seems like the conversation kind of lumps them together when we talk the compensation and the studies. Is that true, or do we, when you do the compensation studies, is it everyone together, represented and non-represented, or you do them separately? And how often do you do them? And when was the last recent one for the non-represented?
So the analysis I just referred to that's highlighted in the CCC's report is specific to about 90 different benchmark jobs that we survey. And so we are collecting salary and pay information that's specific to those job titles. And we're matching those not just based on job title, but the actual duties being performed by the people in those jobs. And so that would include, of course, both represented and non-represented. And we have about an equal number of non-represented job titles that we survey as to the number of union job titles.
And how often do we do these surveys?
Every year, and frankly, on an ongoing basis. With the compensation management tool that we have available to us through pay factors, we have the ability to go in and actually collect real-time data. So anytime there's a question about whether or not the pay that we're offering is competitive or not, we have the ability to go in at any time to assess that and looking at what really amounts to real-time pay information.
Okay, that's wonderful. Thank you. And Madam Chair, just one more question just for Carolyn. On the medical reserve account, we have 137 days there. What number are we looking for, and when do you think when do you assess if we get another, I guess, a holiday from that?
So we're mandated to have between 55 to 110 days of premium through the Utah retirement system. That mandate was put in back in 2011. Our plan runs until the 30th of June, and claims processing typically runs what we call our run out is about 90 days. So in a typical year, we would look at the reserves again in September. Because this is a rather unusual year and there is such a lag in claims processing, for example, the COVID vaccines, the administrative fee for COVID vaccines is just coming in for vaccines that were administered in December and July. And so we're in a little bit of a unique situation this year. So PHP does anticipate potentially an additional 30 to 60 days on top of the regular run out that we would have. So about October, honestly, is the first 6 months, I think, would be a fair assessment to go back, look at the reserves, check the health of the reserve to see just how much premium we have in there. So I would say in October, November, reviewing that reserve would be prudent.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I could just add one other thing, kind of coming back to a question that Councilmember Amano asked about, and that is regarding the policy. We do have a meeting teed up next week, actually, to sit down and with the administration and council leadership to talk about what our compensation philosophy and approach really should be, and if that's something different than we have been doing. As Cindy's indicated, we've had a long-standing approach to doing to this. And it's certainly, it's always a good time to talk about, is what we're doing working, and it's what's really best for the city and our employees.
Thank you, David. Chris?
Thank you, David. I said this in a recent previous meeting. I'm not sure how recent, but I hope that as part of that discussion, that I do want to continue to focus on cost of living on top of all of these other metrics, and particularly cost of living in the city. I know that it's not going to be an option for all of our city employees, but I would like to know and have metrics that talk about cost of living for living within Salt Lake City.
And we can certainly track those things. And one thing I will say, and this was brought out in both surveys that Mercer, you might recall, did for the city the last couple of years, and that is that when we measure our pay, we're looking to measure that based on the cost of labor, which happens to also include, if you think about it, the cost of living into that those pay amounts that are giving. And so it is being accounted for somewhat, but we can certainly take a look at the specific figures, as specific as we can get on cost of living for the local area.
Madam Chair. In addition to Councilmember Wharton's question about cost of living, I think this is probably something we should discuss with Hand or someone else, but I would be interested in looking at programs for things like down payment assistance for our city employees that choose to live within the city, or rental assistance or things like that. I know that's something that's been mentioned, but I don't know that we have anything. I'm fairly certain we do not have anything in place, and so I'd be interested in having those types of options explored and discussed, and maybe something that we could add to our employee benefits packages.
And we can definitely look into that, Council Member Amano.
Thank you. Other council members? James?
Yeah, to piggyback on what Councilmember Wharton said, what about inflation? I know that we don't really discuss that, and cost of living is sort of tied to it, but our inflation rate, if you look at the past 18 months, has skyrocketed compared to what our cost of living increase is. And I know that for specifically our public safety employees, that is a real detriment for them, especially when they're commuting so far, because their wages for living in the city are not compatible. So that's something that interests me. But another thing on top of that is looking at the morale of each department, which I think is something that needs to be looked at. You look at the morale of our police department with resignations. I heard that there were 2 more today, that just barely came in. 2 more police officers are resigning. So we look at training these officers, and it costs us, I think the chief said, hundreds of thousands of dollars for some of these officers to be trained. And you look at them leaving, what does that cost to the city? That is a huge loss for them to be trained, to leave. and then having to retrain officers again and again and go out to classing and make sure that they are recruited and that they pass their tests. And so that is something that I think we need to look at specifically tied to public safety, is that type of morale in the department. That's over the past 18 months as well. So David, I know this is my 8th year on this, and council members, you got to watch this closely, because I've never seen the police department in such bad shape, to be honest, ever. And we, through funding our future dollars, we'd seen a rise in the hiring of police officers. And don't get me wrong, you know, with the K9 unit, that is absolutely justified, everything that we're doing there. But you look at the other officers, I would 100% back them. And in this category here is looking at morale department. How is that? How do we even judge that? Are we going to interview them? I think that's something that we need to look at. Are they happy with their jobs? Because if they're not, they're going to go elsewhere, and that's what we're seeing. So, I mean, David, can you help comment on that? It's nothing that we've ever discussed before, but for me, that is a huge thing. We have huge millions of dollars invested in our police department, and to see these officers walk away because maybe it is an increase that's more than some others, but they're putting their lives on the line every single day because we're requiring them to. We're requiring them to do things that they really shouldn't be doing, and we need to make sure that they are justly compensated.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Council Member Rogers. I think, it's important that we continue to monitor closely what other local jurisdictions are paying and decide. And I think that's why this upcoming conversation that's going to be had between council leadership and the administration is going to be important and key to decide what position is the city going to take in terms of how we want to compare to those other entities.
I know that's what we're always looking at, is comparing ourselves to others, but no other police department in the state of Utah does what our police department does. You cannot compare that. I'm sorry. And saying that we're going to do this over and over again every single year, we never do. I mean, this is my 8th time, and we've never really sat down and discussed this stuff. So if you could bring that stuff to the table when we have this discussion, I'm more than willing to do that. But I'm on my way out, council members, and this has got to stop. I mean, it's almost a game. It's almost a rat race. Every year we get to this point and then it never happens. And we've got to make sure that we identify these things moving forward.
Councilmember Mano?
Yeah, I think what Councilmember Rogers says about police department is relevant in terms of we are the capital city, and our police and fire department is asked to do things that other cities are not, and has specific situations or job parameters and things that they're asked to do in their job that are different. So, and I don't know if that's the same for all departments. To some degree it may be, to some degree it may not be, but that's something I do think we should consider, is both what we're compensating relative to other cities, but also what we're asking, what the job description is relative to other cities for all of our departments. So I think we absolutely have to consider that in terms of where we are, what we're paying our employees.
Yeah, Councilmember Melno, I agree with you. I mean, we do that with our fire department, whether we're looking at the medical response team that's going out and doing that type of thing. But we are the capital city. We should not be compared to North Salt Lake. We shouldn't be compared to West Valley. There's no way we should be doing that. In my opinion, they should be paid 100% of what the market is. And that's just me personally. And I know we have ongoing negotiations, but for me personally, we should be having a lined up amount of individuals who want to come to Salt Lake City Police Department. I'm sorry. That way that we can pick the best, the brightest, and whatever we're going to do so that we can implement, that we can have the best trained, so they're not walking away. We're not leaving money on the table to train these officers to go somewhere else where they're getting paid probably the same level. Maybe their benefits aren't as good, but for them not to be put in those situations is probably worth it. So for me, I want to make sure that we are lined up, that we have a waiting list of police officers, of fire department, of firefighters that are ready to come to Salt Lake City and work.
Council members? Anna?
So James, what you're saying is we should like aim to pay them top of the market top of the market salaries, and I think I agree with you. They're being asked to do things that no other city does, but will that also, if we are able to do that, will people really want to deal with the things that they have to deal with in Salt Lake City? It's tough out there. Like we have a lot of issues that other cities don't have, and is it worth their time? How much we pay them. Like, I don't know how to convince people to stay with us and having to go and deal with the different mental health issues and drug abuse and million other things that they have to because of the capital city.
I get that, Councilmember Valdemoros, but I'll tell you, when you take care of your employees, they'll take care of you. When they feel like they're being supported, they're absolutely going to go out and they're going to do their job 100%. So I can tell that from personal experience.
All right. Thank you.
Council members? Cindy? Okay. Well, I certainly agree that we need to look at the philosophies of our compensation. I look forward to that conversation. I think that it's silly to, in any department, to train people with the high standard that we have and with the knowledge and the philosophies and the policies that we have to be the best that we want in a capital city, and then have them leave. And we've seen that resignations recently are from younger people that we've spent time and money on and then leave. And so I think we do really need to evaluate what our compensation philosophy is and how we can ensure that people want to stay here in Salt Lake City, working here in Salt Lake City. So, David, I look forward to that conversation with your department and HR and administration. Council members, is there anything else on this? Great. We will move on. Hold on, I've got to get my agenda. Thank you, Deb and David and everyone from HR and compensation. We are moving on to the 911 budget. And we will have Ben and Elise.
I'll take it away, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
The key changes for the 911 department are shown on pages B26 and B39 of the budget book. And the overview is on pages E9 to E12. The total proposed budget is $8.8 million, which is nearly 8% or $628,000 more than fiscal year 21. The increase is mostly due to adding 8 more dispatcher FTEs and restoring vacancy savings from the 6-month hiring freeze. The budget includes a pilot program where dispatchers would work 32 hours per week and retain existing salary levels. The 8 new dispatcher FTEs are necessary for the pilot program. There are 3 charts in the staff report I want to quickly show the council. Bobby, can you put up the first chart? Thank you. The table on the bottom is the data used to make the chart on top. The orange in the table is the orange line in the chart, and it's the total volume of calls that the 911 department received. The blue in the chart and in the table are just the 911 calls, and the green are the non-emergency calls. And you'll see the non-emergency calls are by far most of the calls. In the chart, you'll notice that after 2 periods of decreasing total calls, there was an increase of over 18,000 calls, or about 2%, in the last 12 months. The increase might be related to the multiple emergencies of 2020. The department does more than just 911 calls. Since 2014, their total call volume has increased by 59%. And note the large increase in calls around 2018, where the orange line suddenly spikes upward. We'll come back to that in a minute. Can you go to the next chart, Bobby? So the industry best practice is to answer 90% of 911 calls within 10 seconds. This table shows that for the third year in a row, the department exceeded that industry best practice. Also, the percentage of calls that are answered within 40 seconds is the best that's been reported in 7 years, at 99.35% of 911 calls. And it's important to note that these figures were achieved while the department continued to experience high employee turnover, which takes us to the last chart. Again, the table on the bottom was used to make the chart on top. The purple line is the turnover rate. The blue bars are the number of employees. And if you remember the 2018 spike in calls, it was followed shortly after in 2019 with a spike in employees leaving the department. Since 2014, the 911 department has averaged 21% employee turnover. This is more than double the city's average turnover across all departments over the same time. A primary goal of the proposed 32-hour work week pilot program is to improve employee retention. You can take down the charts, Bobby. That was everything I had for my intro. The acting director, Elise Hagerty, is next with a presentation for you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity today to review past, present, and future challenges and opportunities for the Salt Lake City 911 Communications Bureau. We are the premier dispatch center in the state of Utah, and I look forward to working with you to improve efficiency, public relations, and increase the satisfaction and well-being of our employees going forward. Thanks in no small part to the Herculean efforts of the previous director, my good friend Lisa Burnett, Salt Lake City 911 has been following a steady upward trajectory since 2017, and I hope to follow in her footsteps. Our center has coped with a set of unique and extraordinary circumstances over the past year, and our staff have shown themselves to be remarkably resilient and adaptable. I do have a PowerPoint. Thank you. If you go to the next slide. On January 1st, 2020, we began the new year fully staffed. There were several events during the year that were more challenging than COVID. On March 18th, the earthquake flooded the center with 700 more calls than on that date the previous years. Employees didn't get to leave to check on their families and homes. They steadfastly answered the 911 calls and sat through each aftershock while doing their jobs and serving the community. 2 months later, on May 30th, a protest turned into a dangerous riot located at the Public Safety Building. The building was put on lockdown, and many of our dispatchers were in the office for more than 16 hours. Nobody could enter or leave until after 9 p.m. when they were escorted out of the parking garage by the police department and the National Guard. We had to move our staff and operations to our partner agency VEC for the following 2 shifts. We took 1,200 more calls than previous years on this date. Then on September 8th, Salt Lake City experienced hurricane force winds that caused massive destruction throughout Salt Lake City. The dispatch center took 2,300 more calls that day than on that day in previous years, a total of 4,093 calls in those 24 hours, which is an increase of 228% over the prior year. By December 31st, we had lost 27 employees over the course of the year. Despite working with these difficulties, Salt Lake City 911 was awarded the 2020 National Emergency Number Association Communication Center of the Year. Next slide, please. In September of 2020, Lisa reached out to our partners at the University of Utah Crisis Outreach Team to discuss a plan for better serving our citizens with mental health issues. And together we implemented the Mobile Crisis Outreach Team Procedure, or MCOT for short. Now, when a caller is experiencing a mental health crisis but is nonviolent, the dispatcher conferences MCOT into the call. If the caller can work with MCOT and doesn't want or need a police or fire response, a call may be closed without an officer responding. To further our relationship with MCOT, I recently scheduled time with their employees. They're going to come into our office and sit with our dispatchers so they can see our side of the call process. They're also willing to provide our dispatchers with trainings that will give them the additional skills when speaking with someone experiencing a crisis. And in the future, we will work with Salt Lake City Police Department and Fire Department to set up responses for any additional resources that are made available through Senate Bill 53. Since September 1st, 2020, MCOT has assisted us with over 300 calls, and half of those were handled without a police or fire response. Next slide, please. Over the last year, Salt Lake City 911 lost a substantial percentage of employees due to the mental and physical toll the job took on them. Because of this, it has become apparent that to continue our successful dispatch center, we need to grow with the modern issues that we are facing. Our employees have higher rates of PTSD when compared to other first responders. Protecting and caring for the mental health of our dispatchers is something at the forefront of my goals moving forward. We've had a counselor come in to work with our employees over the last year because of the additional stresses they have experienced. We are using and promoting the EAP and peer support programs. Our employees need more time to decompress, receive training, work on mental, emotional, and physical health while maintaining their current salary. The 32-hour pilot program would have a projected start date of January 2022. This pilot would provide employees 45 to 68% more time off without impacting their annual take-home salary. They'll have additional time to spend with friends and family and have a better work-life balance. Training would be held regularly without requiring employees to work on their days off or paying overtime, and can be related to current information and events so they can better adapt to our ever-changing society. To document the progress of the pilot, we will conduct surveys before we begin and every 2 months throughout to document mental health challenges. A month-by-month comparison of personal leave, short-term disability, FMLA, vacation, and holiday usage will be run. Discipline records will be monitored, and one-on-one meetings with employees each month will include an overview of how everyone feels about the changes. Next slide. The 2020 calendar year brought about many changes in the way dispatch ran the day-to-day operations. We implemented temperature checks, masks, regular disinfecting of consoles, plexiglass dividers, and we removed center access to all public safety employees except for our dispatchers. Our employees used over 700 hours of emergency responder pandemic leave. We created a pandemic policy in anticipation of employees testing positive for COVID-19. Dispatchers are unable to telecommute with our current equipment, so they were in our center, which doesn't always allow for proper social distancing. We were fortunate to be included with other first responders in the vaccination rollout plan, and our office was vaccinated beginning in early January, and by mid-February, 80% of our staff was fully immunized. Due to the civil unrest, dispatchers spent their days in a high-stress environment while they maintained professionalism and strength throughout. Due to the unfortunate staffing issues faced by the police department, calls were held longer than normal, and citizens were projecting their anger and frustration on our dispatchers. This generated repeat calls from citizens checking the status of their calls. As the capital city, our center received many calls from across the nation in response to the current political climate regarding public safety. Some of these calls were threatening in nature, which left some of our dispatchers feeling unsafe and has contributed to our high turnover rate. Many resignations were the result of our employees seeking employment in a lower stress environment to maintain their mental well-being. Next slide, please. After the 2019 audit, we worked on several of the suggested areas of improvement. We removed the PBX operator, and all of our dispatchers are trained to handle any call from start to finish. We also reviewed the minimum staffing and have added staff to certain hours during the week to ensure we meet the state required standards. The state audit was released last week, and it reviewed the requirements for 911 call answer times. Salt Lake City has remained compliant and in good standing. We've moved away from emergency police dispatch and emergency fire dispatch protocols. We are currently working with Valley Emergency Communication Center to review the medical protocol, so both agencies can seamlessly handle calls throughout the county. By December of 2021, all police agencies throughout Salt Lake County will be on the Common CAD. All of our fire agencies are currently using the Common CAD. In collaboration with the police department, we are implementing a new response matrix that will redirect complaints that are not criminal, allowing the police department to triage them as they see fit. This should reduce the number of calls that require a patrol response, and this will potentially reduce backlog and response times. I appreciate your time this afternoon and the support you have given us over the last year. We are looking forward to working with you in the future to continue to improve our ability to meet all of our public responders and employees' needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Elise. Really interesting information, so thank you. Council members, do you have questions? Dan?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Elise. That was enlightening, and I appreciate your work. Your department is so valuable and vital to the safety of our city. So I appreciate all the work. One question, you know, you talked a number of times about the mental health and working with some counselors. Have you looked at maybe the possibilities or the need for maybe an in-house counselor who can be there with you all the time and in the area when you need them, for all the employees to kind of give them that health resources that they need for the mental state?
We have not. We do have access and work very well with the police department and the fire department, who have peer support teams that have been set up and are used throughout. We recently had a couple of calls over the last 2 weeks that our employees are definitely struggling. So we're having someone come in, but we've also reached out to the police department. They do after action type reports, CISM, critical incident stress management. And they've been great in including dispatch. Oftentimes, the worst part about being a dispatcher is you don't know what happens. And you can usually tell a story that is much worse than what is actually occurring. So it's really helpful for us to meet with the police officers that responded and the firefighters that responded to get more information so they can have some closure. I'm closely working with MCOT because they're already training their crisis workers to take those phone calls. So any additional training that we can get would go a long way. CIT International has also reached out to me. A Salt Lake City police officer, Ron Bruno, has retired, but he works for CIT International, and he has offered to help make a training for our dispatchers specifically, to not only help their own mental health, but help callers that are calling in with crisis. And they do have a grant that they would like to include us in. So we're constantly looking.
Yeah, because I would be very open to, supporting an in-house one to just to work with your dispatchers, and seeing how that helps, because I know I look forward to the 32-hour work week. So hopefully that will help. But sometimes it's not just the hours, but also the support you can get to talk to someone. So I'm very supportive of something of that nature. So, but thank you very much for your work.
Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the incredible work of the department during, well, every year, but in particular last year. And I absolutely think that you've demonstrated how important it is to invest in our employees and their mental health. So because there's no telling when we can have another disaster in Salt Lake City, and we want to have the 911 employees understand that we're here for them and that we support them through those situations. And so I would also be supportive if there's a way to increase access to mental health, or have a counselor, or maybe share access with the program that we're starting for the police department, if we can, or build on that or something like that. But yeah, I'm excited to see how these changes will impact your department, and I hope that I had a great relationship with Lisa. I hope to have a great relationship with you too, and that the council can support this department.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Well, Elise, again, thank you. So far, you're doing a great job filling Lisa's shoes, so you don't have nothing to worry about.
I have her on speed dial.
We really love having you here and acting as interim director, and appreciate the job that you're doing. And again, appreciate the presentation that you gave us today. It's pretty staggering numbers. And, to think that during the earthquake, when we had people at home worried about their children, and you had people for 15 or 16 hours, that must take a toll on your staff. And so, I support and just want to add to the support of making sure we're taking care of your staff mentally, physically, emotionally, in the ways that we are able to and can. So thank you for being here. And if there's no other questions, you're off the hook now.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, we are on to the council audit of the police department follow-up. This is from, whoa, sorry, my dog's gonna take my, sorry. So this is, we have Ben Ludke here with council staff, and Richard Brady and Alan Pennington, president and vice president of Matrix Counseling. And if you remember, these are the folks that did our police audit, and we asked them to come back and do a follow-up on one of the recommendations that was in their report. So I'll turn it over to Ben to give a much better introduction than I.
I'll keep it short since we're just a little behind schedule. The last briefing before the council was on April 20th. And a reminder that that was on the draft reports. There are 2, the audit is divided into the financial section and the operations section. As the chair mentioned, the council asked for information to be added for the final reports about prioritizing implementation of the recommendations. The final reports with those prioritization sections are expected to be completed soon. If anyone watching is interested in reviewing the draft reports or watching the briefing from April 20th, all of that, as well as updates from the last several months related to the audit, are in a central location on the council's website. And we'll continue to update that, including the video from today, as the work moves forward. So I'll leave it at that and turn it over to Rich and Alan.
Okay, thank you, Ben, and thank you, members of the council, for having us here today. We wanted to bring you up to date with where we are on the revisions to the report. They've been a little uneven in terms of completion as we go through the work we've done in the last month. We've gotten to a point on the budgetary side of things where it is virtually complete. On the operational side, the review was a little more complicated and a little delayed, but we've done the work and we have the changes and recommendations that we're going to be making. Those are few, and we wanted to summarize those for you today. So we've reviewed with the chief, with Community Connection, and with other relevant parties within finance and within the police department. And so we're here to bring you up to date on that. So if we could get the slides up, please. And I'm going to turn it over to Alan. And I think just to facilitate things a little bit more, I think we're going to go to about the third slide.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. And I'm going to be very brief. And what we've done is, as Richard mentioned, we did a review both with the department as well as with the finance director to go over the preliminary findings we shared with you at the last meeting. I've just regrouped them here into 3 key buckets, one being budget development, one being budget monitoring, and the third one being zero-based budgeting. In terms of the implementation on the financial side, most of these budget development issues would be addressed while you're doing the zero-based budgeting exercise. The budgeting monitoring issues will be addressed with the implementation of the new ERP. And we are having a joint meeting with finance staff, IT staff, who will be handling the procurement, and GFOA, who's working with the city on a new chart of accounts, to share our findings, to make sure that as they're looking at implementing the new system, it can accommodate any desires or requests that you have from this. And then the zero-based budget exercise will be the other thing. So I'm not going to reiterate every item that we talked about before, because there really are no changes in here. Basically, the feedback we got from the department and the finance director were some editorial comments, some requests for expansion, clarification, but nothing that fundamentally impacted a recommendation. So we had a series of recommendations, as I mentioned, regarding budget development in terms of how the budget should be organized, a new approach to personnel cost estimation. That's probably the most significant change we mentioned there, to anticipate and try to estimate the attrition and actually budget what personnel costs you really would need, and to then budget in those line items that typically were not budgeted and were covered under attrition, to actually try to estimate and budget those amounts so that you have true visibility on where your spend is occurring. Reorganizing the budget to put department-wide expenditures into one bucket so that you have an understanding of that overhead cost. We can move to the next slide. Better tracking of some special projects, airport expenditures, and services provided to other entities, so that you have a true understanding of what those costs are from your budget that you can use when you're negotiating future contracts or looking at the services provided to others. And then the other major one in the budget development area was reevaluating how you charge for certain internal services, such as IT, building maintenance and repair, and having all those done centrally. The one area we were asked to expand upon, and we have included in the report, is that that approach only works if those other areas, whether it's IT, fleet, building maintenance, are actually budgeting sufficient levels and providing service to the police department at the appropriate level. We can go to the next slide. The third bucket was budget monitoring, and again, really just highlighting that there should be things like a master contract listing, so you know all of the contracts you have entered into that have obligated the police department for different delivery of services, and having unbudgeted things like special projects, initiatives, one-time expenses coded consistently, so you can get reports during budget about where money that you previously had budgeted for certain expenses has been reallocated to deal with these unanticipated things that came up. And I think you heard in the last presentation, last year you had many things that happened in your city that had to be addressed. So it just gives you better opportunity to monitor those costs. To the next slide, please. Remember that we talked last time about the fundamental basis for the zero-based budgeting is going to be defining organizational blocks, and we've provided a recommendation in the report for what those base organizational blocks could be. They would have both the total budgeted costs, a staffing allocation component, and service level metrics and outcome measures associated with each of them. And they're based upon a variety of factors, including workload, span of control, fixed coverage, ratio-based, or non-scaling, those unique positions. Move to the next slide, please. The last area I want to talk about is to start getting you thinking about how you're going to implement or pursue the zero-based budgeting implementation. The first task that you'll have to undertake as a body is to establish what organizational blocks you want to be utilized in that service effort. Because once you establish those, whether that's in a workshop setting or in collaboration with us and the police department, there will be a period of time that will be needed for the new budget that you're currently looking at and adopting to be reformatted and reallocated out to those organizational units. And I do want to highlight that that's not something staff can do overnight. It is a substantial level of effort. And then the department will have to provide service level metrics for each of those organizational blocks so that you can develop those decision packages that you'll be using for the policy decisions that you're undertaking. So just trying to start to give you some insight in terms of the order of things that you may want to consider is starting with developing and adopting those organizational blocks, then getting the cost allocated out along with service metrics. And then you can start those decision points and the actual engagement in the zero-based budget exercise that we know you're interested in. And I believe that is the last slide that I had. Let me just make sure.
I think it is.
Yes. Well, there's one more. Yeah, so that basically that the zero-based budgeting exercise will allow you to have a more robust view of your expenditures. So that's a quick overview on the financial side. Again, no substantial changes, some clarifications, cleanups, and polishing.
Okay. We can take questions now or leave them all at the end. Okay, then I'll carry through on the operational side. Next slide, please. So remember that the scope of work on the operational side fell in two broad areas. The first broad area that I'm going to mention, and Ian apologizes he can't be here today, he's actually on vacation, relates to alternative response to mental health calls, but also non-emergency lower priority calls for service. The second area are a wide variety of issue areas devoted to internal affairs, some other related human resource types of issues and employee support types of issues, and some issues associated with body-worn cameras. So starting with mental health crisis, and I'm like Alan, won't belabor each slide. I'm going to focus on a summary presentation and then talk to you about what's different in the version of the report we're working on. So the mental health crisis response right now is a co-response model in Salt Lake City, involving both the Community Connection Center, which are non-sworn case managers and therapists who work in the facility as well as work in the field, as well as CIT, crisis intervention trained personnel and homeless outreach service team members who have the training to respond in a different way to crisis intervention types of calls involving mental health and other types of issues. So right now you are in a co-response model. We primarily looked at ways of expanding this, this model for a very particular reason. Next slide, please. So what we did is to look at all of the calls which 911 forwarded to the police department for response and look for certain tags in the calls relating to the characteristics of the call to see not only the calls that the co-responders were responding to right now, but calls that they could respond to if they were available in other hours. So it's obvious in some of them, there's categories called psychiatric problem, nonviolent, but there are other ones that took some working with staff and our experience working with other agencies. And then what we did is we took that data and modeled it across the week. Next slide, please. So along the lines of a picture tells us 1,000 stories, there's no better graph in our report than this one that shows the occurrence of calls that met those kind of classification or criteria against the hours of the day in which staff are assigned. And staff are assigned, a CIT are assigned in between the blue vertical lines there, early in the morning, around 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, in staggered hours to about 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And you can see with suicide threat and psychiatric problem calls that those hours don't even get all of the majority of the calls that occur and that you could be expected to respond to. Next slide, please. So evening hours appear to have a great need for specialized co-response, but those are hours in which CIT staff are not working. Saturday and Sunday, during which time there's no CIT trained staff, also have comparable levels of activity, and yet the staff aren't there. So we explored and have explored further since the last time we've talked to you about redeploying staff and adding staff to better meet this need while continuing the co-response model. And in Salt Lake City, the co-response model works because of perceptions of safety among staff, because of the potential for risk to non-sworn personnel who are unarmed and are there as social workers or as therapists. So it does work better. As we look across the country, there are a lot of agencies that are looking at alternative response for mental health situations. Few have had it up to this point, but in the last year, they've received some urgency. While there are a few non-sworn only alternative response units, most of them are co-response models. And it works better because when they get a call, they don't know the exact characteristics of the call and the risk associated with it. And it allows you to have more tools to be able to work with the individuals who need help at that particular time. And this is a better alternative than training all of the staff in CIT so that you had that capability within the police department, because it would take a long time to get everybody trained to that level, and the need is immediate. And secondly, you need a different kind of response than even CIT only could respond. So we continue to look at the co-response model. Next slide, please. So to have a full implementation of the co-response model, we looked at when the calls would occur and came up with a plan that is close to 24/7. It's 20 and a half hours a day, 7 days a week. But by staggering the work days of teams to cover Saturdays and Sundays and hours of the day, you could do that by adding different levels of staff. So we're talking about redeploying a couple of CIT officers and a couple of community connection staff, but adding 4 officer positions. Right now, you have an imbalance of caseworkers and therapists to CIT trained officers. So the the non-sworn staff simply can't respond in the field as effectively or to as many calls if the sworn staff aren't available. So that's where the need is, and we've reviewed this with Community Connection. It's actually their idea to change the recommendation that we had earlier, which was 2 and 2, 2 sworn personnel with 2 non-sworn personnel. So that would meet the greatest need. I know there's some interest in having a 24/7 operation that would add staff to this model. It would have the benefit of saying you were covering 24/7, but there are extremely few calls in those 3.5 hours a day. And to do that at that level would result in some utilization issues. So that's why we focused on the hours of the day in which there was some potential for a co-response team to be available and to respond to a call for service. Next slide, please. So we also looked at alternative response to other types of calls. So we looked at this in the context of core versus non-core functions. And as we all can appreciate, especially in the last 10 or 15 years, police officers have been asked to be a part of responding to community problems to a much greater degree and involving a larger number of behavioral health kinds of issues, civil issues, code enforcement types of issues, quality of life type of issues, et cetera. And it's really had an impact on them in terms of their available time, not only to respond to calls for service, and because they're involved in calls at some level, a greater proportion of the time, but also impacts their ability to work proactively with the community and be engaged with them in some problem-solving kind of way. So we really focused on that, and we focused on that more than we looked at more marginal areas for use of civilians, like as crime, as an investigation assistance to detectives, looking at traffic enforcement and other kinds of community liaison tasks. So next slide. So what we did is we looked at the whole body of calls for service that the police department responds to, and focusing on lower priority calls that could be diverted in some way, either to an expanded non-human response, whether that's a telephone reporting system or a mail-in or online report, or having a response to by community services officers, non-sworn personnel. And this is a type of service that many police departments around the country employ, even very large ones, and some of the largest in the country are examining it now, like Los Angeles, for example, but it's pretty common. Next slide, please. So one way to look at that is to look at a before and after picture of what would happen in a call diversion kind of environment. If you look at the top graph, the before graph, you see that calls come in that really require some sort of social service kind of experience and skills related to homelessness, mental health kinds of calls that we just discussed. There's few number of emergency calls, but a lot of non-emergency calls. And what many agencies have adopted, and we've encouraged you to do, is to look at something more like the bottom and to shrink that large area of the sworn response in the before part of the graph above, and to develop more of a spectrum of responses that involve, on the one hand, online reporting and phone reporting for calls that don't need a response at all, just a report being generated for insurance purposes or for statistical purposes, to some sort of civilian response to non-emergency, non-contact with suspect, usually cold kinds of calls, often just quality of life kinds of calls. Next slide, please. So in looking at the calls for service in Salt Lake City, and looking mostly at 2019, because 2020 was such an anomaly for so many reasons, there are at least 12 or 13,000 calls that could be diverted away from sworn to civilian responders. And to create a civilian force to respond to those as complaint takers could be done effectively during staggered hours of like day shift and early swing shift kinds of hours, and adding something like 20 positions during those hours, 7 days a week. But it would have a dramatic improvement in the ability of patrol officers to be involved in proactive time. It would add something like an additional 10 percentage points to their time to be proactive from an area which is relatively low now to something that is closer to standard. And I should point out that we haven't had the chance to look at everything patrol does, so we can't quantify exactly what that impact is at this point. But where we've looked at this before, it would have that major an impact on patrol. So it does two things. It, like mental health and homelessness, it tailors the response to a more appropriate kind of response to the situation, and doesn't expect sworn police officers to be involved in the handling of every kind of problem in the community. So I'm going to turn it over to John now, if we can go to the next slide, and he's going to talk about the internal affairs and the personnel management issues that we looked at.
Hello. So just a quick update. Most of the things we went through already in this slide presentation has not changed. So I'm just going to give a big overview. We did a review at a couple different levels, and it's more some, small little changes that don't really affect recommendations or the outcome of the review. So internal affairs is best practice in many ways. They have a high degree of internal complaints, which is a good thing, which means that they're not waiting for outside folks to intervene. They're actually forward-looking and taking care of issues internally ahead of time. The one thing we did note was there was a lack of transparency. So there's not a lot of data that you can find about internal affairs online, which we think is a shortcoming that could be improved. And as we started this process, they were in the process of updating some of their policies in IA as well. And so we looked at those updates that they were proposing as well. Next slide. So a couple of the changes would increase the ability of sergeants to deal with stuff at a lower level and to actually document stuff in a more formal way than is being done now. There is informal counseling. However, if you want to document something, it triggers it into a kind of a discipline process, which we don't recommend. We think that for larger complaints, of course, but low-level ones should be handled at the lowest level possible. We also think that they should change a couple of policies. One, specifically if folks resign or retire and there's an open investigation, that they complete that investigation. That is currently what they're doing, but it isn't codified in policy. Next slide. And so we also looked at discipline issues, and they currently use a 3-tier system. We're recommending more of a discipline matrix that has it's more consistent in what the type of policy violation would result in what type of penalty, and it adds categories so that there is more severe and lower tier. We think there should be a couple more policy findings that could be found. One would be that there's no policy to cover it, even though what the officer may have done it isn't a policy violation because there isn't a policy, and maybe it's a shortcoming. There should be a policy there, and so that could be a finding, and that could trigger to develop a policy later on. And then next slide. So we also looked at employee wellness. I think probably a highlight of this is difficulty that the employees are having, some with depression and concentrating. And in these internal surveys that they did, there's definitely a need for a more robust employee wellness program. The police department has already identified that and identified a need for a clinician to address some of these issues, but they really need to, push that program forward and also develop more training and awareness. And we think it also needs to come from the top down. So the top needs to be involved in it for it to take root and be expected throughout the organization. Next slide. And then we looked at the personal management systems, the early warning or early intervention system. The current system they have and the way it's operating is not up to department standard, or I wouldn't call it a robust system. There's a lot of holes in that system. It doesn't trigger the right way. It triggers too late in some cases, and we think they could track more things there. I think part of it is going to be a software fix. But the other part of it is the IA lieutenant, who's in charge of investigations and part of the discipline process, is also the early intervention and system coordinator. And those should be separate positions. That should be someone entirely different. It should be outside the discipline process. The idea of early intervention is to correct a problem before it becomes an issue and results in an internal affairs complaint and or discipline. Next slide. So we looked at body-worn cameras. We examined the current policy and then some of their internal audits. There were some good things there. They are above some of the peer groups that we looked at with a 92% activation rate. However, there were some issues about noting the activation, and that we identified that internally. Salt Lake City PD as well noted it is probably a training issue. Wasn't that it was no recording, it just wasn't noted in some small reports where they wouldn't normally write a report. And then we compared as I said, compared them to some of their peer groups, and Salt Lake City is at least above most of them in most of those categories and below in a couple. And we know there's a recent ordinance that would require an auditing process, a separate person to do that outside the police department. And it was a recommended 5 audits per month. We thought that was a very low threshold and a very low workload for a full-time position. So we made a recommendation that they do more than that. Next slide. So of our recommendations, make mandatory monthly body-worn camera auditing by supervisors. They currently are doing this, but it's not codified in policy. We still believe you need to conduct random body-worn camera audits by the audits inspection unit just to ensure compliance by the sergeants and officers. And I think that most of this stuff, as we're going through it, should be publicized on the website so that folks know how well the police department is doing or isn't doing with their body-worn camera program. Right now, there's no way to really know, and they can post this information easily on the website, compliance issues, number of audits, how those audits turned out. We think you need to add an annual body-worn camera audit role to the Police Civilian Review Board. I think that's the best place for that position. And that independent body-worn camera auditor should review a minimum of 20 videos per month. And then establish body-worn camera review performance metrics. One thing we noted is if you create this new position and they're auditing differently than the police department does internally, you're going to be sending out mixed messages, which was really not a good idea. It could erode trust. So they should be using the same standards as they do their audits, and they could work together to figure out what would be the best path forward. And next slide. I think that might be it.
That's it.
Yep. So we're ready for questions, I believe.
Sorry, my computer is slow today. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming back and kind of what may seem like you repeated yourself, was giving us a little bit more information, and especially as we're delving into the budget, a refresher on sort of what information you'd given us before, so that we can really take these recommendations and support our police department and as much as we can, and help them. So, because I think the end goal is so that we can help them, so that we help the whole community, right? So I really appreciate you guys taking some time out and coming back and joining us today. Council members, are there questions? Anna?
I do have questions. Thank you so much. This was great. I really like the presentation and the information. So I have some questions about need some clarification on when we say mental health calls, we've called them a bunch of things. Does this include drug abuse? When we talk about mental health, do we say somebody that is abusing drugs goes into that category?
It can, yes.
Because I think that's one of the issues that our police department has to deal with a lot, and including our fire department and the ambulances. Shout out to our police department and fire department this past Sunday. I called in as a non-emergency, but I did call in because somebody was laying down on a parking lot somebody on his own. I didn't know if he was dead or alive. And I didn't know if it was a woman. I couldn't tell them anything. But regardless, they responded within 5 minutes. They came over and took care of this person that was actually had been using spice. They showed me the cigarette. He admitted to it, and I think they took him in ambulance because he was so out. He was shaking. So I thought, oh my gosh, is he having a heart attack or not? But regardless of that, that's good to know that those are the, in the mental health group, those are the things that our police department is dealing with. And it sounds to me, that's not somebody in that situation. That's not a crime, right? And police should potentially be going after the criminals out there that are maybe trying to rob somebody or assault somebody versus having to come over to deal with somebody having a mental health issue or a health emergency that could be dealt with probably less people and or civilians, like you said, with our paramedics and so on. And then when you said emergency calls, those are the emergency calls that you were talking about. Those are the ones that are like somebody's trying to rob me or somebody's trying to break in somewhere.
Usually, yes, usually a crime in progress or life-threatening in some other way.
All right, great. And then I'm interested in about that civilian program that you've been talking about that other cities have implemented.
Yeah.
I mean, what do they do exactly?
Mm-hmm. So they could respond to a like found property. They could respond to a minor theft that may have happened the previous week and you just discovered something you left on your porch. It could be responding to minor fender benders in some jurisdictions. They do that as well. Illegal parking sometimes, like across your driveway. Those types of calls.
Oh, okay, great. And so and they don't have to be sworn officers. That's the.
They are not sworn officers. So typically they are paid less. They wear a different uniform. They have a different vehicle. They don't have guns. They are trained. They're not as highly trained as police officers, but they respond. They are trained at a level that enables them to respond effectively to the type of call I just described.
See. So I do like, I mean, I'm not sure if we can do this for the rest of the council, but I do like the idea to have at least a number of those as well. Obviously, I'm also leaning towards the CIT group, more social workers, but something like this could be helpful because again, with those experiences, like the experience that I have on Thursday, which I thought, our police officers could be trying to go catch somebody that's trying to assault someone,
Right.
versus a mental health issue, a medical issue like this that can be solved with a paramedic or an ambulance. And
yes.
And anyway, and one last question: when you guys did your audit, did you talk to the police some police officers? How do they feel about this help that we're trying to provide, or these suggestions that you have to lower their workload on issues that are not?
Yeah, because this was more of a targeted study in this phase of the study, it was mostly dealing with the people who manage and supervise those particular functions, and we weren't looking at the department overall. We were more targeted in this phase.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Council members, are there other questions? Chris?
I don't know if the auditing team has looked at the mayor's proposed budget or the department's proposed budget, but when can we, or where are there opportunities where the recommendations and what's been proposed overlap or are close.
So go ahead. Who else was responding there? So we are aware of the budget proposal, and certainly in the mental health area, they overlap pretty significantly. As I understand it, there's a proposal for a 24/7 CIT co-response with community connection.
Well, I think it was moving towards that model, but if that's what we think is appropriate, but I think that from my perspective and my advocacy on that has been, this is something I would just like to expand, and so it doesn't necessarily have to be 24 hours, but being able to have more coverage is my priority. But I'm also looking for like really specific things, like, yes, this program, but do you see any other areas, more specific allocations?
No, we were really specific on the mental health expansion. And I think on the issue of 20.5 hours versus 24 hours, doesn't sound like much, but it does have a big impact on the number of staff required. And, it's one thing to say you have a service availability on a basis like that, but you should have some expectation that they should have work to do as well, and not just be available all those hours. So that's why we came down on the hours that we did.
I'll just add, Councilmember Warren, that the mayor's recommended budget for the police has 2 items that relate to this. One is 6 more social worker FTEs. The department said they would need 24 in order to operate a 24/7 program. We haven't seen the calculations about how they reached that number. We could certainly request them if the council's interested and have Matrix take a look as well. The other item is the department plans to add 2 more officers that are CIT trained to jointly deploy with the social workers. However, they said the current staffing levels would not accommodate that, and it would take until later in fiscal year 22, once more vacancies of sworn officers are filled, for them to make that change.
Okay. My other question was that I counted that it sounded like there was a need for, or maybe I didn't hear this right, another staff person in police that would just be, reviewing body worn footage, or is that just adding to another position? Like how many new positions does your audit contemplate?
That is another new position to audit the body worn cameras, but in the Civilian Police Review Board.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the presentation, and I would echo what Chairman Fowler said about the review. It was nice to see this again for a second time, and I appreciate that very much. My question goes back to touching on what Councilmember Baltimore said, was asking about the civilian officer program, and we had a discussion about a pilot program with maybe 1 or 2 officers starting that. And did you have a discussion with the police on how you would run a pilot program to see if that is actually feasible and results in what we think it should result in, and do a pilot, and maybe the thought process on how you start the pilot and the cost of that pilot program?
We did not specifically discuss that with them, but we have worked with other police departments to create a pilot program using daylight hours, for example, when calls in an area of the city where those kind of calls could be experienced more regularly. And it's a way to feel comfortable with the program and to have some success with the community as well. And then expanded. Arlington, Texas was a community we work with where they started with a pilot program, and now it's citywide.
Okay, yeah, that'd be wonderful. We could share that because maybe it's not something we can budget now because it's not in the budget, but maybe it would be something that we could possibly look at as a budget amendment in the future once we kind of put our hands around that, what that pilot program looks like. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council members? Dennis.
Richard, I want to thank you. I spoke with you yesterday and got, as you were trying to bring me up to speed on all of this, and I really appreciate the new information that you've put into this presentation since then, with additional clarity on mental health response or why the co-response model is best practices, and 20.5 hours versus 24 hours a day, that sort of thing. So I thank you very much for adding in that new info.
Okay, thanks.
And the clarity.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Darren?
Madam Chair, my question is more related to our next steps. So my understanding, and maybe I'm just understanding this wrong, but is that the council at some point will do an actual thing that's called zero-based budgeting and will prioritize things. When does that happen? How does that happen? What does it look like? I understand that the matrix was getting us data, and then we as council members are going to do the zero-based budget. Am I understanding that correct?
Go ahead, Ben.
So there are several next steps, one of which is a zero-based budget exercise. The city has never done this before, and there is no one way to do it. One of the items with the scope for Matrix is for them to help facilitate that exercise. It's currently penciled in for some time over the summer, so next fiscal year. So that would be responding to the financial report. There are items you've discussed today in the operations report that we as staff hear your interest in having the next annual budget implement some of those recommendations.
Well, and to be fair, this annual budget could possibly implement some of those recommendations as well, right?
Sorry. When I say next, I mean this one we're talking about right now.
Okay, good. I was like, Ben, we're not waiting that long. Like, for example, I appreciate the updated recommendation of more officers that are CIT trained. And I recognize the logistical problem in that, and just that we don't have enough CIT trained officers, and so we need the lateral class. But that certainly helps me in saying, wait a minute, yes, we might, and we've talked about this with the mayor as well, that and Chief Brown, that we might want more social workers, but if we're going to maintain this co-response model that is working, we need to make sure that the resources are balanced. And so I appreciate that. And I think those are steps, Darren, to your points, those are steps that we could take this budget that we're looking at. Another thing is with the I wanted to say co-pilot program, but there's no co on it. It's just a pilot program. We can take some money, not from the police budget, if we can find some money, and sort of put it in a holding account and start to work on what that pilot program would look like. Because to Dan's point, I don't think that we can just say, hey, this is what we want, go do it, considering, you know, the administration didn't have the benefit of this analysis before they were putting together their budget. But as we've done in years past, if we can find a pot to kind of hold on to with the intent of this is what we want to look at, that gives us some time to actually do it in the right way, and to talk with Matrix, to learn from other municipalities like Arlington, to talk with the administration, obviously the department, and all of the key players in putting together what would look like a pilot program, but maybe take it slower, but still kind of budget for it now in some ways, if council members were interested in that. Cindy, you popped up.
Nothing to add to what you said.
Madam Chair, thanks. I just wanted to, I should have specified my question. I was mostly interested in what the plan was for the actual financial piece, which sounds like that'll be summer. And just add, I'm interested in all the things that you and other council members have brought up. So I'm excited for these continued discussions. This process has been much longer than I think a year ago this time we all expected, but it's also been a lot more methodical and I believe robust. So I'm excited to continue these and continue our work in this area. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Anything else from any other council member? Great, well, to John and Alan and Richard, I just want to say again, thank you. Thank you for your continued work with us and for continuing to work with us, because I think we're going to be utilizing your knowledge, expertise, and skills throughout the coming year. And I really do appreciate the information and the work that you've put into this and for taking time out today to come visit with us again.
Appreciate being here.
Great. Council members, that puts us a little bit past our schedule, but only about 8 minutes. So it is time for a break. Come on back at 4:45. I wish you all could hear what it sounds like to have a 52-pound puppy run through my very small house.
Quiet?
Very.
Raccoons on the roof?
Yep.
I'm surprised that we haven't heard it yet today.
Well, he did almost knock my computer over earlier when he came in the office, but I kicked him out. So now he's just torturing the other 2 dogs. All right, looks like we have a quorum, so we can get started. Welcome back, everyone. His cameras went off. There we go. We are going to get started. So we are on budget item number 8, which is the Sustainability Department and Refuse Fund budget overview. We have Sam Owen from our council staff. Not Vicki Bennett. Oh, Vicki, you are here. I thought you were camping somewhere, retired. What?
That's next week.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good to see you. And then we have Debbie Lyons and Chris Bell. So I will turn it over first to Sam and then let you all have it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Department of Sustainability provides the city's waste and recycling services to residences. When you put your cans out on the curb, they come and pick them up and take recyclables to the recycling plant and trash to the landfill, and green waste also to the landfill, to the composting area. The department has another wing, so that's kind of the operations wing. The department has another wing, sometimes called Environment and Energy, that manages the city's environmental and special projects. So provides some services to general fund departments, but also manages community engagement programs having to do with, among many things, having to do with food access, sustainable energy, renewable energy, things like that. It's an enterprise fund, which means that the revenue collected by the operations division stays in the operations division. Services provided to general fund departments are compensated by internal payments and vice versa. I'm just going to highlight some some key items in this year's budget proposal, council members, and then read for about less than a minute after highlighting just that bullet list. So this is from the list on the first page of the staff report. This year, the department proposes a 12% rate increase for residential waste and recycling collection. The proposed rate increase was deferred, the rate increase would have been proposed last year, but was deferred in light of the COVID-19 pandemic that was raging a year ago, as you might recall. No. Another major item in this year's budget proposal is a proposed transition. So some of you might recall this from last year and the year previous. It was more of a mention, less of a concrete thing. But this year's budget contemplates and in some ways implements an initial stage of the transition of the Environment and Energy Division toward general fund incorporation. The revenue source for the Environment and Energy Division of the Sustainability Department is a dividend from the operations of the Salt Lake Valley landfill. And that dividend has shown over time to both diminish and be insufficient in terms of funding the ongoing operations and project needs of the Environment and Energy Division. Also for the Environment and Energy Division, there is a request of $655,000 in funding for new projects, and those projects are enumerated in Appendix 2 to the staff report, as well as in the attachments to the staff report. Again, having to do with food access initiatives, renewable energy, things of that nature. The budget also contemplates adjustments to Call the Hall, including an annual green waste collection option being added to the current annual pickup option for residential locations, as well as a scheduling option to accommodate coordinated neighborhood pickups. So up to 20 households could coordinate a pickup together. The waste and recycling division, so kind of the operations side of the department, also requests about $5.7 million to initiate financing of 16 new refuse packers. The council has heard this request and appropriated funding toward this end a couple of times over the last fiscal year. The purchases of the refuse packers, those big garbage trucks, have been delayed just because of market conditions having to do with supply chains and logistics problems that have occurred over the last year. So I believe that 9 of those are a new request and 7 are delayed, but I might be transposing this. In any case, they're fiscal year requests that have been delayed and are now presented as one request this year. Let's see, another big item, excuse me, in this year's budget request is the continuation and early implementation of the Community Renewable Energy Program, which is a kind of interlocal effort that will allow Rocky Mountain Power customers in the Salt Lake City service area and a number of other regional service areas to access 100% renewable energy supplies based on a series of contract negotiations between these interlocal entities and Rocky Mountain Power. The department is prepared to speak to that a little bit tonight, and if council members would like, it might also be appropriate for a standalone briefing at some point in the future, because it is a pretty involved topic and technically involved as well. That about covers it. The divisions propose overall to draw down cash reserves by $4,495,190, and that has to do both with the environment and energy divisions relative incapacity to fund itself based on its historical revenue source. It also has to do with the delay of the rate increase in the operations division. So the cash balance for each of those divisions will be drawn down. And again, cash balance projections are included as attachments to the staff report if you're interested in looking into that a little bit further. This year, the Environment and Energy Division does request a general fund transfer of $440,000 as a kind of general operating subsidy. That about covers it. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd ask to turn it over to the department. I know they have a presentation. Like I said, they're prepared to answer the detailed questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Sam. And I'm just going to take a moment before I turn it over to Debbie and Chris, just to thank council for the years of support I've had. As most, I think you all know, I'm retiring at the end of the month, and I've been lucky to have a job that I love, and it's given me a lot of personal satisfaction. And the council has been a tremendous support and really has helped the sustainability department, which is what made it so successful. In my 20 years of leading climate work with local governments, there have been a variety of lessons learned that's helped us create these successful outcomes. Sustainability staff bring the ideas, but then John Larson calls us the chief instigators, because all the city departments then need to be involved for us to really reach our goals. And we remember that sustainability is really founded on 3 pillars: environment, economy, and equity. And we've now got 3 really strong groups in the city for all 3 of those areas, and the collaboration is going to be invaluable. And collaboration on a regional scale is going to be also a key. Many of the systems that drive interrelated greenhouse gas, social, and economic outcomes function at scales a lot larger than the city. Even the most ambitious, well-resourced, and politically committed jurisdictions do not have the legal authority to control the major factors in their greenhouse gas emissions, such as energy supply, regional transportation systems, and building codes. Climate work's really going through a paradigm shift. We're shifting from a technical effort focused specifically on always just trying to reduce carbon emissions to an approach that's making us really look at community-led priorities. The effectiveness of all of our work, as you're going to see in a lot of these budget proposals, depend on as much on how the work is approached as on what policy or program is pursued. We're calling this now moving at the speed of trust. Whatever programs, policies, or ordinances we pass, we need the buy-in and trust of the community. And we need to ensure that we prioritize input from low-income and BIPOC communities as they are being most affected by climate change. So we're faced with a conundrum. We need to be slow and thoughtful to gain trust and implement successful programs. And we need to compare that with the need to move quickly to reduce carbon emissions as we are running out of time to prevent a more severe climate crisis. So I'm going to now turn this challenge over to our new Sustainability Director, Debbie Lyons, and the smart, dedicated team that she now leads. I'm confident that they're going to be up to meeting all of these challenges. Over to you, Debbie.
Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Take a moment. Well, those are big shoes to fill. I've never cried in a budget presentation. All right. I did have a PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if somebody from the staff was going to put that up. Sam did a great job of reviewing our budget. There we go. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so our department's goals are to protect natural resources, reduce pollution, slow climate change, and as Vicki mentioned, establish a pathway towards equity and resilience and inclusion for our entire community. Next slide. Sam covered this, but our department has two funds, the Waste and Recycling Division, which is funded by our user fees or the monthly garbage bill, and then the Sustainability Division, which has been funded by landfill dividends and recycling proceeds in the past. Next slide. This is our kind of our goals and our themes for the coming year. On the operations side, we are drawing on our cash balance, so we are focused on financial resilience for that fund, so that we can provide high quality services and respond to emergencies when we need to, when we're called upon. We looked at enhancements that we could make to improve the call to haul program, and then we have some improvement projects that we would like to do at the DeLong yard where we stage and store materials. On the E&E side, as Sam mentioned, we are looking for a sustainable funding source, and then we spend a lot of energy on energy, both efficiency and renewable energy. A really strong theme this year in community engagement in our food and energy work, and then we have an air quality project that we'd like to do. Next slide. I will turn this over to Chris Bell, who is our Waste and Recycling Director, and he can talk about the waste and recycling initiatives this year. So, Chris.
Okay, excuse me. Fighting a little bit of allergy, so apologize for the congestion. Good evening, everyone. Good council members, mayor, your team. First off, Vicki, thank you for your tireless and thoughtful, genuine leadership. We are going to miss you, but we are confident with Debbie, and we won't miss a beat. So anyway, thank you. We have a lot to cover, so let's kind of jump right in here. Sam, thank you, and Debbie both, for teeing this up so well. And at the risk of maybe being slightly repetitive, our waste and recycling programs are funded by our user fees, as has been mentioned, that are assessed on our monthly water bill. Our 4 core collection programs that you see there on the slide are our weekly curbside recycling, yard waste, and garbage collection, and then our bulky waste service through call to haul, as you know, which is an on-demand or as requested service that we are going to be proposing some enhancements to. Additionally, we have our glass recycling program, both curbside and drop off through our contracted hauler Momentum, as well as an annual holiday tree collection. And also we work on leaf collection in the fall with the option of dropping off extra yard waste containers to meet those needs as needed. Our education and permit program also provides education and outreach to our residents and oversees our business, multifamily, and construction and demolition waste recycling programs. Next slide, please. Thank you. I'm needing to move along here. Working on technical challenges too. Hold on. Mouse will not cooperate. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, my screens are stuck. Bear with me. Okay, sorry about that. Let me run through some of our accomplishments for this fiscal year quickly, but first I'd like to acknowledge all the hard work and really sheer courage of our entire team throughout this pandemic and the other disasters that we've endured, all of us. None of these would have been possible without our team's dedication and commitment to working safely throughout all the changes that we implemented to ensure not only our own safety, but the safety of our residents as well. So I'm just can't be proud enough of how our crews really went above and beyond to adapt to these changes and ensure our uninterrupted service throughout. And I'm also thankful to our partners in public services who are absolutely vital to our success. In addition to emptying over 4.7 million containers throughout the year with a 99.9% on-time rating and very few missed pickups, we managed to also collect and divert for composting over 5,400 tons from the windstorm last fall. Again, maintained on-time collections and call to haul as well. Really didn't miss a beat throughout the week of the windstorm and after our February snow event here recently as well. We've completed 10,300 call to haul requests and continue to get really positive feedback and thanks from residents around that program in general. Most recently too, this is ongoing, but we've completed collection of 343 lawnmowers from residents through the spring exchange program. We also worked hard with our contracted recycler, Waste Management, who you know, to make sure that their MRF at least was opened after a few COVID-related delays in July of last year. But that's dramatically reduced our mileage, our carbon emissions, and fuel savings. So now, next slide, please. Thanks. So our budget goal has been and continues to be ensuring high levels of service while also maintaining financial resilience and really trying to minimize the impact of any fee increases to households. So as Debbie mentioned, our working with finance, our goal really is to maintain an 18% cash balance. And to back up a step as I tee this up, in fiscal 19, we engaged the community through an online survey that had fantastic feedback and participation. That was online, in person, in neighborhoods that were less represented through online, and then we also did follow-up focus groups with those as well and throughout the community. Overall, with over 6,000 responses, not surprisingly, we heard overwhelmingly really that folks prefer gradual increases over larger increases less frequently. Our last rate increase was 7 years ago now in fiscal 15. And as has been mentioned, we were prepared to propose a rate increase last year, but then tabled that for obvious reasons. So In line with our 18% cash balance target and the community feedback, we're requesting an increase here in monthly fees that range from $1.75 to $2.50 per container per month, depending on the size, and a small increase to our multifamily recycling subscription program as well. I'll show more detail on the next slide, but again, we've been drawing that cash reserve down really since 2019. And even with this proposed rate increase, we forecast at the end of FY22 to have an end balance about 14%. Next slide, please. Thanks. So this graph gives a good overview of our operating revenue and expense summary, really for 14 fiscal years, but with the view forward to our 5-year plan of proposed increases. Our cash balance is there in the orange line and recommended cash reserve in purple. Again, at the end of this next fiscal year, we're going to see that dip below where we consider to be a safe, responsible level. And projecting this $1.75 to $2.50 monthly increase and similar increases in fiscal 23 and 24, then we will be on the road to kind of being caught up and then tapering off to much lower annual increases of less than $1, or about 3% by FY25. So without the fee increase, frankly, in FY22, we'd expect that cash balance to dip to about 5% or around 550,000, which is, we believe, frankly, dangerous, since that's less than 2 weeks of our expenses. So we are really have reached a point where we need to increase fees to maintain both our current service levels and resilience financially, to absorb those shocks and unexpected emergencies that may come up, and our ability to respond to those in a way the city expects. So I would also point out our revenues and expenses do follow the trend line of the national CPI increases specific to water and sewer and trash. And in fact, the water and sewer dilute that number a little bit. If you remove those, refuse collection by itself nationally, the CPI is about 5%. So next slide. Thanks. So as has been mentioned, a couple of enhancements that we're pretty excited about to implement that will cost about $30,000, which is really just incremental overtime. We're not asking for any existing asset or additional assets. So generally, we are relaxing our pile height requirement just a little bit to go from 2 feet to 4 feet. The bigger one that we're really excited about, that will I think is great for a catalyst for community building, is the ability to have communities, neighborhoods, blocks get together and do a group request of up to 20 homes, where we schedule those all at the same time. Same guidelines, set out guidelines, et cetera, apply, but it's going to be exciting to see folks take advantage of that. Specific to bulk green waste, we are proposing to implement an optional second request if folks need for bulk green waste, and opening up that to allow for larger bushes and branches and stumps. Not to take away from anything that would still fit in the brown can, we still advocate for that. But budget impact there is really, it's minimal. I mean, it's less than 6 cents per household per month. Next slide. Last, our DeLong Street Yard capital improvements that we're requesting $295,000 for these long-term improvements. This is for those of you who don't know, this is a large yard west of our operations center here that we share with public services, that we have container storage and our maintenance operation, as well as recyclable material staging. This is critical, at least for the paving part, that we do that work at the same time as public services is doing there, so we can take advantage of the economies of scale of that project. So rip through there pretty fast, but I'm trying to stay on time. Debbie, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, I realize we're running a bit behind schedule, so I think I'm gonna kind of focus on a few of the remaining slides and not go through all of it. These are the general areas that we work on the E&E side of things. You can skip ahead to the graph. So that's like 4 slides ahead there, right there. This is what we're proposing in terms of a general transition into the general fund. This is just one pathway forward, and obviously we could slice and dice this in different ways, but this shows a request for general fund support of $440,000 in fiscal year 22. And in the light green bars, you see our total revenue sources, and that includes that general fund support that you see, the amounts that you see on the right of the screen. The dark green bars are total operating expenses. That includes what we project for one-time projects as well. And you'll see a little bit of a dip in fiscal year 21 where we scaled back on some of our projects because we didn't know what the impact of COVID would be. And we expected some of our work would slow down as people were adjusting to the emergencies. And then the orange bar is the projected ending cash balance. So that's where you can see that we're drawing on our fund balance and then gradually going into the general fund by fiscal year 25. We had conversations with the attorney's office and finance to talk about the various functions that we serve in E&E, and because of the general benefit to the public, they thought that and recommended that that being supported by the general fund was the most appropriate way forward. The waste and recycling fees on the other side, current city ordinance requires that we only spend those waste and recycling fees on supporting those operations. So this is what they have recommended. So in this fiscal year, we're requesting a general fund transfer of $440,000 to support some of our projects. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. That's a list of all of our projects that we have. There's more information in your packet. A couple things I'll highlight. We have an hourly position that we're requesting that's a half-time hourly to just help us with some of the logistics of the renewable energy projects. And then, yeah, and those are the rest of them. So if you want to go to the next slide, I know that council members are particularly interested in the community renewable energy program. I'm just going to pull up my notes so I can make sure I get all my bullet points here, because I know that you're really interested in this. So we're requesting funding to pay for program development and implementation costs for the community renewable energy program, or what we're calling CREP. The state regulation requires that communities pay for program-related costs incurred by the utility and the regulators, and in order to avoid cost shifting to other non-participating customers. And the coalition of cities that are working together also will need to contract with our own legal and technical experts as we enter into negotiations with Rocky Mountain Power and develop the program. And we've been working on a governance agreement with all of the communities for the past year. It includes a cost sharing formula for communities based on population and electricity consumption. So communities are currently in the process of signing this governance agreement, and our mayor, we expect, will sign it in the next few weeks or so. But the 6 other cities that have signed are Park City, Summit County, Mill Creek, Castle Valley, Moab, Grand County, and Salt Lake City would be number 7. And Salt Lake County is also currently deliberating this right now. So once communities sign the agreement, once they, then when they follow up with their financial commitments, in July, we're considered anchor communities so that we can keep going with this initiative. We expect that the 2-year program development and implementation costs over the next 2 years, like I said, would be $700,000 shared among all the communities that are participating. So if only the 6 current anchor communities participate plus Salt Lake City's share over the next 2 years would be $500,000. But we'll be working over the summer and early into the fall to firm up other community commitments. And as those come in, our share would be adjusted for the fiscal year 23 contribution that we would be requesting. So this year, we have a pretty ambitious agenda. We'll be negotiating our community agreements with Rocky Mountain Power. We will be updating our estimates on how this is going to impact customer rates. We need to develop a low income engagement plan, and then we need to file a joint program application to the PSC with Rocky Mountain Power. So down the road, like I said, we'll be requesting some funds in fiscal year 23 for the second phase of this implementation. And then we'll also need to adopt a local ordinance once the PSC approves the application. So if you want any more detail than that, I would really suggest we have another follow-up briefing because there's a lot more nuance, as Sam mentioned. So the next slide, this is a complementary project that we're requesting funding for. As I mentioned, we have to develop a low-income engagement plan. So what we're planning to do is develop or form a climate and equity working group and contracting with a facilitator and working with local organizations and grassroots groups and compensating them for their expertise and work towards developing this low-income engagement plan. We hope to complete that this winter, and then we'll pivot and focus more on developing a more holistic climate and equity plan, drawing on what we learned from the citywide equity plan. Okay, so next slide. I will blow through some of these. These are all in your packet, but I want to get us back on time. If you will go all the way to the end to the healthy food access slide. Oh, one before that. So we finished up our first cohort of resident food equity advisors just this spring, and we have some recommendations coming from them. I've seen a draft of it. So we're requesting funding to implement some of their recommendations. One of their recommendations, though, is to update the community food assessment. And the last time we did a food assessment was in 2013. A lot of things have happened since then and the pandemic. And so we want to take this and do a more community-driven, community-focused, community-informed update to our community food assessment. There are a few other recommendations that I can talk about, but I wanted to give you a chance to ask questions. So if you want to go to the next slide, that's kind of a wrap up of all of the initiatives. And I'll turn it over to you for questions.
Sorry. Chris, I feel your pain. My allergies are killing me right now. So I apologize for me itching my eyes and nose, but thank you for that presentation. Dan, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for all your work, Vicki. I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the conversations over the last 16 months, and look forward to picking your brain some more. On the community renewable energy program, I mean, I've been part of the discussions, and it's still always fuzzy to me. So I would appreciate maybe some small group briefings on that, because I think it is a vital program. And with that, one of the questions I have is, how does this affect rooftop solar? And then you kind of touched on the lower income, and how does it affect energy efficiency programs we have on the areas in more need? So I'd like to see how we can understand and discuss that to make sure that we're the equities there, and then the efficiency, energy efficiencies are going across the whole plane of energy users. So I appreciate that very much. And then on the one last slide about the healthy food initiatives, these are gardens and the stores, or just mostly just gardens?
It's from farm to fork. So from
Okay.
how we use our land in the city to how it ends up on our plates and everything in between, how it's transported, where it comes from.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, I love to continue that one because those gardens I think are remarkable, not only just because they provide food, but they also just provide health because you're sitting digging in the dirt and working it. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Was there a question with that? I'm sorry, I missed it.
No, I think you kind of answered there. Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
I don't have a lot of questions. I just wanted to thank Vicky officially for all the work that she's been doing and she has done for the city. I think the work that has happened has been remarkable, and I wish you, Vicky, the best. I'm so excited that you get to enjoy another facet of your life as a retired person, but obviously we will continue to pick your brain. And also, once again, welcome Debbie, as we did last week. I worked with Debbie in the past as a staff person, and I'm so excited to have her. She is, well, you know her. She knows her stuff, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the next 10, 15 years, which we said we're going to resolve climate change or something like that, right, Vicky? So I'm looking forward to that. But maybe the one question that I have was, you know, how I didn't catch, you showed us this path on the revenues for the waste stuff that we are collecting, and then it's going down our collection, and then we need to fund the gap with something. Why are we losing? Why is the collecting of funds going down? I didn't catch that. So, and it's kind of drastic at some point in 2025 or so.
Good question. So to start with, really, the cash balance was sort of plateaued, if you will, after. So the last rate increase in FY15 sort of carried us and kept it in a healthy place through FY18. In FY19, we started paying tipping fees for our recycling due to global recycled commodity markets, and that was a big tipping point, because that was, in fact, if you want to go back to that slide, it's the dark piece at the top of the expense bar that highlights exactly what those expenses were per year. That's really what started drawing that down, in combination with other factors of course, rising expenses, minimal to no special event fees throughout last year due to the pandemic. So it's been a variety of, there we go, thank you. It's been a variety of factors. But again, if we, and this is even with a proposed increase. So if we did nothing at the end of FY22, we're forecasting that to be quite dangerous in the 5% range. Does that help answer?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, thank you. Now I get it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you. Just also want to congratulate Vicky on your retirement. Sorry. It's been such a great opportunity to work with you for the last 4 years and, well, 3.5 years. And I really appreciate the leadership that you've brought to the department. And so congratulations for that. And thanks for your service to the city. I'm really excited about expanding on some of these programs that have been talked about. I always love hearing an update from sustainability. The one thing that I continue to hear feedback from residents on, primarily my residents on, is call to haul because they still love that, the old neighborhood cleanup program. So I'm still wondering if there are ways that I appreciate the changes that you talked about today. And I hope that there or we can still think about ways in moving forward to sort of fill the needs that I think residents perceive are there from switching from one program to the other. So, but I don't want that to diminish all the other great work that you're doing, and certainly not the improvements that you are proposing right now to the Call to All program. So thank you.
Certainly, and we're always listening to what residents' suggestions, what they have and what they would like to see, and willing to consider those moving forward. So yeah, we appreciate feedback.
Yeah, certainly. We do appreciate, and to second what Vicky or Debbie said, rather, we are always open to improvements and suggestions, and it's an iterative program. I will say that I think from a fundamental model level, the way this program is designed does serve every resident in the city in the most equitable fashion. So again, that we strongly believe that, but there are always ways we can tweak and improve. But thank you.
Council members, anything else? Well, Vicki, thank you so much for being here. It is bittersweet that your last council, mostly bitter, that your last council meeting is virtual. We've had a few of those this last year, and it's so hard to not be all in the same room and give hugs and feel all of the energy, but just know that there is a lot of amazing good energy headed your way from all of us, even if we're not all in the same room to fill it. Thank you for all of your hard work with sustainability. I know that we won't lose touch with you, and I am excited to see pictures of your camping trips. Thank you so much for being here today and for being here with the city for so long and really developing a foundation of sustainability for Salt Lake City. So thank you for that. And Debbie, welcome aboard. And don't worry, I cry in council meetings all the time, so it's fine.
Thank you.
Anyway, and if there's nothing else, we will move to the next agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Council members, our next agenda item is the non-departmental fund. So we have Russell Weeks from council staff, and then our chief financial officer, Mary Beth Thompson, and our city budget director, John Bike. So welcome to the table, everyone, and I'll turn it over to Russell.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me thank Ben and Jennifer for making this written report a better report, for starters. But it's almost as if the non-departmental budget is less about a thing and more about a clearinghouse of information of funds that don't programmatically belong to any particular city department. I guess the best example that I'm familiar with is governmental immunity, wherein enterprise funds and other departments pay in claim costs to the governmental immunity fund and overhead costs from their particular revenue sources, and that turns into that is accounted for in the non-departmental budget, and they're really about I count about a dozen separate funds or places that have their own separate briefings for the council for the budget. So given that, I just want to hit on like maybe four big ticket items that are found in the budget and leave it open for questions from the council. Big ticket items, fleet replacement fund, that's shows an increase of about $5 million over last year, but that's because the city withheld that same amount because of the COVID thing. Funding our future transit funds can be found in this budget. Money for racial equity in policing and social workers can be found in this budget. And $1 million for the Fair Park International Market can be found in this budget. So those are some high points, and I think I'll leave it open for questions from the council that, you know, if you have any questions that are of particular interest.
Council members?
I have one question, Russell, for the Fair Park. This one-time $1 million, is it coming from the general fund?
It's actually coming from a holding account that was in the budget last year, and they've cut out $1 million for this particular item.
And just to provide a little more information on that, the holding account was funded from dollars that were generated from the North Temple Viaduct RDA area that was set up to pay the debt service on shortening the viaduct on North Temple. And so the council last year said, let's take that money that's been collecting that hasn't been needed for debt service and put it into a strategic investment along North Temple, because it's kind of related, right? So that's consistent with this sort of original intent of the council's setting aside of those dollars.
Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I've got a question for Russell in regards to the Funding Our Futures transit money. So it still looks as though 1.8 million from Funding Our Future remains in the transit holding account. Is that true, Russell?
I believe that's correct.
So council members, I know that in the mayor's budget, it shows I believe that it's labeled the 600 North and 700 North Street, the West-East Corridor street improvements. She's allocated, I believe, I don't have it in front of me, 4 million. I would actually like to also allocate that's in the holding account, the 1.8 million to that street improvement as well. When you go into Rose Park from 600 North, it basically is a highway. There's 2 lanes going each way, and it has a median where you have the turn lanes. So for me, I would much rather see that project move forward than sit on that money and not do anything with it. So I would encourage and have you look into that and look into moving that funds, which it was meant to do, since we aren't pushing the 10th North and the 600 North frequent transit network bus routes until the following year. I would like to implement that so that we can have those improvements ready to go for when the bus transit is in place next year.
Other council members? I would point out that this includes the decrease in the CIP projects. I have heard from council members about interest in the budget of the CIP project. So I don't know if you're still interested, if people want to talk about that. Now would probably be one of the times. If you do, if not, I'll move on. Dan?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for bringing that up. Appreciate that. I do want us to look at the constituent CIP programs and increasing the funding back to the 7% that we've kind of set as the base in prior years. There's a number of constituent and other CIP programs I think that are very should be looked at closely, because there's going to be more and more of them, and this is the time where our fund balance and our impact fees could help out in these constituent programs. And we need to readdress that because there's some difference between the 6 to 7% of about $2.5 million or $2.9 million that I think could really impact the communities and really motivate them and energize them across the city. So I would really like us to look at that at some time, increasing that allotment.
And staff did a calculation, and to take it to the 7%-ish, depending on how you calculate it, you need about another $2.9 million. And that's also roughly the amount of when staff kind of culled over some of the sort of high-level constituent requested applications, that's about what they totaled. So just to give a sense of context.
So where would we find $2.9 million? Jen, Bruno?
You're asking me the hard question. That's not nice. I don't know that we know an answer to that exactly at this minute. Oh, maybe the mayor knows. She's raising her hand.
That's not what I wondered if the council might be so kind as to ask Mary Beth about there's some good reasons that we proposed the shrinkage of that percentage set aside. And if Mary Beth is able to give us some of that budgetary and actual implementation ability context, I would appreciate if the council didn't mind.
Go
I'm
ahead.
putting her on the spot though.
Mary Beth, you're muted. Sorry.
Thank you. I think that, the 6% was great consideration for the administration due to the bonds that we have transmitted to the council and the projects that we have out there already that we, we're working on. And then to add additional projects onto that, we just can't accomplish those additional projects as well. I think that was the concern from the administration was that, it's great to have the funding, but if you can't accomplish the projects, then you either have to find the staffing or you have to reduce your CIP percentage.
How long if a project is funded through CIP money, how long does whoever the department it falls under, whoever the project it falls under, have to complete the project before the money's recaptured? Is it just 1 fiscal year?
3 years.
So if we were to look at projects that potentially could be done, constituent projects that potentially could be done within the 3 years, then, I mean, that could potentially be a compromise where we're not looking for 2.9 million, because maybe one project we can just look at and be like, yeah, that's going to take whatever amount of time, I mean, sort of guessing at this, and I haven't gone through the CIP, and I've been focused on what we're on right now. But, maybe if you look at the CIP and it's like, this looks like it would be an easy constituent project that could probably be done in 2 years, and it's 500,000, then we're not looking at increasing it just to that 7% for sake of having 7%, but looking at it that way. I'm just throwing out ideas, Dan.
Yeah, no, I think that's an option. Also to note is that I'm hoping that you get your CIP books tomorrow or Thursday, so you should be getting those books as well. Yes, I think that, those are options. I mean, with the $87 million bond that we have, this new bond, I think that, engineering has already, maxed out. So you just have to be careful. That's the reason the administration decided to go with 6% is because of all the bonding capacity we're already doing and the CIP projects on top of that.
And Madam Chair, sorry. I think I appreciate the explanation because you're right. You need the engineers, you need the staffing to do that. But I do also know that there's probably are some CIP projects out there that have minimal staffing because it'd be probably just contracted out. So that's not requiring them to do the labor. It's more just the funding for the project, not the labor side of that. So
And
I think,
and to be fair, we haven't adopted the CIP budget yet, or the project. So when we
Right.
say they're maxed out because of CIP projects, if we're talking about what's currently proposed, that's if it's adopted as currently proposed.
Right, that is one other option to clarify for the council. You could reprioritize from within the mayor's recommended CIP to account for those constituent projects, and the council has done that in the past. But obviously, it means hard trade-offs. So.
Right.
And the other thing, if you allocate, since we kind of have to allocate money to CIP before we actually adopt the proposed CIP projects, if you allocate money, does it have to be used for CIP, or can you come back and be like, we didn't need to use it all, we can take it back?
You can take it back. I have never heard of that happening though, because there's always so many CIP needs. But yeah, you go through the actual list of CIP projects later in the summer because there's not enough bandwidth, right, to do it right now. And so, but I think Ben's staff report usually points out like we have $12 million of requests and like $6 million available. So it's not even like close in terms of money needed versus money available.
Sure. I just wanted to know if we did decide to allocate more, and then we're like, I can't imagine us being like, just kidding, we're not going to fund something. But if we needed to, or if that, I was just curious because I'd never thought about that before. Go ahead, Dan. Sorry.
Oh no, I'm changing the subject. So go ahead.
Oh, that's it. I was going to ask if there were other questions.
Oh, one more question on the on-demand transit service, the microgrid system. I see we have $1.1 million, and I'm all in favor of this. I think this is a wonderful program. Is that multi-year? Is it 1.1 per year, and is it multi-year? And then we'll see how it works out and see how it pencils out for future increases across the city.
Yes, you're right. It is multi-year. We have also applied for a grant with the University of Utah that could help establish some funding. The University of Utah actually is the one that is the grant applicant, but it would give us additional funding for this on-demand ride service as well. So it is multi-year.
Great, and I did receive an answer on the metrics to make sure that, to see if it's viable or not. But this is going to be the very first year on the west side, and then we'll probably need 2 years or so to determine if it's viable for across the city. Is that?
I think that I would have to get back with you on that. That would be my understanding, but I need to confirm that. Unless Blake or John Larson are on.
I can share a little bit of information because this item was initially funded for startup costs in budget amendment number 7. At the time, transportation said the plan is to roll out on-demand transit services to connect low density neighborhoods that do not have frequent transit routes to those routes, trying to solve the first mile, last mile challenge. And this would mean it's the neighborhoods that are on the perimeter of the city. So it would be the East Bench, the Avenues, Rose Park, and then Poplar Grove and Glendale, and connecting them to those frequent bus routes and the track stations. I don't believe it was intended to be rolled out citywide. That might be the plan long-term, but over the next few years, it was a smaller rollout, is my understanding.
Thanks, Ben. So can I add a question for unresolved issues? I like the idea of adding the 1.8 million to the 4-something million for the 600 North Corridor area. I'm curious as I think about Mary Beth sort of saying, you know, do we have the capacity? Does this allow us to have the capacity to do something? And somebody may have that answer now, or it may be something for Matt in Streets to come back and say, or Cindy has the answer.
I don't have the answer, but I have a piece of information to share. Were you finished?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. The council, it's been many years, but the council did do an audit of engineering. And one of the tools that they described as very effective at the time was to utilize consultants for their peak time. So it was, they sort of staffed at the center, and then they, when they had peak times, they employed consultants. I know. So I guess one question would be that we could ask in a follow-up is whether that is still the system that they use. It may be difficult though these days because maybe consultants are not readily available. And also I want to say that part of the thing that even when they're just contracting out, it's difficult because they have to prepare the bids and then manage the contract. So it is still somewhat labor intensive. But anyway, those are some minor questions that we could follow up with engineering on to be sure that they still have the resources to do those things if indeed those things help them. So we'll just ask if they have adequate consulting resources and if consulting's even available, because that extended their reach for many years.
Yeah, that'd be great because I want to be supportive of getting that road work done if adding 1 million helps get it done, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that'd be great. Chris?
Thank you. The bond that's retiring was for more than 57 million, right? Is there a reason why we're not asking for, like, why did we land on 57 million if we have more bandwidth to bond for?
I would defer to the
I'm
mayor.
happy to
or Mary Beth
chime
on that.
Whoever wants to answer can.
I have to exercise restraint at every single council meeting to not chime in. Thank you for letting me try to answer this. Yes, there's 80 million in capacity. And it was very much the same conversation or similar conversation to what we were just talking about with CIP, that it's as much fun as it is, and I know how much fun it is to do shiny new projects. We have an incredible amount of deferred maintenance needs on our existing facilities, many, many, many different facilities. And our desire is to work with the council over these years and allocating approximately 30 million of the capacity to these deferred maintenance needs that are also competing through CIP with our constituent applications. But there's so very much not enough ability to do that just through CIP that we're wanting to get real about what our infrastructure needs are, not just do a whole bunch of new things that are going to further exacerbate the deferred maintenance. And Jennifer Bruno was great in working with us on our capital planning efforts for our city assets and public facilities. This is a piece of that in a way.
Right, but I'm not asking just for new things. I'm saying, why couldn't we bond more for more infrastructure improvements and more deferred maintenance?
Oh, and Mary Beth can speak to the timeline piece of that, but if we put it in the bond, you have to do it in how many years, Mary Beth? 3?
You have 3
And
years.
it's better. Yeah, the reality of being able to get to that is not there. So I know that means that it's open with every council consideration of an annual budget. You know, that money will be, our intention is to bring you deferred maintenance allocations with those dollars, but that's something that we're gonna, obviously have to work with every single year.
And the other thing is that you can't use it for maintenance. You have to use it for capital new. Or new capital.
Bond dollars.
Mhm.
Bond
May I,
dollars, correct.
may I add, Madam Chair, when these guys are done?
Thank you. That's
Go ahead, Cindy, please.
Just a couple of things. One is sometimes there are ways that you can, if you're replacing an asset that is so far gone, that then you can use the bond dollars. So that's just a little caveat on there. And then the administration can clarify, but we have the capacity to do the bonding. We have the headroom, but I don't know. I don't think it means that the money is sitting there available. I think the money has to be used to balance our budget this year. So it isn't like it's there for just being allocated. And I'm sorry I'm not explaining that well, but maybe somebody who knows this better could address it.
You're correct, Cindy. So the debt service amount that we put in for this bond is about $3.7 million. If you did an $80 million bond, you would have to have $5 million in order to cover that debt service. I hope that explains what you were saying.
Yes.
And and as far as the capacity, we have 8 times the capacity currently. So we have a lot of capacity, but you have to have the money in order to pay the debt service over the next 20 years.
Yeah. So we don't
for
have
that.
we don't have $2 million or however much that was set aside as extra beyond our current needs. So capacity's separate from ability to pay with existing resources.
Thank
Now,
you.
Chair,
Sorry.
Yeah, you're correct.
could I, one way to think about that is that American Express might want to give you a credit card for $2 million and you might qualify for that, but you don't necessarily have the income to pay for it. And Cindy's absolutely right. Some of those projects that we have proposed to you for the bond itself are exactly that, so deferred in their maintenance that they qualify as capital new projects. So there's a few of those, and Mary Beth could sort those out if you'd like.
And we can certainly have a briefing on the bond being itself, and it might even be a discussion somewhere. But I think for right now, if we're a little bit behind, and I try to be respectful of everybody's time as we sit here during budget season. So I saw that Darren had a hand up.
No, that last discussion resolved my question. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. And again, I'm sure I know nothing about finances or bonds, but I'm sure that people, if you have other questions or want to continue that conversation, any number of the staff who is involved, or Mary Beth, I'm calling you out, but I'm sure we'll answer questions offline as well. And then when we get to the project parts of things, we may be having a discussion there as well. Chris had his hand up again, and then I thought I saw somebody else. I think you're muted, Chris.
Sorry. One other reminder that I wanted to make about CIP is because we didn't get to do citizen requests last year, I think there are citizen petitions that have been waiting for longer than some of the departmental expenditures. And some of those I have really strong feelings about. And so I would like to see if there's a way to find that money, but I just want people to keep that in mind too when we're talking about timing and kind of that last year was different. So
Chris, I think what we'll do, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I don't know how to do. I don't have a proposal yet, but that's on my mind and is something that I'm going to be looking at and asking staff to help with. So.
And I think what we'll do, because I know that there are several council members that are kind of looking at the CIP budget and increasing it, and one way or another, is put the CIP part of non-departmental on our unresolved issues agenda for when we come back in not our next council meeting, but the next council meeting to talk about those. I think we have 2 council meetings where we talk about unresolved issues. So if we can add that to that agenda, we'll be sure to have a further discussion. And I would encourage council members, when we get our CIP books, to reach out to staff, look at that, and maybe have a proposal ready if you want one, so that we can be prepared for that discussion. I was looking at, well, I can ask that offline. Are there any other questions right now on the non-departmental budget? Great, thank you everyone for being here. Mary Beth and John. John lucked out, he didn't have to say anything. And Madam Mayor for jumping in with us as well. Council members, we are going, losing my voice, going to the next budget item, which is our Public Services Department, which includes the proposed Department of Public Lands. We have Allison Rowland, Lorna Voigt, and Kristen Riker here for this agenda item. So I'll turn it over to Allison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hope I'm unmuted. Yes, I think I am. So as you mentioned, this is the proposal for the Public Services Department and the joint proposal or the additional proposal to make a new Public Lands Department. The information on these items are on or is in key changes, which is page B25 to B26. The department overview is on E73 to E81. And in the staffing document, it's in F29 to F39. I'm going to try to give a very broad overview and highlight a couple points that I think will be of most interest to the council before I turn it over to Lorna and Kristen. The first would be that the Public Services Department includes fleet and golf funds, as many of you know. And when these are all combined, the total budget proposal would reach 91 million for fiscal year 22. That's 18% higher than in fiscal year 21, $13.6 million basically higher. The fleet fund and the golf fund are going to be briefed separately after the dinner break tonight. So in this briefing, we're going to talk about the parts of the Public Services Department, all 9 divisions, which are supported by the general fund. So together, those 9 divisions of public services have a proposed budget of 53.2 million, which is not increasing as fast as when fleet and golf are not included. It's 7% higher than the same divisions last year. It would include 6.1 million of anticipated funding our future revenue for the streets division, which is an increase of 25%. And the total number of public services FTEs would rise to 367, which would include 48 engineering FTEs and also 20 FTEs with ongoing funding from Funding Our Future for Streets. That's a mouthful. There would also be, and I apologize for this oversight in the staff report, there are 5 proposed additional engineering positions for FY22. Getting into the meat of the proposals, I want to mention first a proposal for maintenance funding for new properties. And this ties back a little to the conversation you were just having about unfunded maintenance or maintenance that is long overdue. Essentially, in the public lands part of the staff report, there's a proposal for a new approach to funding ongoing maintenance for newly acquired properties. So if you look at the line items, public lands, new properties, and another one called amenities plus new recreational trail system, those 2 would amount to 642,000 and change and 3 new FTEs. The idea behind those 2 line items is that ongoing funding would be proposed for each specific new property the year after the purchase or the development of that property. So this would include new CIP and impact fee funded projects that will be completed in FY22 in this case. The significance here is that because when public services and or public lands explicitly places anticipated amounts for the changes or maintenance in these items, it helps avoid that the department gets stretched too thin, that they need to request mid-year shifts in funding from other areas to cover these predictable unfunded expenses. So if you'd like to see the list for proposed for FY22, which includes properties like Hobbitland, Allen Park, I should say, that's in attachment C1. So related to this, the council may wish to ask the administration which parkland services, and I think I phrased it, or I used the incorrect word in the staff report, it said amenities, but which parkland services, things like mulch, irrigation, other services, would be included in that list every year of that list of new properties every year, and how the department determines necessary services versus optional services. Second, the part you've all been waiting for, the administrative reorganization. The mayor's recommended budget would split public services into two distinct departments, forming a proposed new public lands department with 4 existing divisions, and also including golf. And then the remaining public services divisions, which are 5 divisions plus the Fleet Enterprise Fund. Also, Youth and Families Division would shift to CAN, and CAN's engineering division would move to public services. So lots of things going on in this section of the budget. So now I'm just going to look quickly, do a quick summary of the proposed Public Lands Department and the proposed Public Services Department, or what is left of Public Services Department, just to give you a sense of what those would include, and then I'll be done. The total proposed FY22 Public Lands Department budget would be 18.8 million. That's about 13% higher than the FY22 budget. And part of the overall increase goes back to that idea of adopting maintenance funding for new properties explicitly and getting that into an ongoing part of the budget so that things don't get, so that the department isn't stretched too thin trying to cover all these new properties. In addition, in the Public Lands Department, there would be 8.35 new FTEs. That would be 4 in Public Lands Administration, 3 in Trails, and 1 in Parks. I also mentioned in the staff report, it appeared that Parks would lose a couple of FTEs relative to FY21, but the department actually clarified for me this morning that this reflects some reassignments and combining 2 seasonal positions. So actually the amount would stay, the amount of FTEs would stay the same. I seem to be losing my voice too, excuse me. Trails and natural lands, another part of public lands, although their name will shift as I say in a minute, would grow by 3 FTEs, and urban forestry would remain the same with 15 FTEs. As a reminder, in the past, when administrative reorganizations have happened, council members have asked how the changes would benefit the city's operations and the public. So for example, will the change create operational efficiencies, reduce silo effects, place divisions that work closely together in the same department, reduce administrative overhead, etc. So these might be some of the questions council members may wish to think about and ask about. The Parks Division in this proposal would get a large infusion of cash. It would grow to 11.5 million, which is 9% over FY21. One of the, actually, as you know, Parks has several difficulties it's dealing with right now. Those include unsheltered camp abatements, which happen both in Parks, and then the Parks Division also helps with other camp abatements. The streets divisions and public services also helps with those. There are park safety issues, and then the Public Lands Division reports that with budget from the CCP, it has entered into a contract with PAL American to perform park ambassador duties to augment the Salt Lake City Police Department Ranger program. So the council may wish to request additional information about this new program, including the cost and extent of services. And the council may also wish to request a more in-depth conversation with the administration to consider longer-term funding and other considerations, both for the ambassador and the SLCPD Park Patrol services. The Trails and Natural Lands Division within Public Lands would become Planning and Ecological Services. And I'm sure Kristen will have plenty of additional information on how that position and the role of that position will change. It's also, there's some of it in the staff report. And then finally, getting to the Public Services budget, which would be those 5 divisions that remain that don't go to Public Lands. The Public Services Department is recommended to rise $34.3 million in FY22, which would be an increase of 4% or $1.3 million over FY21. Streets would receive the largest share of this revenue, mostly because of the availability and allocation of Funding Our Future money. The Funding Our Future funds dedicated to streets would grow by 25% or $1.2 million over the FY21 budget. And the uses for them are to increase the asphalt budget by half, as well as beginning concrete road maintenance initiative and adding a new FTE to the streets response team. Should also note that I believe no public services staff would be or is anticipated to be funded by federal ARPA dollars, but that may have changed since that issue is evolving quickly. I'm just looking at the last things I should mention. Another point for both for both parks, really for, yikes. Sorry, this is something that I should have mentioned both in the public lands part and in public services, is that in a lot of the divisions of this public services, there are vacancies, and streets and parks in particular are struggling with the number of vacant positions they have. So there may be interest in talking about how salaries may need to be adjusted, or other ways that the departments might receive more interest in their job openings. I think the other thing the council could consider is whether it agrees with the broader policy decision of keeping the share of funding our future streets funding the same as in FY21, or whether they'd like to add any new items to the list of funding our future streets projects, or even to shift amounts among FOF categories. Another point that the council may wish to discuss is whether there's a contingency plan in case actual sales tax revenue doesn't match budgeted amounts. One more thing from me, the Facilities Services Division. This is another area where there are a lot of new unfunded responsibilities. The former public safety building, Fleet Block, Warm Springs, Glendale Water Park, Fisher Manson are all properties that recently have come under the jurisdiction or the care of the Facilities Services Division. And the estimate there is that $500,000 would be needed for contractors to stabilize the buildings. And the division is looking to receive this amount either through ARPA funds or possibly through the proposed bond. So that is a lot, but I'd like to turn it over to Lorna and Kristen so that they can say their pieces.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Council, for your time tonight. You've absorbed a lot of information today, and so we'll try to stay on point and hit the highlights for you. Allison has, as usual, done a wonderful job with a very thorough staff report, and we're happy to answer any questions. The way we've got this set up tonight is that I will present the public services budget. I have Jorge Chamorro, who's my deputy over operations, and Matt Castle, who's the engineer director, on standby with me. And then I'm going to hand it off to Kristen for a separate presentation of our proposed public lands budget. These are very big considerations for you tonight, so we'll try to be as thorough as we can without overwhelming you with details that might be better in a different conversation. But thank you, Allison, as usual, for your great work. And I think we have a presentation ready to go. Thank you. Next slide, please. And you can also go ahead and skip a few of these. That first one was the windstorm, in case anybody had forgotten the windstorm. I wanted to hit on our strategic goals very quickly. Something that we've heard just in the last conversation with non-departmental and with CIP and what the mayor just discussed with the bond is that we have beautiful assets in the city, and assets are investments. They're not liabilities. And the cost of their lifetime maintenance or stewardship is far less than the benefits they bring to the community. So what we want to do is we want to be proactive versus reactive. We want to support a vibrant, growing city with public amenities that are well cared for their entire life cycle. And that means protecting past investments that other councils have made and taxpayers have made, and then giving you good information so you can make good future decisions on the new items that we need. We need both the shiny items and we need to renew the items that have been built before. So life cycle costing means that we are going to use the Cartograph platform and the expertise all of our divisions have gained over the past few years to really dive into asset management from concept all the way through to eventual renewal of that asset. Ideally, we will bring forward to you with any CIP application, not just a checkbox that we've looked at maintenance, but actually the life cycle costs of an asset and when they will hit. So similar to what Allison just talked about with public lands. Public lands is able to come forward and say, in next year, when transportation puts in a new section of urban trail, I'm going to need this much to make sure that trail is maintained. And then she will be able to do that year after year after year. Same thing with any of our facilities assets and with our roadway assets. We want to make sure they're built well in the first place, and then we want to make sure that you have the costs all the way through their life. The second item we're looking at is our emergency preparedness. Public services, we function a lot like a public works department, along with our partners in public utilities, and engineering is typically part of a public works department, and they're typically part of emergency preparedness. That's a huge function that is served. Matt Castle and I both are going to be serving on a local APWA, American Public Works Association Emergency Committee. That's a big commitment, certainly after this year. Workforce evolution planning, this has been going on for a couple years with us now. And as Allison mentioned, we're having difficulty hiring. And it's not just the trades positions, it's professional and it's trades, it's seasonal and it's FTE. And there's a very tough job market, but we have been seeing this trend for several years. And so what we talk about is growing our own workforce. So apprentices, trainings, those kinds of things, to bring in a new and diverse and different kind of workforce that will take these critical jobs that can then support a family. We're going to be investing more in our technology. I mentioned Cartograph. We're going to be working with engineering on their new project management platform. And our fleet division has invested in a new fleet management platform. All of these are to give us the ability to forecast, to save costs, to manage every dollar in more effectively and more carefully, because that's something we're seeing is that the costs are going up on everything that we do. Finally, diversity, equity, inclusion. We want to attract a diverse workforce. We have a diverse workforce, and we think that's where a lot of our answers are going to be. But our department needs to be welcoming, equitable, and approachable. And so that's some work that we're going to invest in this year. So next slide, please. So this is just a quick overview of what we'll look like, as Allison mentioned, the 5 divisions that will be in our department. The next thing I want to talk about, we can go to the next slide, please. This is our proposed organizational structure. We've already made some changes, as you know, with the departure of Noel Walkingshaw, who will always be a member of Public Services in our hearts, and some other staff members. We have streamlined and will be streamlining further if Public Lands is adopted as a department. And so this is how it will be structured. Next slide, please. Allison mentioned these in the staff report. I won't go into too much detail, and we'll go to the next slide if you don't mind. So this is an overview. As you can see, we don't have anything funded with ARPA. We do have some funds set aside, and we have some requests, some new requests this year for funding our future. We think these fit into the funding our future goals of original buckets that were set up, and we'll get into those a little bit more in just a second. Next slide, please. Okay, here's a big one. And if I'm going too fast, please jump in, holler at me, ask a question if you need me to slow down. Engineering has reached a really critical point with the number of projects that it can take on. And for engineering, a massive project like the new PSB is a lot easier than 75 to 100 projects. And that is the number of projects that's currently in the queue for engineering. So if you think about it, a train on a train track, they have got a lot of tracks, a lot of cars behind them stacked up. And their team is struggling. They're struggling because they want to do a very good job of project delivery, and they want to keep up with the demands of a growing city. And it's critical that they have the capacity to do that. And that's why we're asking for the 5 staff members. I'm going to use the example of 300 West. We just had the ribbon cutting on that project, an enormous project, one of the biggest we've ever done. Bond-funded project, 2 years in the making, long conversations between streets, engineering, public lands, and transportation about how to build this new amenity. And the only way this is going to get done is we have a lot of staffing in engineering that has to manage the procurement. They have to manage the project all the way through. They have to make sure the consultants are doing their jobs. They have to do inspections. So it's a very hands-on project, even if a project is turned over to a consultant, which most of these are. But even the contracting alone takes a considerable amount of time. And so what we're trying to offer to engineering by coming into public services is that we're going to bring in a budget and fiscal team that we already have in place. We're going to try to streamline some of their processes for project accounting. We're going to give them as much support as they can so that their engineers and project managers can actually dedicate their time and attention. So when John Larson in Transportation brings a great new design for 200 South, they're able to do it. And that is what is really, really important to us. And I will be very honest that without these 5 new FTEs, it's going to be very difficult to meet that target of turning over a CIP project within 3 years. I think Kristen's team right now has 50 plus projects, and that is before we get to this year's CIP and any future potential bonding. So that gives you a sense of the workload that is in front of engineering right now. We're going to hopefully be able to bring these asset managers and asset developers together, save costs, streamline, and turn over a really good project at the end. Next slide, please. So I mentioned life cycle costing. This is just a graphic showing that. We're hoping that through this process that we have very good collaboration. Again, when John Larson brings me a fancy new project that he wants to do on 200 East, we can do that trade-offs. And there's tension between a wonderful, insightful, forward-looking design, then how it actually hits the ground, and then how it's maintained for its life. And so that in that tension is where we get a really good project that is sustainable. And that's what life cycle costing is all about. And we want to be able to show that to you so that when you make those decisions about what to invest taxpayer money in, you'll be able to know if 5 years down the road, we're going to need this, 10 years down the road, we're going to need this. We may not be here to do that, but the visibility will be there for both you and for the residents of the city who are investing their money. I can go to the next slide, please. So road maintenance, we are working very closely with engineering and the streets department to figure out how we can improve that OCI. You've heard about that several times for the past few years. That was an investment made in 2017-18 to assess the quality of our roads. We're going to do that again this year. But what we need to do is constantly shift our maintenance activities to hit the different bands within OCI to make sure that they're maintained. We are running out of roads that are easier to maintain. Constructing a road is very expensive. So how do we balance out what streets does and what engineering does to maximize bringing the entire roadway system up to a better level? And we're doing, you'll be hearing about some big new projects that we're going to be doing to do that kind of assessment and give you really a 10-year look at what it's going to take to invest in our roadway system. Adding to this is something that's kind of exciting for me is that Cartograph, which you had a presentation on not too long ago, has streamlined things so well in streets. And I want to give kudos to Cabot Jennings and the whole new streets team over there. They found so many efficiencies that we can add a concrete maintenance, road maintenance program for the first time without adding FTEs. And that's because they found the efficiencies. So our ask is for a small amount of one-time funding our future for equipment and then ongoing. And this will not address every single lane mile, but it will do a lot to extend the life of those concrete roads. And then we also need to, as I said, we need to widen up the band of roads that we can maintain successfully. And that's what the additional asphalt budget is for. Next slide, please. Youth and family, this is where I'm going to tear up. We love youth and family, and they are an amazing group of people. They've never really fit in public services, but we've loved them. I often talk about how Kim Thomas and Youth and Family can sit down with Matt Kammeyer and golf. They may not have a lot in common with their operations, but they're able to support each other. But really talking with Blake and the mayor, it looks as if Youth and Family is going to really be able to benefit CAN, and they'll be situated in the Han division. And I think that this will be a good mix. And we will stay close to them and offer them whatever support we can, and they'll stay involved with our diversity, equity, and inclusion work. Next slide, please. So this is the big one, and I'm just going to be very honest here that Kristen Riker and her team are in a position right now where they are responding to an enormous amount of public demands. There's not a day that goes by that they're not responding to a very high level visibility project or request. They have enormous capacity within public lands to do operations. They have very little capacity to do the kinds of planning, projecting, fundraising, and other activities that are really needed to build the vibrant, sustainable, ecologically important system of public lands that we need. I'm not going to go into too many details, but other than to say, Kristen is balancing an enormous stack on her shoulders, and regardless if they become a department of their own, they need this staffing. And if Kristen and her team leave, or if they stay, we're going to do everything we can to support them. But please know that this group is just perched on the edge of enormous potential. And I think that to do it justice, to do our community justice, we need to invest in them. So that's it for public services. So we'll close my presentation unless you have questions. And in the interest of time, jump right into Kristen's, but I'll let you make that call.
Kristen, let's jump in and we can save questions to the end for both, for everyone involved in the departments.
Great, fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lorna, for the presentation, and Allison for the staff report. I'd like to say thanks to the mayor and council members for giving me this opportunity to share the presentation tonight. I have approximately a 20-minute presentation, and I will try to get through this quickly so that I can share our budget initiatives and answer questions. So next slide, please. Public lands consists of 4 divisions: natural lands, city parks, golf, and urban forestry. Public Lands also oversees city-sponsored special events and special events permitting. Additionally, Parks oversees the cemetery, the regional athletic complex, and graffiti removal. Next slide. Salt Lake City's parks, trails, golf courses, urban forest, and all of our other services are central to Salt Lake City's identity and key ingredients to the quality of life that makes living here so special. These ever-changing demands that happen affect our capacity to meet our mission, to enhance the livability of the urban environment and ensure that the resources under our management are carefully stewarded and equitably accessible for future generations. For Salt Lake City to remain one of the most livable cities in the country, we have to find ways not just to maintain what we have, but to advance our park system to meet the needs of our growing community. Next slide. Here's our values. Whenever we make budget recommendations, project decisions, and policies, we look through the lens of stewardship, livability, and equity. Our stewardship goal to preserve, protect, maintain, improve, and enhance natural areas, parklands, and our urban forest, it goes beyond our public lands team. We want to also engage residents as stewards of Salt Lake City's public land systems to help preserve the legacy for future generations. Our livability goal looks to our communities, public and private partners, and staff to work together to create safe, active, and welcoming public green spaces that will be inclusive and a robust experience for our residents. And lastly, it takes a variety of perspectives to create equitably accessed public spaces shaped by the character of our diverse communities. Salt Lake City Public Lands values citizen feedback, and we will continue to create opportunities to have an open and continuous dialogue with stakeholders regarding the quality of your parks and your programs and your services. Next slide. This map shows the extent of the public land system. Trails and Natural Lands includes over 70 miles of existing trails and 129 miles of proposed trails. They have 1,694 acres of natural lands and 6,423 acres of foothills natural area in a collaborative management zone. The Parks Division manages 735 acres of parks with 42 mini parks, and in June it will be 43 mini parks with the addition of 3 creeks. We have 19 neighborhood parks, 16 community parks, and that's with the addition of Allen Park last year. And within the next 3 years, we'll make that 17 with the addition of the Glendale Water Park. We have 2 regional parks, the Regional Athletic Complex, 3 special events parks, the 121 city cemetery, and over 80 islands, medians, on and off ramps, and greenways. Urban forestry cares for 86,500 public trees, and golf operates 7 courses in 6 locations with 1,012 acres and 108 holes of golf. Next slide. So we heard the council conversation last Tuesday and concerns you expressed about being a top-heavy organization. I'm sharing this pretty unreadable organizational chart just to show you how incredibly heavy our base really is in public lands. Currently, we have 131 full-time employees, and depending on the season, anywhere from 50 to 425 seasonal employees. Next slide. With the exception of golf, public lands divisions were originally set up as maintenance organizations with operations to keep our open spaces green and landscaped. While maintenance is still going to remain our primary focus, our group has evolved to become more visionary, contemplating short and long-range planning with a community-centric approach. We are not only serving as stewards of public spaces, but we're also thinking about how these spaces can be best accessed, culturally responsive, and equitably distributed. Public Lands is also reaching out to community groups to activate our parks with special events and festivals. We provide access to public arts, preserve our history, and help create local culture and community pride. As a large resource of open green space, our parks also play a role in maintaining our healthy ecosystem. Public lands is changing how we manage our parks, naturalizing low-use areas with native plants that affect pollinators and provide food and habitat for wildlife. We are planting more trees in our public spaces, creating bioswales where appropriate to reduce stormwater runoff, and offering more ecology and stewardship interpretive signage and education to the public. Next slide. There are 4 primary areas of increased responsibility that public lands has absorbed. You may have heard through our key values the importance that's been placed on public engagement. Informed residents can help us make informed decisions about the future of their public green spaces. So our engagement, community stewardship, and ecological education has grown dramatically. Matters of public lands are deeply personal and uniquely important to city residents. We hear from them a lot. In the last six months, projects in every district led to public lands, residents, council member, and mayor level involvement. Some of these include Foothill Trails, Miller, Allen, Jefferson, Redwood Meadows, Glendale Water, and Pioneer Parks. We work really hard to do our due diligence, to balance differing public perspectives so that we can make the best decisions possible for our public green spaces for the residents of Salt Lake City. Engagement also includes building public stewardship. In the past 2 years, Public Lands has welcomed 6 new friends groups: Fairmont, Lindsay Gardens, Popperton, Salt Lake City Cemetery, Foothill Trails, and our newest in Poplar Grove. These are in addition to our longstanding friends groups, Gilgal Gardens, Imperial Park, and Pioneer Park Coalition. Several of these groups are starting fundraising channels for renewal, maintenance, and construction. We're really proud of this effort. Growth of our city and facilitating equitable access to Salt Lake City public land system is another one of our obligations that is key to ensuring the system meets the quality of life Salt Lakers have grown to expect. As Salt Lake City population grows, Public Lands looks to adding new parkland to maintain the same levels of service 20 years from today as we enjoy, 20 years from now as we enjoy today. Our current service level has become a standard the public enjoys and expects. The 2019 Parks and Public Lands Needs Assessment estimates that 94 acres of new parkland will be required by 2040 to meet those future needs. Another component of growth is the growth of the Public Lands team. We added just over 30 full-time staff and from golf and 3 special events employees in 2020. In addition, over the past few years, we've expanded the divisions, growing our teams from 87 full-time employees 5 years ago to 131 today. That's an increase of 44 full-time employees without adding management level staff. This is without our current request of 8 new positions. And lastly, one of our biggest challenges facing public lands is tackling how to fund maintenance operations, asset renewal, and capital growth. I think we've done a good job maximizing external funding sources wherever possible. We've been very successful securing supplemental funding through community development block grants, Utah Outdoor Recreation grants, and Land and Water Conservation Fund grants. And we receive donations from a variety of donors every year. But there's more that we can and we should do. Next slide. Another area where Public Lands has expanded is in our master planning process. We're gaining visibility and support for growth with the adoption of the Foothills and Cemetery Master Plan and our in-process comprehensive master plan. We are securing consultants now to help us develop master plans for Glendale Water Park and Allen Park. The Liberty Park Master Plan and Jordan River Trail Master Plan are both proposed CIP projects for FY22. The development and implementation of these master plans will aim to create inviting and inclusive community spaces where the public has really weighed in. Our processes need to provide opportunities for the public to take part in the conversation, to learn and to work with others. The public is an extension of our efforts and will take part as collaborative problem solvers. Without feedback, with the feedback that we receive from the public, We're responsible for follow through so that participants understand their contribution is important and that it's implemented. This process requires a great deal of staff commitment, time, and effort. And then lastly, I'll just say that many of the Salt Lake City departments also consider how our green public spaces contribute to the quality of life, and their master plans also contain a vision for our green public spaces. They all address city priorities in relation to green public spaces, calling out long-range goals that impact public lands, requiring our input, participation, and maintenance after implementation. Next slide. Lorna kind of mentioned this, but currently Public Lands has 49 projects underway with engineering in various phases from pre-design to construction. Engineering does the construction, but we do the people side of all of these projects. As many council members probably know, anytime we do something in our parks, there's always questions, there's concerns and ideas. And so with these 49 projects that are currently underway, there's a lot of interaction with the public that we have. We also have 15 new public lands CIP or impact fee projects that are proposed for FY22 at nearly $9 million. And this is a pretty big increase for us. We've had a lot more impact fee funds due to housing construction resulting from growth, and that grows our impact fees. And so we have more funding that we need to spend so that we can add service for all these new residents that we have coming into the city. In addition, we have several proposed bond projects that could amount to another $26 million in projects. Each of these projects requires differing level of public engagement, from surveys to community meetings, focus groups, steering committees, and they also come with a menagerie of questions, phone calls, and emails from the public, from Salt Lake City Council, from administration, and other departments. In addition to these projects, Public Lands has 10 proposed transformational projects from our comprehensive master plan, and those are listed here. And lastly, we have our own in-house projects to further the mayor's goals. We're looking at park ambassadors to public green lands, and we're piloting that this summer. Improving our event permitting system to make Salt Lake City more event friendly. We want to develop alternative funding sources through grants and donations. Support existing friends groups and helping other communities to start friends groups. We want to develop new strategies to attract and maintain seasonal and full-time staff. We'd like to develop a property acquisition plan for new parks and open spaces. An equity mapping tool is another thing we'd like to work on to ensure equitable resource distribution. And lastly, we would like to complete all cultural landscape reports for Public Lands historic sites. Next slide. With all these projects, we're striving to become an organization that meets or exceeds public expectations. To do our jobs effectively and efficiently, it is essential to distribute our workload through fully staffed crews, supervised by attentive and involved managers and directors, and to have the capacity to plan for the future and prepare our future leaders for taking the helm. I understand that all these new ideas and concepts and plans that are presented here may not come to fruition in the next 5 years, but it's likely that many of them will, and I certainly hope they do. Public Lands Administration is currently stretched to capacity, and we will need additional support to create a foundation for these amazing projects to get the attention they need to succeed. Next slide. So this is an overview of Public Lands proposed budget adjustments. The contractual living wage and utilities is stated there. We have our $79,000 for contractual obligations, $21,000 for living wage adjustments, and we have a, let's see, sorry, my thing is not big enough. Anyway, you can see the utilities. I can't see it. One of our initiatives is new properties and amenities. And this initiative is to cover the costs of additional properties or expanded parkland services for Salt Lake City residents. Public Lands has assumed maintenance responsibilities for several new and redeveloped properties within FY21, and then will also take on more in FY22. So to properly maintain those assets, properties, then we are asking for funding for 1 FTE, contract services, and supplies and materials. So I just want to briefly share what some of those properties are. We have the Three Creeks Confluence, Allen Park, Parley's Point Open Space, 9-line corridor landscape improvements, Jordan River Water Trail boat access, Rose Crest Trailhead, Jordan River Par 3 multi-use trail network, 2000 East Reconstruction Project, Fairmont Park Lighting Project, and 900 South 1100 East Roundabout. Another one of our initiatives is the new Recreational Trail System Initiative. This is funding that will allow public lands to successfully manage and maintain the foothills infrastructure. And it will allow us to build on public enthusiasm for the trails, to develop dedicated volunteers, and to capture external dollars that can minimize future capital and maintenance costs to the city. And then lastly, the Public Lands Department. I've attempted to lay out the tremendous amount of growth Public Lands has experienced in the last 5 years. Every program and division within Public Lands is public facing and receives a great deal of political and community input. It is essential that we are staffed to a level that will allow us to give time and attention to strengthening community relationships so that we can be responsive to their needs. Next slide. The department organization structure provides this foundation that will give Public Lands the capacity to meet the challenges of increasingly complex issues facing our city and the natural environment. So the first change I'd like to highlight is the Deputy Director over Planning and Ecological Services. This position utilizes our existing talent, elevating our Trails and Natural Lands Division Director, Lewis Cogan, to that position. The functions of this position will be incorporated widely across all divisions. The projects and planning team will focus on strategic initiatives and projects related to park planning and acquisition, master plan development, preparation of grant applications, capital development, deferred maintenance projects, and park and trail design. The scope and focus of the ecological services team will also reach across all divisions, incorporating restoration and improvement projects for our manicured and natural open spaces. The restructure is not anticipated to reduce the level of service provided by the former Trails and Natural Lands Division, but rather elevate the role of planning, ecological health, and biodiversity throughout all divisions. So the Deputy Director over Operations would be a new position. This position would oversee the day-to-day management of our amenities and public spaces. This includes landscaping and maintenance teams for our urban parkland, managed natural lands, our urban forestry services, golf course operations, and special events permit team. The position assists in providing vision and leadership, as well as internal coordination between the division work groups, coordinating and responding to daily operational issues. The position assists the director in staff and team development and facilitating workflow, operational decisions, planning, and organizational development initiatives. Another request is for a new finance manager. For the past several years, Public Lands has split a financial analyst with golf. The Golf Enterprise Fund has a complex budget with difficult revenue to expenditure balancing, and Public Lands has 3 robust divisions. This position has long been stretched between these 4 teams. Now Public Lands is seeking more grant funding, will have bond opportunities, and is receiving more donations than ever before. These new funding opportunities require administrative level management to track expenses and revenues. An additional finance manager will create a strong financial group to track revenues and manage expenditures. The third position is the Community Building and Partnership Coordinator. This position supports accessibility and equity efforts, visitor experience, partnerships, and volunteers and boards. And the fourth position is a public lands planner. With the upcoming bond, growing impact fees, the large CIP funded projects allocated to public lands, a new park planner is essential to complement our existing planning team of one park planner and one project manager. The initiative also elevates my position from Public Services Deputy Director to the Public Lands Department Director. This reclassification continues the oversight of existing divisions, budget, policy, and community outreach. Next slide. So I put this slide in because I tried to come up with the questions that I thought you might be thinking as I go through this presentation. And the first one is, why transfer? Why split from public services? And to that, I would say one of the central tasks for every department is to properly guide their divisions. Public services and public lands do this through our chains of command, and we evaluate the span of control and the depth of the organizations as outlined in our workforce evolution plan. Splitting the public lands group narrows that span of control, helping us manage the employee growth, increasing demands, and the critical role of the public lands divisions. But also, the departure from public services elevates public lands in a way that makes public lands more essential to the overall function of Salt Lake City government. As the city faces climate, health, growth, and social changes, public lands should be an equal voice at the table with city leaders and community partners to rethink how our open green spaces can be used as resources to revitalize our communities and not just to entertain residents and mow lawns. And the last point I'll make here on this question is the addition of Public Lands Department will not silo, but rather complement public services so that we both can be more responsive to council and constituent inquiries and needs. You might be asking yourself, what are the benefits? What are the losses? The benefit of a Public Lands Department structure is really those foundational positions that make it possible for public lands to achieve goals, to make informed decisions around planning, expanding, and restoring the public green space system, and to meet the expectations of the community. With the addition of the administrative level staff, we will be better positioned to keep up with the changes and challenges facing our city. We will deepen our community involvement to encourage trust and empowerment of the public. We will include public opinion and ideas in park planning, work on equitable distribution of resources. We'll continue to seek out new grant and donation funding and expand our volunteer opportunities and partnerships, as well as finding creative solutions to how we can contribute to climate change mitigation. In regards to losses and efficiencies, we don't anticipate any losses. Urban forestry, parks, golf, and natural lands, we've all been a cornerstone of public services for a long time. We've shared ideas and resources and efforts and brainstorming to make better decisions through collective thinking. And with the mayor's concept of one city, we are even more committed to this unified vision for the city that includes city divisions and departments working closely toward common goals and to communicate often. Will it cost more? Yes. Public Lands has grown out of its current organizational structure. 4 new positions are needed regardless of department status to keep up with the growing demands outlined in this presentation. How will this impact our budget moving forward? And you might be asking, are you going to come back next year and ask for more money? Shared resources between the 2 departments include safety manager, workability services, and some finance functions. Public Services has allocated 1/3 of a finance analyst to manage daily functions like purchasing card transactions, contracts, oversight of payroll, that kind of thing. This partial position will be reevaluated and adjusted if necessary next fiscal year to meet the growing demands and needs for both departments. In regards to engineering, I'm confident the relationship with engineering will only enhance our close ties to public services. Public Lands meets with engineering formally twice monthly and more regularly on individual projects. And lastly, what is the added value to Salt Lake City residents? The umbrella ecological and planning services division will span all public lands divisions. This broader focus of restoration of Salt Lake City's native plant species and wildlife habitat will benefit all of us. We'll also have a deeper public engagement. For the administrative end of public lands to flourish, we need to collaborate more deeply and consistently to meet expectations of the community for a healthy, safe, and welcoming park system. And as I mentioned earlier, maximizing alternative funding resources, including grants, donations, and collaborations, will improve our park system and ease reliance on our general fund. Last slide here. Public lands often figures significantly into community master plans. They contribute to economic development opportunities and sustainability initiatives. Public lands impact water quality and stormwater management, transportation systems, and redevelopment opportunities. Public lands are a key aspect to social and environmental justice in historically marginalized communities. They are critical components of access to the arts, to preserving our history, to a sense of place, local culture, and community pride. Our public lands are often at the center of conversations around homelessness and housing, public safety, and public welfare. Salt Lake City's public land system is all of these things. To fully realize the potential of Salt Lake City's public lands to elevate our city, it is crucial that public lands has a solid administrative foundation and a voice in shaping our city for future generations. So that is the end of my presentation. We'd be happy to take comments or questions.
Oops. Council members, questions? Dan?
Madam Chair, thank you for the presentation and the, I loved it. And I love the explanation of everything. It was eye-opening. My question is on the reorg. And I can understand why you want to separate. Now, if you were not to split up into two, would you still be proposing the org changes that you are proposing for the public lands?
Yes. Right now, public lands, we'd be asking for 4 additional positions. We had intended to ask for some of these positions last year because of the additional workload. And then also because of the addition of golf and the addition of the special events permitting and special events programs. So the 4 positions are really essential to meeting all these goals that we have to serve the public in the way that we really need to.
So whether you were staying under 1 department or 2 departments, basically the reorg would be the same.
If I can answer that, Councilmember Dugan, we looked at that, we analyzed it. There's minimal savings dollar-wise to do that, and it certainly is something that we could consider. I don't think we'll gain a lot by it, by efficiencies. Kristen has 4 very strong directors in her divisions that are doing all the operations. All the employees report to them. And she's got a very small staff of about 3 or 4 who are working with her on the entire planning and projecting and fundraising aspects of the organization. So having a deputy to manage the operations would take off an enormous amount of work off of her shoulders and free her up.
Right, yeah, and I think that I kind of gathered that from the presentation was that whether you stayed under 1 department or split into 2, the reorg would still be necessary because of the amount of additional workload that you have on the department. Right. So, okay, thank you. I have another question, but it's separate from the reorg, Madam Chair. On the fleet side of the house, and maybe I'm not sure if this is the right time to talk about it, but the fleet maintenance and the mechanics,
Mhm.
Is this the right time to talk about it?
We're going to present the fleet budget right after your dinner break.
Oh, then I'll hold off. I knew we were going to do it sometime. I couldn't remember, so I'll hold off on that one. And
You're
the
not
same thing, I have a
closer
golf
than that, I'm
question.
afraid.
Yeah, and I have a golf question, and I'll talk about Wing Point at that point.
Darren?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I was wondering about, and I think this is a different question than what Dan just asked, but specifically the 4 development FTEs. Can you explain a little bit more what those people do and why 4 of them are needed? And do we have any of them now, or is it 4 completely new, like a completely new service and 4 of them? I just wasn't sure I completely understood what goal that was going to achieve.
Are we talking public lands or public services here?
The public lands
Okay.
development and outreach coordinators, or whatever the name was. Sorry, I totally got that wrong.
No, that's okay. So there are 4 positions asked for in public lands. One is Deputy Director over Operations. Another is Finance Manager. The 3rd position is Community and Partnership Coordinator. And the 4th one is Public Lands Planner. And so
Isn't one of those proposed to have 4 FTEs though within that position? Am
no,
I
one
wrong?
of each of those positions.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Dennis?
Lovely. As I thought might be the case, Kristen, you came with an extremely strong presentation and answered all my questions. Yeah, we seem to have had some internal miscommunication regarding the FTEs, but you've cleared that up. Based on my experience with the Parks Department, being a founding member of the Peanut Board, Parks, Natural Lands, Urban Forest, and Trails, some years ago, this definitely falls into what I thought we needed. I really like it. There's no question that an additional planner is needed. And there's so many different things happening in a city our size that has a parks department that is so under-resourced for so long. We've got a lot of catching up to do, and I think this can help to bring us up to speed. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
James?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to start off with Kristen. My comments are not directed at you at all or your staff. It actually comes directly to the point that with this budget, with a new department coming out, with these new employees, you're going to have a tax raise within 2 or 3 years, and that's a guarantee. And that's not something that I feel comfortable voting for on this year, especially when I look back at the Redwood Meadows Park, and it's been a fiasco. It's been a debacle. You know, you can ask everybody in the community that it has been. When we fully funded it within a 2-year time frame, 5 or 6 years ahead of time, we're still not done, and we still have not complied or fulfilled with what the master plan or the outreach has been with that neighborhood. I mean, one of the Wingate townhomes specifically, we know there's an issue there, and it's not resolved. And I get calls all the time on it, and I say, you've got to work with administration to get it done, and it's still not resolved. So for me, why would we start a new department when we're not even capable of taking care of what we already have? And I understand it might be a funding issue, but this is a brand new issue, a brand new park that we have done, and making sure that we built it, we funded it, and we're not done. I mean, that's a real problem for me. I don't know what to say, because I felt like we've tried to do the right process going through it. He's gone through the proper channels. He's met with Nancy probably half a dozen times. I've met with Nancy, before Lisa Schaefer moved on. We met with her and making sure that we could try to get that done. And it's not done. I'm struggling with this. I want to be able to help out, and be able to voice my support in it, but I can't. I can't, because I don't see that things are getting done the way they should be. And, I'm going to roll back to sustainability and economic development, because those are perfect examples of what happened when we start new departments, and they shouldn't be departments. I'm sorry. And I don't mean to put down those departments, but they should be under CAN. And I would be more willing to absolutely start this as its own department. But if those things weren't currently out there, because there will be a tax increase, council members, and you're going to have to vote on that within 2 or 3 years. And so, Kristen, I don't know even what to say in regards to Redwood Meadows Park. I mean, how do we solve that problem?
Yeah, that's a funding issue, and I know there is a constituent application this year to address that issue, and that should be coming your way.
Okay, but it was fully funded like 5 years ago. So I mean, I don't want to harp on that, but I'm extremely frustrated with how that was rolled out and put into place. So yeah, I am fully in support of giving you the employees that you need, but I'm not in support of making it its own department at the risk of taxpayers, having their taxes raised in order to do it. So that's just where I'm at.
Councilmember Rogers, if I can, I don't know all the details of Redwood Meadows, so if I'm off base, certainly stop me. One thing that I've noticed, and Kristen and the engineering division, is with the number of projects coming down the pike and the gap between a design and a construction, often costs go up tremendously. And we've been really stunned the last few years with how fast costs are going up and the construction environment we're in. I'm not trying to make an excuse, but it's something that Matt and I have been talking about, is how do we anticipate what these costs are going to end up being? And he's diving in with his team to look at it. I don't know if that's exactly the issue, but I will say that we are seeing some gaps between approved CIP and final bid documents that it's been very hard to fill that gap.
I know, Lorna, but it was 5 or 6 years ago. And it's still not done. And we go out and we buy Allen Park, and we'll go out and do these things without finishing projects that we've already started. So that's my concern is that, we did fund it fully. I would lobby the rest of the council, those prior councils, in order to make it happen, and we're still not done. And it basically is a pocket park. It's not like a regional park that we're looking at doing with Raging Waters.
Anna, did you have a question?
I did. I I do like the kind of like the restructuring, because it seems like it's a little bit more streamlined, to be honest with you, and to understand what will happen and what you're trying to accomplish. But I haven't really heard yet that adding these 4 FTEs or how we are going to fund, in the future, for the maintenance and the parks, new parks or whatever that is. And I think we haven't explored yet completely or have really understood what the public private partnerships may look like. So to me, it would be, if you're going to restructure, this is how we're going to restructure, and this is what our metrics are, and this is how much we are going to not to need, well, not to what you call it, to bring on, if we have people going and working on public and private partnerships, so that you give us an idea of what we're looking at for future maintenance, future stuff, to prevent what James just said, tax increase. I'm not sure if it's possible, but I would be more interested in that, to say, okay, restructuring, this is how we're going to keep funding and keep the service and keep the level of quality, or increase the quality of our parks and public lands. And so I would like that proposal to, I would like to understand more of that, instead of let's restructure, we need 4 FTEs and we'll go from there. In a way, that's how I'm feeling right now. But it looks like it looked clearer to me as an organization. I can't speak today, sorry. As an organizational restructuring. Thanks.
Chris?
Thanks. I know that a lot of constituent issues about parks come from District 3, and there is so I also understand James's frustrations that sometimes it seems like we have these projects that are where everything's lined up and ready to go, and then one little thing trips us up, and that 2-3 years later, we're still trying to regain our stride or get back on track. And what I thought I heard you saying, Kristen and Lorna, is that this will give us this will make it easier for us to get back on track or to regain our balance when these things happen. But can you explain to me like how that, like, can you give me an example maybe of because I understand what you're saying conceptually, but maybe in practice I don't fully understand you know, where the rubber meets the road on how this translates to a change that residents can see and will say, yeah, that's worth the extra expense.
Thanks, Chris, for that question. You know, the additional staff that we're asking for are staff that are going to cover existing needs. And what you're talking about is, and what really a lot of you are talking about is some of these projects. We have a lot of projects, and public lands is on this side of coming up with planning and looking at long range plans and short range plans and talking with the public and trying our best to understand the public needs. And once we start projects, to talk with the public and make sure we're on track and we're doing the projects correctly. And the engineering side is on the side of they are building our projects for us. So we have different roles, and I think that I'll let Lorna speak to the engineering side and how this change might help streamline some of those. But from the public land side, it's really all about doing our due diligence and being very involved with the public so that we understand where they're coming from and we implement their ideas, and we make our parks and our trails reflective of their community and what they want in their community.
And if I could jump in, then Councilmember Wharton, we're talking about two different aspects, I think. The righting the ship is the fact that with all of the different funding sources and many of these smaller CIP projects, every single one of them requires a project manager and engineer. With all the great funding or future money, the bond, everything that's come through engineering, transportation facilities, and public lands all comes down onto engineering with a staff that hasn't changed a lot. Cindy made a good point that the consultants is something Matt has been exploring. He's been looking at his processes, finding a way that we can pipeline these projects through so there aren't delays, especially because of the environment that we're in. What Kristen needs on her side is to be able to respond to the tremendous demands that are coming, the expectations from the public, that these parks are improved. She gets projects from transportation that is beautiful designs out there, and she has to just take care of them. There's no other solution but to take them on. So it's both a reactive to what's happened, trying to get these projects moving, and a responsive to the demands that are coming at us. I mean, the Foothill Trails is a great example. The people have flooded up there. And yeah, it's a very difficult issue right now, and we're trying to respond to that growth and that demand.
Yeah, and maybe I think that kind of goes to the heart of my question is, you know, what's an example of this new vision, how this would play out, or how it's designed to play out on a real problem that we have now?
I guess what I would say to that, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say either, and I understand this is a theoretical question, but I just wanted to understand more about, you know, because we none of us on the council do what you do every day. So if you can explain either how even if it's not an example maybe of a problem that we have right now, but maybe a future problem that we anticipate this new change is going to help us prevent. So it could be either.
Right. I think the best example would be the Glendale Water Park. That's a piece of property that was previously managed under CAN and will be managed by the Public Lands Group. It's 17 acres. We hope that this can be a new regional park. And with this structuring, I think that we will have better capacity to really put the public at the center of the conversation for what that park looks like. And we will have the capacity to reach out to the community and really implement some of their ideas and work with them as the project is being constructed and as we are moving forward, so that there aren't these hiccups that might have happened in other parks or along the trails. I think the trails issue is something we couldn't have projected, and I think we're just getting through this, and it's just going to take massaging and understanding. But with the Glendale Water Park project, or you know, even Pioneer Park project, where we want to look at, you know, how can we have a management agreement and work with other groups to help us in not only making sure the park is well utilized by the public because it has the public, what the public wants in the park, but what can the public also bring to the park to activate it or to be more a part of managing our park if that's what they choose. And I guess I would say that with the addition of golf and 30 more employees, and with the addition of the special events group and the growth of all of our divisions, the cart's been put a little bit ahead of the horse here. And we've gotten really big, and it's become increasingly difficult to respond and to work with the public as much as we really want to. I mean, that's one of the things I think that our staff prides themselves on, is when somebody asks for something, we get it done. You know, we get out there and we do whatever we can from our side to get it done. We can't build projects, we can't do a lot of things, but what we can do, we try to be very responsive to. And I think all of us feel that slipping backwards, and we don't want that to happen in the future. You know, we need to plan for the next 20 years, and parks are a huge part of what makes Salt Lake City a great livable place. And planning to make sure that that happens in the future is essential. And we can't just get complacent. We need to keep planning and keep, you know, having our, you know, growing our green spaces so that they are accessible and people do enjoy the same level of service 20 years from now as they do today.
I can give one quick example. Kristen is managing not only the operational side of growing amenities, growing acreage. Every year, acreage increases. She's also trying to manage, say, the Seven Canyons project, which is a very sensitive project with the artists. She's been working with Felicia. She's working with the community. So how does she divide her time between those two responsibilities? And I think that's where it's getting very challenging, is to be able to give the time and attention to both those things, making sure our parks are maintained to the highest level with the most efficient systems. Especially, we've got drought, we've got so many challenges facing us on our lands, but then also being able to handle these very delicate, important conversations and planning things. And she's just stretched too thin.
Okay, that I appreciate that. Thank you.
Council members? Dan?
Kristen, I appreciate all the great work you're doing, because I do love the trails. I do love the parks. And I understand because I get a lot of the emails that you end up getting. So I do love what we're accomplishing here, from the foothill trails to all the parks. So thank you very much for all that. And these are just questions we're asking, but I thank you. I appreciate it all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Council members? So I think I have a couple of things to say. First off, I don't disagree that you probably need some help, Kristen. Like thought you've probably needed help for 3 years now. In all honesty, as we look at how are we maintaining parks, as we're looking at how, and we do continue to acquire land, and then now having golf under there and having, and I'm at this point, I don't know where I sit on having a new department built right out. That doesn't mean I don't think that you need help, and I don't think that you need some of these the FTEs that you're asking for, and that maybe there is a restructuring. I think there's a couple of things that come to mind for me that just, they're like not red flags, they're like pink flags. They're not quite red. They're just something there that, and one of them is, we talk a lot about how our departments have in the past worked in silos. And that is a concern for me. If we're talking about how engineering is so incredibly important on building the parks that we want built, then why wouldn't we keep you guys together to make, and this is not to say that you guys do work in silos. It's just something historically we have seen. I mean, we all remember the 9th Central landscape thing where everyone was like, holy moly, we can actually get 10 departments to work together at the same time. It was like this, like minds blown. And so it concerns me that if we're trying to streamline things and trying to make sure that people are, and departments are working together, and you've indicated very clearly how important engineering is for parks, y vice versa, then that separation worries me, right? It kind of makes like this, will that happen? And is this actually it going to delay responses in some ways? And I don't know, I don't think any of us have the answers to that. And with that being said, we're implementing the ERP. We have the new, what is that? The new system called that we just, you know what I'm talking about. You mentioned it in your presentation, Kristen.
Cartograph?
Yes, thank you. I think of a map, and then that's all I can think of. And so we know we have that, which the whole point of that at this point is to make sure that our departments aren't working in silos, right? And it is to bring them together. And so as you talk about planning the future, part of me says, well, what if we give this a year, give you the FTEs that you need, look at this, look at how the cartograph program, the ERP, all of these different systems that we're implementing can work together to make sure that we're really being efficient with our departments, and wait to create its own department to see if it's needed, and if so, what really we need. I'm not saying that's where I'm at right now. I'm throwing spaghetti on the wall. Because one of the things that I look at, and this goes to James's point, and this is the other concern, is, and I'm using sustainability as an example. 5 years ago, I don't know when, but they, 5.6 million from the landfill, and they're at some point, administration decided to create a new department. And now we're at the point of saying, now the general fund has to support this department. Right. And so, because that original landfill money is not there, right? And so what would have happened if we had just put sustainability under CAN or into a different department and worked with them budget wise and made sure that they were sustainable in some ways? And I'm just like, again, spitballing out here, because I think that James is right, is that, you know, we're looking at a tax increase in 2 to 3 years. And I think maybe that we're looking at it no matter what. I don't know. But those are just some of, like I said, the off reddish flags that kind of have been raised in my head when I'm looking at this. And so I maybe I need to sit with it a little bit longer. Maybe we need to have some conversations about these silo ideas. You know, we have Ken asking for another deputy director so that we can have pods of people working together. Yet I thought that was kind of why we had another restructuring. And so I'm kind of just really sitting through all of this and looking at some of these potential concerns. And maybe they're not concerns at all. Maybe at the end of the day, he says, you know what, let's just do this and take the leap of faith, and this is what we need. But I'm sitting a little on the fence about this because of some of the things that we've already seen, and that we don't want to happen in 5 years, right? To your point, Kristen, we do have to plan, and we need to be planning. And I think that's what we've lacked. You and I've talked about it a ton. There hasn't ever been a maintenance funding for our parks and trails. And that is incredibly important. And so I'm with you about planning, and I want to be there with you. And so I guess if we do this, I want to make sure that we're doing it right and not kind of reinventing a wheel that doesn't need to be invented. I don't know. Again, that's not to say that you don't need the support. I believe that and think that you've had a lot on your plate for the last couple of years. So I'm fully supportive of that. It's looking at the restructuring a little bit, or the complete development of a new department. I don't know.
May I answer that?
Yeah, of course, please.
I don't think I have an answer. Maybe I just address. I think Kristen and I have spent so much time thinking about this and trying to solve the problems, and we've anticipated some of your concerns and others. You know, it's a big change. It's a big change. Engineering, we hope that, and they could fit several places. Transportation is nervous about them leaving camp, right? Because they're a key partner. So they don't just fit nicely in a slot, and it makes it work. So our pledge is that we do asset management, which Kristen does in public lands, and we do planning, which transportation and public lands also do. And we create this pipeline. And all I can say is that we understand the risks of silos and so many good projects. And I'll go back to 300 West. All 4 groups were at the table, and it was challenging to get to the right project. And it's going to be challenging because every time we build something cool, we're going to have to buy a piece of equipment and hire a person to take care of it. But one thing Kristen can do is look at other funding sources. The public services divisions can't look at other funding sources. We're tied to the general fund. We don't have grants for sweeping streets, and we don't have grants for fixing boilers. But Kristen does have those opportunities, and I'd like to free her up to pursue a lot of those.
And I guess I would say regarding silos, public lands works with every division and department across the city nearly. And we're working with Felicia Baca and the Arts Council on the Seven Canyons Fountain, and on the Glendale Park with the artwork, and on a lot of our parks. We worked with transportation on nearly every trail that they put in, and we end up maintaining. We work with public utilities a ton. We have parks on their properties and manage a lot of their open space. And you know, like I said, with engineering, we have not been in the same department, and we work very closely together. I have weekly meetings with engineering on some of our projects. So I feel like I get the whole silo thing. I'm very conscientious of that, but I am forced to work outside of my silo every single day. And that piece is very solid for us. We work with all departments across the board on a regular basis.
Thanks, Kristen. Okay, I'm going to take Darren and James, and then And then I'm gonna suggest, since it's 7:30 and we're supposed to be on our final agenda item and we haven't taken dinner yet, that after James and Darren, if council members have questions here, reach out to our staff so we can coordinate with administration and then put it on our unresolved issues agenda. But there we go. Darren, go ahead.
I'll be quick. My question's not important, so I'll save the question for later. But I just want to say that I do think that our management of our parks and our public lands is critical, and that we haven't been doing the best job of it. So I know that I mean, we have to figure out what that actually means, if that means a tax increase and things like that. But yeah, I guess it's just a comment, not a question.
James?
Okay, great. And I just want to reiterate to Kristen and Lorna that my comments have nothing to you or your departments or what you're doing or to this administration. It's a failed concept that's gone on year after year after year. And to me, I think that we should be looking more at the Portland model, where they bond every 3 to 5 years in order to maintain the parks and to make these improvements and look at the infrastructure and the dilapidated parks that we've got. I mean, when we get into golf, I mean, there's going to be a whole slew of deferred maintenance too that we're going to talk about. So please don't take offense to my comments. It's not directed at you. It's my frustration in regards to how things have come about and how, specifically Redwood Meadows Park was rolled out, and that was 2 administrations prior. And here we are trying to, remedy the situation from that. So I just want to make that perfectly clear to you too, that I do not want my comments. Please don't take offense to that or this administration. It's not geared toward that. I'd much rather look at the funding model. I mean, we look at the library, it's got its own funding source. I'd much rather see something like that where it grows with the libraries, just like the Parks Department would. I would be 100% in support of that, and then creating its own department. But where it is right now, the only people that are paying that are property owners. And when we raise the property tax in order to cover this, it's property owners that are paying that. So it's not the entire city. It's one group of individuals that own property that will be paying for it.
Great. And I appreciate everyone's comments, questions, answers, having this dialogue. Every year there's something that we have to have hard talks about. And, for me, it's not a personal thing. I'm throwing spaghetti at the wall, seeing where I stand, and I appreciate you guys having candid conversations with us. It's what I feel like we kind of have to do when we're in budget season, right? So with that, I am going to thank you both, Kristen and Lorna, and Matt. Matt, apparently you don't fit into any mold. And Jorge, thank you for being here as well. Council members, we are going to I'm not bumping anything. I know that the agenda says that we would be on our last item at 7:30 and hopefully be done by about 8:10. That's not going to happen, but this is what work sessions are for. We have to get through it. We only have so much time. So I want to give everyone about 15 to 20 minutes. Does that sound okay, to grab something to eat? And then come back. I know it's going to put us here a little later than we wanted, but it is what it is. So do you want 15 or 20?
15.
James, what did you say?
It's Dukes. I know that he's the new confused guy with me and Andrew, but we don't look all alike, but we'll go with
I thought you were pushing your unmute button. All right, so 15, everybody back in 15 minutes and we will finish up the agenda. Okie dokie. We're back, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate the promptness. All right. Just have 2 more agenda items, kids. We can do this. And of course, Lorna's in the hot seat again. It's okay, Lorna. We only have golf coming up, so there should be nothing to talk about there.
We broke you in. Or wore you down. I don't know. Or revved you up, something.
All of the above. Depends on which council member you might be talking to.
We're ready for you.
Okay. And the fleet. I mean, there's nothing big on this agenda. So we are on agenda item number 12. It is the proposed fleet fund budget. And we have Ben Ledke, Lorna Voigt, and Nancy Bean, our fleet division director, as well as I see Jorge again. Hi, Jorge. I just feel bad that you're just stand there and have to listen to all of the things happening, but maybe you're okay with it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Ben for a quick introduction, and then the time is all yours, Lorna.
All right, I'm going with revved up out of the options. The key changes for the fleet division are shown
No
on
pun
pages.
intended.
Quite. The key changes are on pages B40 and B41 of the budget book. You can see in attachment 2 a detailed budget comparison table that was inadvertently missing from the budget book. This will be added into the final council adopted version of the budget book later this year. The total proposed budget is $28 million, and it's broken into 2 parts. There's $13.5 million for a maintenance budget, which is $1 million or 7% more than last year. And there's the $14.5 million vehicle replacement budget, which is more than double last year. A quick note on the funding history for fleet. The division had a flat budget for the decade from the Great Recession to fiscal year 20. So inflation significantly ate away at the purchasing power to replace vehicles. In fiscal year 20, fleet received the first new ongoing funding in a decade. It was $4 million from Funding Our Future to purchase public safety vehicles. Then the fiscal year 21 budget removed that $4 million because of the financial uncertainty facing the city in the early stages of the pandemic. The fiscal year 22 budget would restore that $4 million ongoing for public safety vehicles. It would purchase 8 vehicles for the fire department in fiscal year 22. Even with the restoration of that $4 million, plus almost $1 million in addition to purchase equipment for the streets maintenance crews, the fleet fund is still about $2.8 million below the funding level needed to reach ideal industry best practices for when to replace vehicles. The prolonged reduced funding resulted in the situation today where nearly 22% of general fund vehicles are beyond recommended life. This means fleet is spending thousands of dollars to maintain a vehicle when that vehicle is worth less than the cost of those repairs. In recent years, fleet has taken a variety of tactics to do more with less purchasing power, and I've summarized these in attachment 5. With that broad history and some highlights from the proposed budget for fiscal year 22, I'll turn it over to Lorna, Public Services Director, and Nancy Bean, who is the Fleet Division Director.
Thank you, Ben. And I just got to say, Ben has gone deep on fleet, and it's been terrific to share stories about sweet spots, vicious versus virtuous cycles with Ben. And I thank you so much for diving in and your expertise on this and for serving so well on the Fleet Committee. I'm going to invite Jorge and Nancy to jump in. I'm going to open it up with, we have a presentation for you that's brief. And to say that as in the rest of public services divisions, we do asset management. Often we're talked about as doing maintenance. We do asset management, and that is taking care of past investments to make sure that value of that investment is preserved for its entire life. Fleet has an asset management cycle that's on a much shorter cycle than other properties that you just heard about in public lands and in facilities. And what we've worked on for the last few years is how to come up with that ideal funding level. And it is very large because we have to dig out of a hole. But we are doing great things in Fleet, and I'm very, very happy to have Nancy Bean as our new Fleet Director. This is her first budget. She is a very experienced Fleet Director, and she is incredibly passionate about working with departments to optimize our fleet services so that we're not only providing excellent customer service, but we are preserving the city's assets and making sure that they are, we're getting the highest value out of them. So if you don't mind advancing to the next slide. A quick look at what we do. We're out there on the west side. If anybody wants to visit, we have a very large fleet maintenance facility with some very talented and professional people. Please come visit us. Nancy will give you a tour. Next slide. This tells you some of the scope of what we do in Fleet. We take care of almost all the vehicles. We also take care of enterprise funds, so waste and recycling, and public utilities. They have a choice of where they go for their services. And so it behooves us to provide the best services possible. And that includes preventive maintenance to reduce downtime and breakdowns. Next slide. So it's a lean operation. We have 29 mechanics and then a small management team. And then we have additional warehouse and parts people and customer service people. Next slide. So as Ben described, we have a large increase to ask for, but that is really to restore the funding our future $4 million that was dedicated to public services. And we'll get into that a little bit later, how we want to do it. But we're also asking this year to make up some losses from last year. We also have some inflationary increases. And then we would like to have your consideration of expanding the funding our future money that goes into Fleet to fund some streets replacement and to expand the streets capacity to do asphalt maintenance. Next slide. So funding our future, as you know very well, the first $4,050,000 or so went to to police vehicles, and we bought the 50 new police vehicles. This year, Nancy has been working very closely with fire department, and we are recommending that we shift $4 million to the fire apparatus. And I'd like to invite Nancy in to talk a little bit about her close work with fire and how we are trying to make sure that they have the equipment that they need. So Nancy, if you're there, would you mind jumping in?
Hi, thank you for your time today. On the funding for our future for fire, what we're looking at to replace are 2 engines, a one quint, which is a combination of all 5 functions, a hazmat box truck that can go, and a water tenderer. The one that we have is pretty much falling through the frame. We've repaired it to the point where it's like welding tissue paper. So I've worked with the fire department to really streamline what the needs are. And this is what we were able to come up with. We've come up with the specs to to get precisely what we need, nothing more, nothing less, and to really address some of the older equipment that fire has. Pending drought, we're in a drought, we're worried about drought, and we want to make sure that we have the right equipment to respond to fires. And with the fire apparatus, it takes 18 to 24 months from the time that we purchase that and get the purchase order, purchase it. It could take anywhere from 18 to 24 months to build. And so the time is now to really get their equipment up to speed and to keep them moving in a forward direction. And that's pretty much all I need to say.
I would like you to hit on the all-electric fire engine that is out there from Rosenbauer, if you don't mind.
Oh, can I talk about electrifying our fleet? So right now, Los Angeles is going to be taking this summer an all-electric fire engine, and I'm very interested in it. It has a $1.2 million price tag. Our concern is it's the first generation. It's the first one that's going to be released in the United States. Once it's in service for about 3 months, we are very interested in going to LA and looking at it. Obviously, there's some reservations. I don't know about you, but I want to dive into it. But first generation, I really want to see what they need to overcome it on whether it works. And when we're talking about $1 million, I want to be very conservative. However, I'm pushing, Lorna will tell you, I'm pushing, I'll electrify my desk if I could. Oh, I did. Never mind. So we are looking at sustainable vehicles. We are looking at electrifying, very excited about it, but we also know that we need to address infrastructure and be very careful on those first generation vehicles that are coming out. And I'll tell you, I drive an all-electric vehicle. I'm excited. And in talking to the fire department, they're also excited, but we want to be conservative.
Thank you, Nancy. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, Streets has been receiving funding or future money, of course, for its asphalt is second crew. And this year we're asking for an additional allocation of close to $1 million to free up some replacements. Now, one thing that's important to remember is when we use funding or future money to do replacements within the general fund, that opens up more funding for additional equipment that we need to replace. Streets is one of the largest users of heavy, expensive equipment. And so it's important to be able to replace these. It's also to optimize what Streets can do with its asphalt program. Equipment changes, techniques changes. The entire Streets team has gone through the Asphalt Institute, and we're looking at perpetual pavement strategies to reduce carbon emissions. And so we're trying to change our equipment to be able to be responsive. And this is a very good partnership that we're developing with engineering on how to build the streets and maintain the streets in the best way possible. And Nancy, again, has tested and looked at hybrid technology within the Streets Division for sweepers, and she's made the decision that it's not the right technology right now for us. But I really applaud her for being so proactive in researching these options for us. Next slide. So as Ben mentioned, we've had a relatively flat budget right around the $5 million mark for many years. This is not uncommon. After the Great Recession of 2008, many departments, many cities, municipalities cut their fleet budget, and it costs us in the long term with maintenance. So this graph shows the recent funding that we have received. The green is the funding or future, which of course was held back for COVID reasons last year, and the yellow line is our inflationary number of 3.5. It's important to note that supply chain issues related to COVID and steel prices and others, that inflationary figure could be much higher. We've seen it go as high as 7% for some of our heavy equipment, but that is an average that we have been using to project. And next slide. So as Ben again mentioned, there is a sweet spot. When you buy a vehicle, you invest in its maintenance, and then you sell it at just the right time when the maintenance is not costing more than the vehicle is worth. And that's what Nancy's driving to. And she's trying to optimize our fleet. So she's picked up the 10-year plan that Isaac Astle developed, but now she's modifying it for current conditions. She's looking at new technologies. She's updating everything that we need to do. And I think those relationships with fire and police and other departments are really critical to make sure that we're optimizing and not having too many vehicles in the fleet, and also replacing them when they need to be replaced. Next slide. So here is the ideal that we would need, and I know these are very large numbers, and we know they're not realistic, but it's just to give you a perspective, if we were to replace everything at its ideal sweet spot time, what the funding would look like. We will do everything we can to maximize the dollars that we're given, and to reduce the fleet size, and to bring on new technology. And as Nancy's mentioned, with the EV technology, it's very exciting. She and I sat in on an international, I think, call about the possibilities of zero emission vehicles and what they can do. It fits with our sustainability goals. It makes perfect sense. I think it's incredibly positive what we can do. And that's what we have for you tonight. And I'd like to let Jorge and Nancy answer questions, because they have spent a tremendous amount of time diving into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna, Nancy, and Jorge. Council members, questions? James?
I specifically just have one. Are fire apparatuses still not, are they impact fee eligible or not? They're not. It's only one of them that's impact fee eligible, correct?
We would need to update the city's impact fee plan in order for them to be eligible. State law places a limitation that it has to be, I believe, over $500,000, and only the portion of the cost that can be connected to growth, that is population growth, would be eligible. The rest would need to be funded from another source.
So then I guess my question would be to fire where we see that growth. For example, the Northwest Quadrant, if we're looking at building another fire station out there, if we need to, you know, look at that, then that's something we might want to, in the future, look at amending. That is the impact fee facility plan.
We just received an update. You'll see it in budget amendment number 9 next week, that the administration has worked with the consultant, and the consultant drafted an update for the fire impact fee section of the plan. I don't know if it includes this particular adjustment that Councilmember Rogers brought up.
I'll just say if the council's interested in adding that, the council could, when you consider that update to the plan. So you could just add that.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. I'm wondering if,
Go ahead.
thank you. I'm wondering if Lorna or Nancy could explain to me. This has been explained to me before, and I still don't understand. It's probably just because I'm slow. But the ideal scenario is that we're replacing our vehicles according to this 10-year plan once the maintenance becomes more expensive than the value of the vehicle. That makes sense, but if we were to implement that plan, it costs us more money, where it seems like it would cost us less money. Is there like a point when we break even, when we've like caught up on our fleet, or it will always cost us more money? Is there a different goal that's accomplishing that's not just saving the taxpayer money? It's something else, some other goal that's accomplishing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm going to
If
give
it's
this
always
one.
going to be more expensive, why is it better?
We have to eventually replace the backlog of old vehicles, is why that's very expensive. And there's not a one-to-one savings in maintenance for the much amount you invest in replacement. But I'm going to kick it over to Nancy, who's our fleet expert.
And thank you, Lorna. Our biggest cost in fleet is depreciation. So as the value goes down and your maintenance goes up, there is a sweet spot where you can resell the vehicle, recoup the most amount that you can get out of that vehicle before it starts slipping down further, where the maintenance costs cost more than what the vehicle is worth. And you're throwing money at a vehicle that A, you're not going to get resale value for, and B, you're constantly, it's going to be in the shop and it's not going to be producing a service for whomever needs it in the field. Does that help you?
Let me maybe restate the question. If we were to, obviously, there's not the funding for that, but say there was and we were to fund that plan of, is there a point at which we catch up and then we're now saving the taxpayer money because we've caught up on the backlog of vehicles that need to be replaced?
I think that if we get into a plan, what happens is you're not having at these extreme high peaks of needing to replace it. Vehicle costs will always go up. The technology for vehicles.
Oh no.
Well,
It's the triangle of death.
Yeah, we'll just.
Nancy, are you still there?
Nancy will come back. She's out in Harriman. What we can say is she's so far away.
That was a classic.
If I can add something to her answer, I can hear her talking because she's in the office next door. She probably lost internet. And she's right here.
So basically, sorry, we can run. Once we get to a vehicle health, we're not looking at replacing as many vehicles every year to get to that vehicle health. And so we start to bring that trend down, and then we start, instead of having these ebbs and flows, we start to level it out to a more predictability. So does that go up a little bit? Jorge's kind of tall. So does that go up a little bit? Does it even out where we have more predictability? Yes. But right now it's like we're playing catch up from 2008. So our costs look extraordinarily high. But there's a good, I believe that if we address that, there is a better answer and a better schedule for replacement.
Plus, can I add, Nancy, and correct me if I'm wrong, that this is more than anything, it's a safety issue. Not more than anything, but there's a component of a safety issue as well. It's just like driving your car with no oil in it. Not that I've ever done that at all. Do not tell my dad. But there is, right, a safety issue, especially for everyone in the fleet, but I would say particularly for our first responders.
For anybody, fleet, we are the core of what maintains the city. So obviously we want all our vehicles to be able to show up to do their job. And especially with our first responders. We want their vehicles to be healthy because they need to be able to respond, but it's also with our service folks.
If I can add to that, if a well-maintained fleet is in operation, you can reduce your downtime, which is an operational cost that's very hard to capture, but if someone can't get on the road, there's a cost. And also reduce the redundancy or relief pool that we need. And so we could have fewer vehicles overall in the fleet if we have more newer and well-maintained vehicles that are not down for service. And there are models where we could eventually move to a cash purchasing or combination of cash and leasing, which also saves the taxpayers money down the road. And that's what the Funding Our Future has done for the public safety fleet, is allowing those cash purchases, which saves you some of the financing costs.
Thank you. Councilmember, are there other questions? Dan?
On that same vein of the preventative maintenance costs, from the mechanics perspective, I noticed that we have a lot of, I would say, smaller engines, smaller equipment maintenance that's also required. Is it the same mechanic who does work on a lawnmower as who also does work on the police cars and the fire trucks?
No, we have a light duty shop that will work on, there's a couple mechanics that work on those very small pieces of equipment, light duty. Then we have a light duty shop of mechanics that work on all the light duty trucks, sedans. And then
So are they cross-trained? My question is, have we thought about, and you probably have, about contracting out the smaller stuff so that the mechanics can stay on the backlog of any preventive maintenance on more first responder equipment? And was there a cost?
And there are times when we do contract some of our services out, but with fleet, we're an internal service fund. So our labor rate right now is $115 an hour. We buy all our parts and everything in bulk, and we've contracted a price. So a filter that may cost you over the counter $75, we're getting for $15. And then we're putting a small markup on that in order to pay for our warehouse. So it's a business to be the best deal for all of our vehicles and customers in Salt Lake City.
Wonderful. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Council members, other questions? I have one last question for you. I have to write it down. Why has FOF funding for streets decreased by almost $1 million?
So, in the last 2 years, streets did not receive this amount of money, accounting for almost $1 million. The initiatives that were planned for last year were held back. So we didn't receive funding or future money directly for streets maintenance last year. So it's just a cumulative for the last 2 years.
There are also some personal services savings and things that have just accumulated over the last couple of years. I wouldn't say that we have been shorted in streets. So we're just asking that the funding is available to spread it a little bit farther than it normally would. And so it is stepping outside of those buckets a little bit, the 4 buckets, but it is related to keeping the streets in good condition.
I think it's definitely related. We can't fix the streets if we don't have or keep the streets safe if we don't have the vehicles that do the job. Right? So remind me, how much is in the budget for street maintenance? $950.
950, yep.
Okay.
That is split into 2 programs. Concrete maintenance and asphalt maintenance, which are 2 different beasts, right? They need different equipment, and so yeah, it's enhancing the current asphalt program and taking on concrete roads, because as we know, the number of lane miles in the last 2 years have increased. So we need to jump on and start maintaining those concrete roads before we reach the point that we now need to catch up.
Right.
In maintenance.
And how long do where's the sweet spot for street maintenance vehicles or machinery?
Well, that's a combination. It's a loaded question because it also requires people as well. And the capacity of the current streets division, it is pushing to the max, right? We will have to redesign the structure of streets to consider adding more capacity to it.
And the reason I'm asking these questions is because obviously we know that last year the public voted and we have the $80 million bond to fix streets. And so I want to make sure that we maintain those streets and have an intent that as you mentioned, our future may have originally said it is this definition, but maintenance is part of that, and maintaining the correct vehicles and machinery are, and people and staff are part of that. And so I think we need to start that conversation now. So in 3 years, or 5 years, when we finally, have finished a majority of our streets and the reconstruction of our streets, and it's time to start maintaining them, it's not like, nope, we can't use that funding in our future because that's not what it was designed for. But if we have this conversation now to open and maybe make sure we're including that as a definition of how to keep our streets the way we want them. Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Council members, anything else? Sweet. Nancy, thank you for being here. Jorge, thank you for being here as well. Council members, we're almost there.
It was that easy?
We're on the par 3. We're on the 9th hole. Gonna see how many I can do. It's time to talk golf. My favorite subject, but so I believe we have Kristen back with us, Lorna, and I have a staff member? Matt's here. Thank you, Matt. Jen, are you our staff? You're our golfer today?
Yes, I'm the golfer today.
All right, take it away.
I took it up during the pandemic like everyone else. So, there's that. So the golf division operates 6 golf courses and has to pay for the variety of expenses that are associated with those golf courses. I'll be a little more brief than I was planning on just because we're running late. Most detailed information on the golf fund can be found on pages C8 and 9 of the budget book. The golf fund is an enterprise fund technically, but in recent years it's been a little unique in that the general fund has helped cover some of the golf fund's expenses because user fees weren't quite enough to cover expenses, unlike other enterprise funds. It was largely due to declining play and increased maintenance cost. This last year, however, play went up slightly, and the proposed budget for fiscal year 22 recommends taking advantage of that uptick in play and allowing the golf fund to catch up on some deferred capital maintenance. So essentially the proposed budget continues the general fund coverage of those expenses that had been covered before. The amount totals $1.8 million for fiscal year 22, and also proposes an increase in the dollar per round CIP fee, in large part to catch up on those deferred capital expenses. That list of capital expenses is found in an attachment to the staff report. I think that they'd be the first to admit that this amount doesn't necessarily address all those expenses. And so I think longer conversations will have to be had about how the larger list is achieved, but this at least helps with some of that. So I'll turn it over to the golf staff, and I don't know if Kristen or Matt are gonna do the driving, but whoever is, go ahead.
Matt is a way better golfer than me. I'm gonna let him do the driving. Ha! Got you on that one. And
I swear Amy didn't even text me that. It was just divine inspiration.
We're gonna let Matt drive this one, so thank you.
And I promise I won't use that many cliches either. So again, I appreciate everybody's endurance today, and I'll try to keep this presentation tight and so allow us some time for some questions. Again, I'm here to represent the golf division of Salt Lake City. As Kristen has mentioned, we fall now under Public Lands Department, and that's pretty much from a managerial standpoint at this part. There's not intermingling of budgets or anything like that, but this provides us a very good opportunity to interface with what I think is a very good fit for golf to be in public lands. I believe that urban forestry, there's a lot that we can learn from there. I think with parks, a very seasoned staff, there's a lot of compatible operations that we have there. And again, it's great to be able to be part of the bigger city family that way. So if you can advance the next slide. Okay, within golf, we employ 262 city employees, 33 of which are full-time. Over this past year, we did some restructuring within golf, and for a number of reasons. For the last few years, as been mentioned also, we've received some assistance from the city to kind of allow us to start to dig out of a bit of a hole. And we look for opportunities, whether they're efficiencies or redundancies or things like that. And we also felt that there were some opportunities to be able to address some parts of the operation that I think were very needed. So for example, we reclassified the head golf professional position into a 3-tier system there. So each of those tiers are more designed for the type of course that the different types of courses that we have. We have a good variety and inventory of courses. We have 9-hole courses, 18-hole courses, and we have 2 18-hole courses at one location. And so each of those have different programming needs, different customer bases, and different revenue potentials. And so we saw an opportunity to not only maybe create some efficiencies there through some reclassifications, but also through part of our workforce long-term planning. We wanted to be able to create some more stepping stones for our individuals to be able to work up through the organization and gain some more experience. And through the process of that, we actually eliminated one position. It was a vacant position at the time, an assistant golf professional position. And we reclassified another vacant position that we had and to create a new position, which we're calling the golf programs manager. This individual will oversee all of our growth of the game type of programs, our clinics, our instruction, events, and things like that. The other position that we eliminated, we're using the savings created to fund a call center for our golf courses. In years past, we would typically do we would trade excess rounds to get services for call center software and things like that. But we found over time that wasn't really saving us money. And as the busier that we get, the more revenue that we're not making. So we did away with that process and decided to bring it in-house, where we're handling all of the calls ourselves. And so we did a pilot program of that this last fall, and we're fully planning on having that funded within this fiscal year 22 budget. It's currently operational, and I'll talk about that a little bit more when we get there. Advance the slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about 4 different areas that kind of drive our goal setting and what we're striving to do to keep us focused. Obviously, as growing the game is an important function of what we're doing. Without golfers, we can't be a vibrant organization that keeps the courses healthy financially and also keep interest high. So what we try to do is we want to develop programs that introduce new segments of players to the sport and foster love and respect for the traditions and values of the game. Another part that we want to do is to develop our own talent by providing improved employee training and leadership opportunities, which we hope result also in increased efficiencies and better customer service. Improving the assets. We view these golf courses as community assets, and a lot of them have been around for a very long time. There's a lot of history there. They're very integrated within the community. But one of the issues that we've been dealing with now for decades is a lack of reinvestment into these assets. So without just going out and saying, hey, we just need a bunch of money to redo this, we're focused more on things that we can do. So finding ways to improve the appearance, the playability and functionality of the course, and efficiencies of these city-owned courses and clubhouses. So over the last 3 years, for example, we've remodeled all of the restrooms, the clubhouse restrooms. We've done some painting at certain facilities because there's no shortage of things that need to be done. But this is something that is a focus of ours. And finally, is to be a community partner. And how we view that is we're looking for opportunities to responsibly integrate these golf assets and programs into the community, whether it's through the game of golf or other uses as makes sense, in the hope that we can increase the value to both golfers and non-golfers. And again, I'll mention again, being a part of public lands, I think is an excellent fit for golf in as far as the long-term planning. And we've been included in the master planning process for public lands. This isn't a master plan for golf. However, to have golf as a consideration within that planning process, I think is very significant and something that I'm very excited about. Next slide. Just a couple of quick things here. Again, in our operations is we actually have 15 free practice areas. So these are areas where people could come in and work on their game, whether they're chipping, putting, short game, bunker play. Each one of our courses has at least a couple of these areas where residents and visitors can come and practice on their game without an associated fee. One thing I wanted to point out here too is our online reservations. That's something that we've typically kind of hovered around 15 to 20% of our overall reservations coming online. We would certainly like to boost that even higher. The pandemic that we've gone through over the last year, where we required prepayment, really helped us in that regard. So we're not requiring that, and we haven't done that since June. However, one of the things that's stuck around for us is we're up to 54% now of our online reservations are taken online. We continue to develop our digital marketing platforms. We have 28,000 social media followers. We have over 18,000 of our golf app downloads. This is an app where people can book their reservations. They can track their scores. They can do a number of different things there. And we've grown our customer email database to over 50,000. Next slide. And this is one of the, again, areas of being part of public lands that we're learning more about and being able to understand the role that our golf courses play within the community from an ecological standpoint, and how, you know, the importance and the benefits that actually come from that, and being able to, you know, understand that for ourselves, for planning on how we maintain these spaces, but for being able to plan for the future in improvements that will, you know, again, not only benefit the golfer, but benefit the community. And so some of these items we've highlighted here. Golf courses, they capture and they clean the runoff from rain in these urban areas. There's a lot of wildlife habitat that takes place on golf courses. It absorbs and filters rain. This improves air quality with the amount of trees that we have and a lot of the turf and plants. It discourages pests and reduce weed incursions and negative pollen releases based on the types of plants that we have on our golf courses. And overall, as we hope, is that it makes a substantial contribution to the community's economy. Next slide. So this is this kind of shows back to fiscal year 12, and even though the golf season runs on a calendar year, you know, we've always reported our rounds on a fiscal year basis. So this isn't, when we look at this fiscal year 20, we received about maybe 6 to 8 months of what I would call it a dramatic increase in our demand. So play, you know, based on COVID, and I'll talk about it a little bit more, but we really saw an increase in people's desire to be able to get out and play golf, just based on a number of factors. One being they had a lot of time on their hands, they wanted to be able to get outside, and they were limited on other activities that they could do. So golf was definitely a beneficiary of that. So again, this chart here shows you what about half of what we had that in fiscal year 20. The next chart. This here takes a look over the same time frame, course by course, to show their rounds and their volume. A lot of things have kind of happened over those years. I'd say probably the significant thing that happened to our particular golf our golf course system is we closed 2 golf courses in fiscal year 15 and 16. And so I think the idea at the time is that there would be maybe some rebalancing within the market. A lot of people felt that there was golf was overbuilt, and you can see that there was, you know, definitely some fluctuations in play during that time. Next slide. But I think this is the dramatic slide that I wanted to be able to show, where we're looking at what's happened in fiscal year 21. So going back to July, and this would be through 2020 up until April of this year, of what has happened. And I'm comparing our rounds based on a 5-year average. So you can see kind of where we fit within that structure. So obviously this is definitely significant for us, from not only from a revenue standpoint, but just from an interest standpoint. I heard time and time again of people who were grateful, citizens and residents who were grateful that they had this opportunity to get out and play, to be outside. And I think we saw people that we haven't seen in a number of years come back to the courses. I think we were able to gain new players. Again, this is not something that we did, obviously, but I would say that the role that we played in this was being prepared to receive and process this demand, which again was a difficult time for the past year, understanding what we can do, what we can't do, what we should do. But again, golf fit very well into what happened there. So I think it was a good example of how golf can play a role within the community from a recreation standpoint and from even a public health standpoint from that perspective. I was worried as we would come into this new year after the winter to see if that demand would indeed stay in place. And as you can see, it continues to outpace the previous 5-year average, and May is no exception either. So these are good signs. We hope it continues on and we can maintain that. However, our budget, as we've presented it here, we've tried to be conservative based on previous years, and again, we hope to be able to continue to see increased demand. Next slide. So here's our total budget, 9.6 million. Again, as Jennifer mentioned, over the past couple of years, the general fund has subsidized golf in a number of different ways, whether it be through an ESCO payment transfer that helps pay off that debt that not only golf but other parks had. There's where it says the city-related administrative fee transfer of $323,000. That's for the living wage proposal, and also the golf fund balance deficit transfer of $500,000. Again, you might ask during this time frame, does golf necessarily need assistance during this time? And that's a very fair question. But we feel in order for us to continue our progress of climbing out of the hole that we are in, we don't want to be able to take steps backwards if we don't have to. We have plans for being able to leverage some of this additional revenue that we're receiving to begin to address some of our deferred maintenance needs, most notably an irrigation system at Rose Park. That is not part of this budget. However, this is part of our plan to try to start ticking off these very long-term needs of replacement of vital aspects of our courses. So for example, most of that irrigation system at Rose Park is almost 64 years old. Irrigation systems are only designed to last about 30 years. Some of our other initiatives, and I'm sure you'll probably have some questions around this, involve the golf CIP fund. We have proposed increasing this fee. We normally collect $1 for every 9-hole round, or $2 for each 18-hole round, to go back into a fund that can begin to address, at least from a player perspective, some of the aspects of the courses that help us to remain competitive. We've not been able to spend that over the last number of years because we've needed to offset our fund deficits that we had in order to continuing to be balanced as best we could. However, over time, you can't continue to push those kind of reinvestments off. So for fiscal year 22, we've proposed $237,000 worth of initiatives, and these are two of our what I would feel are most deserving projects. Our driving range improvements for $177,000. This is new range ball dispensers. This is new hitting surfaces. This is range fence repairs, things that go back into, again, people being able to grow the game, develop their skills, and develop a love for the game, allowing people to be able to be introduced to the game and also just to be able to enjoy a different aspect. And tee box leveling, that's $60,000 that goes towards being able to the hitting surface that people, when they tee off on each hole, a lot of those surfaces have become very uneven over the years. And it's one of the main customer complaints that we do receive. And so we have a 4-year plan to begin addressing those at each course. And so this year's, or fiscal year 22 years, reinvestment is $60,000. Again, these funds come from golfers, from golfer fees that go back in to fund this. And as part of fiscal year 22, we've proposed increasing that another $1. So it would be $2 per 9-hole rounds and $4 for 18-hole rounds. Next
Hey,
slide.
Matt,
Yes.
just a quick question in regards, you brought up Rose Park and the irrigation. Is that why the back nine has certain areas that are in extremely bad shape?
That's part of the reason. The other part would be the water quality. That we're pumping directly from the Jordan River, and water quality is an issue for the turf that we have. But we're having to clean out the filters there on a weekly basis. And if a filter clogs in the middle of the night, we don't know about it until the next day. We have a pretty tight watering window at that golf course, and so if the pump shut down in the middle of the night, it may take us a week to 2 weeks to get caught up on irrigating those sections of the golf course. Also, the poor water quality leads to a degradation of the turf. There's high levels of salts in this water, which builds up within the soil. And that's what we've run into quite a bit there at Rose Park. We've tried to address that as best as we can with reseeding in certain areas. But again, our new challenge for this year is the drought that we're currently in. So growing new turf in a drought is a tough challenge, but hopefully we're able to at least address some significant areas. But yes, I would say that would be most of the cause there.
Yeah, I walk it almost every day, and the front nine is extremely in good shape, but the back nine is horrible. So it's completely weedy, and there's areas that it's just dirt and rocks. So
James, I didn't know you knew the difference between a front nine and a back nine.
I know, it's pretty impressive, don't you think?
Yeah.
No, that's a fair observation, and again, we're aware of that. We're trying our best. It's a 64-year-old system, and it's great to have a culinary water source. However, I don't feel it was constructed in a way that we can use that old system efficiently. So we have a very difficult time in distributing water across zones, especially on that back nine area. And so again, I apologize for that, but we're hopefully trying to put together a plan to deal with that. But again, the best thing that we can do there is to upgrade that irrigation system. Water quality can be addressed through constructing a retention pond. We have something similar at Glendale where we pump out of the diversion canal. The water is allowed to settle in the pond, and then we pump out of the pond rather than like we do at Rose Park, pumping directly out of the river. Next slide. So the one initiative that I did want to bring out was this new call center that we had. Part of this budget, the expense for is $40,000. We have 8 part-time employees that cover 18 to 20 shifts per week, and we're open daily from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And what this has done for us, specifically during this high demand time that we've experienced over the last year, is one, it provides a more consistent level of customer service because the person in the call center is able to get that information from the customer. They don't have another customer standing in front of them. And so we've noticed a couple of things. One, we're getting better customer information at the point of sale, and we're able to kind of take that load off the pro shop staff so they can focus on the customer that's in front of them and keep keep their operations clean and running and at a good place for customers to be. So this chart here shows, again, our 54% of our reservations are taken online. My goal is to continue to push that number up. Obviously, that represents the lowest cost for us, and in my opinion, the best way to book a round of golf. We do have an older clientele that's slow to adopt. booking online, so we still have a lot of walk-up customers and people making calls into the pro shop. So again, the call center, just based on the 8 employees that we have there, has been able to take 15% of that load off. And as I think in through fiscal year 22, we'll see improvements in that area as well. The next slide. So again, very happy to be able to report to you some of the projects that we've been working on over the past year. Again, it's been a definitely an adventure. Didn't expect to see that much, that much of a demand increase, but again, it's entirely welcome, and it's excited to be able to operate at nearly maximum capacity on most days. To be able to look at a T-sheet and see it fill up within a day or two it's very exciting. And again, we have a very dedicated staff. Being able to, we didn't shut down at all during this COVID time, and trying to figure out how do we accept customers' times, how do we get them out on the course, how do we keep employees safe. Again, I was very happy with the effort that our employees put into this past year, and I think that's something that we can be proud of. And that's the end of my presentation, so I'm ready for questions.
Council members? Chris?
Is there any indication that the increased use and activation that we saw from 2020 is going to continue into into successive years, or is this just an anomaly because of everything else in 2020?
Well, again, like I say, through the budgeting process, we've treated it as an anomaly. However, on day to day, we're seeing that it's continuing. Throughout the industry, it's the same thing. It's not just unique to Salt Lake City. It's everywhere across the country that the golf industry is seeing this resurgence. So I tend to think that hopefully that there will be some residual benefit in increased demand. But then again, we've been so tight with our money over the last few years. I don't want to get out ahead of us.
Can I just,
sorry.
I'm just going to add to that. Our Salt Lake City golf courses stayed open when Salt Lake County golf courses did not. Matt and his team did a great job staying open. And so some of the revenues from 2020 could possibly be different in 2021, just knowing that we had, Matt, you'll have to help me with how many weeks we were open, and we were the only game in town, and everybody was using Salt Lake City golf courses. So there was definitely a spike there that we will likely not see again.
Right, we did close for 4 days, but it snowed those days, so we didn't miss out on much.
Well, I hope it does continue but I also appreciate you pointing out in your presentation the other ecological benefits of the courses, because I do think that a lot of time I get a lot of questions from residents who don't use the golf courses about what benefit they have for the city overall, and so it's good to, even if they ultimately disagree with continuing with what we have, that there are those benefits that we can talk about. So thank you.
Council Chair, may I add something to that?
Yeah, who was that? Lorna, was that you?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, please do.
Councilmember Wharton, it's a really important point that you're bringing up, because one of the goals that Matt set out before 2020 was how to make golf courses more of a community asset. And that's everything from expanding our concessions and clubhouses to inviting more people onto these courses. And that's still a plan. And I think it's really important because there's not going to be any more green space growing in Salt Lake City. that we can take advantage of. We're sitting on incredibly valuable property, and so maintaining it the highest values and reaping the full benefits of that open land is going to become ever more critical in future years and a growing population, because the only thing that's going to replace it, we can replace it with a park, which is more cost per acre, or we can replace it with buildings. And I don't think anybody wants that. These are very valuable properties, and it's a hard business to be in, but I think Matt's doing the best he can to maximize the value of these spaces.
Council members, anything else? Well, you guys all know how I feel, but I do want to say, one, thank you for putting Forestdale on the first screen. Two, sorry, it really has, like, I'm just gonna give a quick little anecdote. I know we're all tired and ready to go, but last year, a lot of people in my circle really suffered from some mental health issues related to COVID. And we would go out every other week and golf. And it really brought a bunch of us closer together. And now we still, every Saturday, we have a tea time, and there's nothing like walking in and having either, I think it's Steve will be like, Miss Fowler, you golfing with Bernsey today? And it's like, yep, that's what we're doing. And it's become a community for us and a place of reconnection in a different way with a close group of friends of mine and my parents, and because we all golf, but they'll come down, and we always go to Forestdale. And last year and this year, there's 9 baby ducks and 9 baby geese that we all watch grow up over the summer. And I mean, it really, going to like the ecological side, my niece brought my puppy over the other day to say hi to us while we were out there. We may or may not have gotten into a little bit of trouble, but nonetheless, in the evenings, you can take the dogs over and walk. In the wintertime, I mean, it really has been a place where, in a time of despair, and for a lot of people in a time of real despair, was a place to reconnect and to do something physical and be out. And so I think that people started to realize that this is a game, there is a resurgence. I can barely get a tee time on my golf course now. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate the work that you guys have done over the years to make sure that we are maintaining our golf courses. And I've always been a champion of them, and probably always will be, because there's so much more than just golf that comes with a golf course. So I want to thank you, and thank you for the hard work that you guys do in this. And always got you. I'm like the caddy that's there holding the bag for y'all when it comes to golf courses. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for this. Thanks for the presentation. I know there's still a lot more work to do. I appreciate adding to the CIP, and there's something else, but I forgot, and we can talk about it offline. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, kids, we are almost there. The final agenda item is a written briefing by the Department of Economic Development. There are some things in there that people may have questions to. So again, what I'd like to do is, if there are questions, please work with staff and administration and the department itself, and we can put that on the, if there are questions, we can put it on the unresolved issues agenda that we get to. But as for now, it is just a written briefing. So I don't think that we need to do or say anything there. Sylvia or Allison or Ben, no, I think we're good. If you guys have questions,
Yep,
you know where to
you're
find
good.
me.
And we can, we're scheduled for unresolved issues next Tuesday. So send staff questions and we can work through those with administrative staff.
Thank you, Jen. Report from Chair and Vice Chair. I have nothing. James has nothing. I don't, announcements from Cindy Gus Jensen.
Nothing, thank you.
There's no closed session, and I just want to thank everyone for persevering tonight. Good work. We're adjourned.